what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your ray your light. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that
Hey everybody, it's me, NCC, here to regale you with horrible jokes about discourse. Horse-shaped discs, disc-shaped horses. Which one do you like best, right? Because that's what we always get when there's discourse. No, listen, that's a different streamer. You'd be wanting to go for Xena and Poppy if you wanted jokes about discourse. I'm not going to give you any of that at all. What I'm going to give you is... first of all, to the best of my ability, is Abigail's actual opinion on the subject of dysphoria. Because that's been what's been, you know, a subject of a lot of discourse, right? What is Abigail actually saying? And some people aren't getting it right. Some people know that they're not getting it right. I almost feel like we need to start with the tweet. Can somebody get me that tweet? We're gonna need that tweet. I'm gonna need to see that original tweet. I might have to search that in the background. How is everybody doing though? Let me turn down this volume and then turn up this volume. There we go. Meow, 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 meow. All right. Welcome to stream, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about a few things today. Oh my God, they're not on screen though, are they? Let me change that. All right, so Abigail and the Dysphoria Discourse. And don't worry, I'm not gonna spell it like discourse. I'm not TG. I'm not Xena and Poppy. It gets cut off, doesn't it? Okay, yeah. Not a fan of that. Thought I could fit it all in here. Really having a hard day being mad about dysphoria. Ugandan stuff, yeah, is also frustrating. Also, yeah, a few new anti-trans bills to talk about today. And the other thing that we have to talk about, yeah, the other big issues, is the Melbourne thing, right? Posey Parker, not to be confused with Parker Posey. Terf to Fash pipeline. Yeah, so there's a new Jessie gender video. There's also an old Jessie gender video that's a little bit longer and more involved. That it's become relevant again. The other thing that's relevant is the fact that I've got the heat turned up so freaking high. What's this up with that? Okay, let's not have the heat turned up to 1,000,000 degrees. That's gonna make it so much easier for me. It's not what she said, it's how she said it. Yeah, that's making it get, that's causing people to react to a different take than what she actually had. Yeah, and for certain people, right? So, like, this stream, the title, wait, Twitter, that's right, Twitter. My Twitter post, I talked about TERFs, transmeds, and redacteds. Oh my. Here, let me show you this, right? So the TERFs part is obvious, right? With the TERFs part, we're talking about what's going on in Melbourne. We're talking about Posey Parker, and we're talking about the special guest that showed up at the anti-trans protest. Surprise, surprise. When you hold a transphobic protest, other transphobes might show up, right? And that's what happened, right? And they're all like, I don't know where those people came from. I don't know what kind of salute they're doing, right? That's a salute that might be getting banned in Australia really shortly. People are talking about actually banning the salute that they did. I look cute today, thank you. Yeah, exactly, Jules. We're gonna go over that today. We're gonna go over Jessie's video about the special guest that showed up surprisingly, like, right? Okay, so that's the Twitter thread, right? The reason I said trans meds, though, was that this Abigail tweet, if anybody can find it for me, by the way, that would be awesome. I just need to dig it up again, right? Because I want to look at it again. We want to get as much of Abigail in her own words as we possibly can, because there's a lot of people twisting those words, and the majority of those people twisting those words are not just like randomly doing that. Like, it's not for no reason. They're trans meds, right? And there's two parts of what Abigail said. There's one part that normal trans people are reacting to negatively, right? Because it sounds like something they've heard before, something that they don't like, right? It sounds like a denial of trans identity. It wouldn't make much sense for Abigail to be saying that, though, if you kind of like logic it out. So obviously that's not what she's saying, and we've gone over a little bit of what she was actually saying in the video, in her I emailed my doctor 133 times video. It's just not my coffee talking. Oh my god, thank you Zara. Wow, you're a lifesaver. Amazing. There it is. Okay, so we've also got an article written by Abigail that kind of hopefully is going to shed some light on what she actually meant, right? Because she definitely didn't mean to say that you're not heckin' valid. That's how a lot of people took it, though, right? Let's take a look. What am I talking about? What am I even talking about? All right, we'll start off with the tweet. You saw Zara on Twitter earlier, and it's nice to see Zara in real life. Yeah, me too. I agree. I agree. It's awesome to see Zara in real life in chat, nonetheless, right? So yeah, that's what we're talking about. This is the, I must like want to blow this up or so. No, because if I blow it up, it'll be off screen. The tweet goes, probably because, okay, so wait, no, it's a response. It's a response. All right, so BMJ wrote, when it comes to gender dysphoria, there has been little constructive dialogue, writes Cameron Abbasi in this week's Editor's Choice. Can a better appreciation of the evidence as well as the limits of medicine improve the debate and practice in the area? Right, so this is a British medical journal right here, right? So Abigail responds, probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have been since disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact we want to is enough. Okay, so two parts to this, right? Now this is the part that a lot of people are upset about, right? Gender dysphoria was made up. Right? So people who feel out of whack with their body or how they're treated, or, you know, like their perceived gender in society, don't want to hear that gender dysphoria is made up. Because that's the only name they have for that feeling, that feeling of discordance, right? That's the only name that we really have. Like, people haven't come up with other ways of looking at this, right? At least they're not like commonly known, right? So when you say gender dysphoria was made up, are you saying that I'm making up my gender dysphoria? Is Abigail Thorne making up her gender dysphoria? Are we all just a bunch of fakers? Because that's what Matt Walsh wants to say. That's what a lot of transphobes want to say, right? Is that what Abigail's saying? Doesn't really make sense for a trans woman to be saying that, right? She's a trans woman. This isn't 4chan or the Fruit Farms or any other sussy baka type venue, right? This is SpreadTube. This is Philosophy Tube. Doesn't really make sense for Abigail to be saying what some people think that Abigail is saying, right? So we looked at her video. I emailed my doctor 133 times last time I streamed. And she unfolds this idea. And what she's saying is that gender dysphoria as a diagnostic criteria, right, was made up by a bunch of cis doctors and is being used to gatekeep trans people from the medical care that we need. So what Abigail actually wants is for this no longer to be like a bar that we have to cross, a hurdle that we have to jump, right? Abigail thinks that, and here's the second part, the fact that we want to transition is enough. So that's what she's really saying. And I think that most people agree with that. Now, there are some people out there, there are some trans people who really don't agree with this. The fact that we want to is enough. But what if I want to be special? What if I want a diagnosis? What if I want to be told by my doctor that there's something wrong with me, right? What if I'm okay with taking the hit of like calling my gender identity a pathology if what it gets me is legitimacy? And moreover, what if it gives me legitimacy over other trans people, right? What if I'm special? What if some of the rest of these trans people, maybe they are kind of making it up. Maybe they are kind of like, you know, playing fast and loose with the gender facts, as it were. But I've been through all these tests, all these doctors. I've got the certificate. I want to be special. That's a transmed, right? That's a transmed. That's also True Scums, right? That these are some sussy bakas in the trans community, who's like, they kind of build up their own legitimacy. They kind of make themselves feel more okay based on putting down other trans people, and the trans community at large does not like that. But like I said, this tweet has become a field day for them because now they can combine this, which a lot of people don't like, sounds bad, sounds like something hateful, sounds like something invalidating, right? With this part, and say that if you want this kind of validation, you know, what you need to do is accept that the fact that you want to is not enough. Accept that the medical gatekeeping means something, and accept that some trans people aren't real. So this is a toxic, jagged pill of trans self-hate that we're being asked to swallow right here, right? And this is the problem I have with Abigail's critics. Also, but because of the fact that, you know, they're using confusion over this to Trojan horse the fact that you want to is not enough into the discourse, right? And that's an unpopular take. But if you give the people this binary where you say, like, well, do you want to think that gender dysphoria is not real? I mean, a lot of people's first reaction is like, wait, no, like that's the thing that, you know, that's the thing that I feel. That's the impetus for me wanting to transition. But here's the problem, right? And Sophie from Mars kind of went over this aspect too. Not all trans people feel gender dysphoria. Yeah? Being trans is about your identity, and your identity doesn't come from gender dysphoria, right? So there are trans people who don't feel gender dysphoria. And there are also, you know, in Sophie's tweet, cis people maybe who do, and I think also in Abigail's video, cis people who do feel something akin to gender dysphoria, who don't want to transition, don't identify as trans, don't want to, right? So they feel the gender dysphoria, but they don't want to transition, right? So in other words, that's where Abigail's like weird champ you know, tweet about the combustible bodies and phlogiston comes from. Like, as we explored last time, phlogiston is what they used to think was in combustible material. They thought there was a substance that made combustible material combustible, like a single substance, like anything, like if it's not combustible, there's no phlogiston. If it is combustible, there's some phlogiston, right? And the theory went that like there's a substance in there, it probably has some weight, so when we burn something, we would expect to see the weight go down, 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 down. When that's actually put to the test experimentally, we don't see that. We see concomitant weight gain, which completely blows this phlogiston theory out of the water. So phlogiston was a theory. It made sense to a lot of people. It's a possible mechanism of how, you know, combustion could work. But once we learned more about it and found that the evidence that we had wasn't consistent with that theory, we tossed it to the side. So what Abigail is saying is that this concept of gender dysphoria, as put forward by cis doctors, and especially as a basis for, you know, who's trans and who's not, who gets treatment and who doesn't, is a bunch of bullshit, right? Come up with a better theory, is what Abigail is saying. But yeah, you're not going to hear that from the critics, right? What's up, Cryptid Mage? I asked Polly earlier, is it possible for you not to be dysphoria, not to be dysphoric enough to meet the criteria, which, I mean, like, I'm, yeah, sorry if you were misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to get what somebody's saying, especially in chat, because there's a lot going on. What's up, Tiffany? Good to see you. Olivia. I don't think that health coverage should be relying on dysphoria either. To come right after the effective altruism video, where she condemned rich charity people who break healthcare for theory as she holds... Oh my god, I never saw the end of that video. I did watch the first, I don't know, hour or so, 45 minutes of that video, but yeah, I didn't know that's where it went. Break healthcare for theory as she holds a help trans charity as she breaks healthcare. Wait, you think that what she said is breaking healthcare? So that's the other thing that people think. They think that we need this gender dysphoria diagnosis. In other words, they think that we need our existence to be considered a pathology in order to get treatment. That's a jagged pill to swallow. She's literally doing effective altruism. So oh my gosh. Let me see if I can summarize. I don't want to go on a tangent like I always do, but effective altruism, the idea is that there's altruism, you know, being altruistic, wanting to, you know, caring about other people, right? And then effective altruism is saying that, like, you can't just, like, care about other people and do stuff for them, right? You gotta figure out, you've got a limited amount of what you can do, a limited amount of resources, a limited amount of money you can give or whatever. You know, you gotta channel that to the best, most effective, you know, place available. So there might be like a homeless person standing right in front of you, right? And this is something that Abigail mentions. But if you're an effective altruist, maybe you think that your money goes better given to a charity, which is going to go and determine who's the most worthy homeless person, or where's the money like the most effective, right? Rather than like taking care of the problem that's right in front of your face, right? It's going to cross boundaries such as distance, and you know, proximity and you knowing about something or not, and it's gonna, you know, almost like scientifically analyze like what's gonna bring the most happiness or alleviate the most unhappiness. It's a very like utilitarian kind of concept, and as Abigail says, it is the ethics of a lot of the wealthy, including what's his name, the crypto dude that got exposed. Oh my god, there's so much chat here. And yes, some annoying people came out of the woodwork to hate on her. Yeah, and there's a reason for that. They're not just attacking. Well, I mean, okay, there might be some people that just like hate her guts, and like that I'll talk about that a little bit too, right? Why do people hate Abigail? I have some theories on that, right? But a lot of the people attacking Abigail aren't as much haters of her as the idea of what she's saying. She wants us to get beyond this concept of you are fucked up, you know, and therefore you get this medical care to be unfucked up. That's medical model thinking, rather than society is fucked up, and so we're going to do something different with society to fix things. In other words, we're going to knock down those barriers and make this stuff accessible, right? So that's the medical versus the social model. That's a model of disability. But Abigail here is applying it to the concept of gender and, you know, transgender care, right? Wait, explain that, Olivia. She's literally doing effective altruism here? She doesn't like the stigma of a diagnosis as a wealthy socialite. Wait, so you're saying that thinking that we can get beyond the pathology, right? Thinking that so she's thinking about dignity is what you're saying, when what she should be thinking about is more practical concerns. Do you really think that this is gonna like jeopardize people's healthcare? Like trans people talking about the construct of gender dysphoria as being reductive and incomplete and trying to come up with something better. Do you think that's a threat to your healthcare? I wonder if the model had decided that people may not meet the criteria, i.e. not bad enough. Oh, okay, so that's what you were... Okay, Zara had an explanation for dysphoria isn't a requirement for being trans. Oh yeah, okay, so that might have been the confusion, right? Because some people legitimate, like, I mean, this is oh yeah, and that now we're getting into the fact, right? Do you feel the like sort of heady nature of this discussion, right? Most people don't know what dysphoria is. They don't know that it's being used as a diagnostic criteria. They don't understand the concept that this is a term applied to the trans community rather than a term that the trans community has applied to ourselves, right? That starts to sound like a college lecture. Do I sound like, you know, I'm giving a lecture? Well, there's somebody who really doesn't like us to sound like we're giving a lecture, and that's Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu tweeted about this, and really, like, I think she's taken the tweets down. At least one of the tweets got taken down, right? Yeah, Brianna got massively, just a lot of hate from what she was saying, but she was basically saying that trans people are not effectively advocating for ourselves and that we get bogged down in medical terminology. And so for the trans community to have this discourse, right, is going to be confusing to the normies out there. And what we need is a simple message to get us, you know, the rights that we deserve, right? So that was Brianna's take. We will get into that. There's so much to get into, isn't there? A lot of gender-affirming care is already not covered, and conservatives outlaw gender-affirming care. Well, now, so Olivia brought up that Abigail has a degree of privilege that most people in Britain don't, right? And the video I emailed my doctor 133 times speaks to that, right? Speaks to what's the wrong with British healthcare, and in particular with trans healthcare in the UK. And for somebody like Abigail, I am giving a college lecture. God damn it. I'm trying to simplify this though, as much as I can, right? Because I know we have like limited time and limited attention spans and all the rest, right? But British healthcare there's two different tracks that you can pursue in British healthcare. Simply put, there's the public track, right? If you are trying to get it covered as it should be, this is needed healthcare and it should be covered by the government, and they will theoretically cover it if you got like 7 years to wait, right? If you want to wade through all the red tape, wait the required time and go through all the fuckery, or if you have money like Abigail, you can go to a private doctor, and you're still dealing with a lot of BS. You're still being waylaid and slowed down and gatekept and all the rest, but it's not nearly as bad as what you experience trying to go through that publicly, right? Planned Parenthood doesn't require dysphoria, insurance does. Yeah, but here's what I'm missing. For those of you that are concerned that Abigail's take is going to negatively impact your ability to get healthcare via a diagnosis like gender identity. Actually, is that how it's coded anymore? Gender identity disorder was the code that they would use to prescribe you medicine like that. I don't know if it's changed or anything, or if it's like called something different now. But the idea being that Abigail questioning the basis, the medical coding, basis for our healthcare, like that if a doctor, somebody, responsible for, not a doctor, but people who make the decision for what counts as what, see this and they say, trans people themselves say there is no gender dysphoria. Well, I guess then there is no basis for covering this, right? And it could be withdrawn based on that. I understand your fear. I also want to speak to the fact that as trans people, we're a marginalized community. And if you look at almost any marginalized community, you have a strain of conservatism within that marginalized community. Now, that might sound strange, right? Because conservatism, one of the things that it conserves is privilege. One of the things that it conserves is hierarchy. So why would marginalized people want to get behind an ideology like that? And there's a reason, because as marginalized people, it's easy for us to imagine losing what we have, and we have so little, and we are so barely getting by that losing what we have becomes this existential threat for us. And as such, you do have trans people embodying kind of a conservative ethos here, in terms of hey, don't risk what we've got. That's not, I get what you want to see as a brighter tomorrow where trans people are not pathologized, but you're putting the little bit that I have to be okay, you're putting that at risk, and I don't appreciate that, right? And you see that from almost every marginalized community, right? And that's where that comes from. That's where, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense for marginalized people to be conservative. But yeah, this is a form of conservatism, and I don't think that any of you in chat are conservative. That's not what I'm saying, okay? I'm not accusing you of being conservative. But I will say that, these thought patterns at a greater scale give us trans medicalists, right? If that makes sense, please try to understand that I'm not conflating anybody in chat with anything like that. I don't think we have any trans meds in chat. That's kind of where this sort of thing can go, right? And so I think it's important for us to get a handle on this discourse and to understand what Abigail is saying, what the possible risks are. Right, is there a risk? with trans people talking about the issues with the category error, as Abigail says, of gender dysphoria, and you know, like, what can we reasonably expect? Sam Bankman, thank you for helping me out with that. Yeah, Sam Bankman was the crypto guy that Abigail mentioned in her video with Finster, which we haven't watched that yet either. God, I mean, I feel like, look here. Okay, so I told you I would tell you about why I think that people hate Abigail. Here's my theory, okay? Abigail is an actress. Yeah. Abigail is a successful YouTuber, doing pretty well for herself, you know, living in a, you know, very expensive city, doing a career that many of us dream about, right? And Abigail is aware of this. And the way that she handles that awareness is to present in a very Contra-esque sort of way, like a parody of that person, right? So you'll notice that when Abigail talks, there's like some grandiosity. There's some theatrical aspect in everything that she does. I think that in her mind, that is making fun of the, I'm an actress. But when some people see it, they're like, you are up your own ass so hard. And I will admit that I kind of fell into this, you know, pattern of like thinking that maybe Abigail's kind of up her own butt to some extent, right? After looking at more of her content, I've kind of seen what's going on, and I no longer feel that way. I mean, like, yeah, like it grates on me in the same way that it grates on some of you. This, you know, definitely like a lot of trans people, right? But it caused me like not to engage with her content, right? That and the fact that like some of her video essays like just were boring and, you know, right? Were not my cup of tea, right? And I expected that the rest of them would be the same way. So I checked out. I stopped watching Abigail's videos, and I stopped really paying attention to what Abigail was saying. But now I'm seeing that there are things that I want to and need to engage with Abigail, and having been exposed to her a little bit more, I don't think that she's as up her own ass as I thought. She's definitely got privilege, and you know, with that is going to come naturally a certain degree of insulation from some of the stuff that those of us without that kind of privilege undergo, right? But you know, it's like, I mean, that's to be expected, and it can be overcome. My question is, where would trans people get in transition if it's completely demedicalized? Well, do you think that Abigail has the power to do that? Right? Or do you think that's what she's asking for? The answer is beauty. So, okay, so that's the argument that without a medicalization, this becomes something on par with like cosmetic surgery, which isn't covered generally, is considered an elective procedure. There are some exceptions to this though, right? Like, and oh my God, I'm trying to remember who made this comment, but like cleft palate, for instance, right, is can be remedied by plastic surgery, and this is something that is, you know, that does actually get paid for. But yeah, it opens up a wider discussion, for sure, as far as you know, how we think about. Oh my God, Erica, thank you for the follow. Meow. In terms of how we think of trans healthcare, how we think of medical care in general, and how we think of disability, right? These things are, especially like the way that medical care is run, you know, in the United States for sure, and in Britain to a certain extent, you know, it's problematic, and it needs to be changed. But I get the fear of losing what we have in trying to get something better, and I get the fear of somebody with privilege that isn't subject to the same precarity that the rest of us are, maybe pushing us in a direction that you know, that she doesn't have the skin in the game, that like the rest of us do. So I totally understand that. What wasn't there a tweet where she said she didn't understand what hard R means? Abigail or Brianna? I wonder if the discourse had come from thinking dysphoria was required. I mean, that is, yeah, the traditional way that it's been. In fact, if you go back in time, you know, it was trans people were put through a gauntlet in order to achieve medical care. And yeah, she talked about that in the, I almost want to watch that again. The diagnosis is gender dysphoria. Okay, so they changed it from GID to being gender dysphoria. I had to wait a long time to get my Asperger's syndrome diagnosis. Waited like 3 years and assessments. I think dysphoria was DSM. In the DSM, same as autism, also in the DSM. So gender dysphoria was seen like a mental health care diagnosis. Health insurance companies are evil, but that's a completely separate point. I expect that there are people who claim or are trans but didn't make it through the diagnosis criteria, so maybe they were getting angry about the dysphoria thing as if it's gatekeeping them out. I mean, no, I mean, this is documented. It definitely does. It definitely keeps like trans people from getting medical care. And you looking back, it was you know, there was more people suffering with not being able to get their care addressed because they weren't thought to. And like, look, like this is an ephemeral thing that we're talking about. Like, what is gender dysphoria? Like, right? So JBSMB brought this up earlier. Like the like what is exactly is the bar? Like, right? What is dysphoric enough? Right? That was what cis doctors were trying to measure, right? In their millions of inventories and you know, overly personal questions. They were trying to, but they were looking at it from a position where, like, I mean, it should be obvious that a cis person is going to have trouble understanding a phenomenon that they don't experience at all. And like Abigail said, the weight is on them to deny certain people, almost to push back on the idea that they're just giving out these meds like candy, that it's just like that there's something you know, unmedical about the way that like there's a, you know, that gatekeeping function. They have to sell it. Oh no, we're really gatekeeping, right? A person came asking for, you know, treatment earlier today, and I denied them because of this, this, and this, and they had this comorbidity, and they had this, you know, that seemed out of line of what I think that a trans person should be. And their vision of a trans person at the start of all this was like almost a trad wife. A heterosexual trad wife was the only sort of presentation that got you, you know, what you needed as far as medical care. Old people sometimes need eye lifts because their eyelids get so droopy that they can't see. I feel like it plays, she plays different characters even when she's playing herself, but her videos are more like a performance than her talking casually to friends. Right, yeah, and I don't know, what do you think? Jules, do you watch Abigail's lives on Philosophy Tube Live? Because I feel like that's I don't know if we're getting closer to who Abigail is there, or if there's still a certain amount of performance, you know, going on there, or what. All right, so that's the original tweet. We're gonna take a look at this article. All right, I'm gonna blow this up so that hopefully you'll be able to look along with me. I was talking actually to some of my mods today about how best to handle these articles. because I know that it's easy to kind of zone out, and like I tend to like to read the article all the way through before engaging with chat. And I'm trying not to like make people's eyes glaze over. Like there is some important information contained in the written word still to this day. But I also am aware that like, it's kind of harder to pay attention to something like that for people if it's just me like dry reading an article like this. Oh my God, did I just lose my Yeah, wow. It's weird how it cuts off like that. Anyway, so this is an article by Abigail. It is on trans rights with a W, WRITES. Okay, so this is an essay commissioned from actress and philosophy tube creator Abigail Thorne. And actually, look, here's the deal. Okay, like I don't like to stop during reading an article because I lose my place. But I feel like I'll just keep up with that because I know people are going to have some thoughts on this. And so continue to comment on YouTube chat and in Twitch chat. Destiny really knows how to make things worse. Oh my God, Destiny called her a trender. Yeah, that's where this is going. Called Philosophy Tube a trender. That's making me wonder, do we need to have like a YouTube only need to have like a YouTube only stream at some point to go over the Destiny stuff? Because it's relevant again. I've like kind of ignored Destiny since the whole Keffels thing. I got my fill, more than my fill, of Destiny and his orbiters, but unfortunately he seems to be relevant again. Sometimes I watch her live. I feel like there's a small element of performance. She's pretty clear that she wants to keep her personal and professional life separate. Makes sense. Brianna didn't know. Brianna had the widest take on the N-word with a hard R too. Wait, recently? I've got the tweets and the response from Left at London of Brianna when it comes to her saying that trans people aren't doing a good job of advocating for ourselves. But I hadn't heard about the N-word discourse. You should keep ignoring, just my opinion. Okay, so here we go. There's a movement. Wait, let me drink water, because that's a good thing. I would watch a YouTube only stream. Yeah. I mean, that's what it'll have to be. I don't know though. Here's what I'm frustrated by. I feel like everyone, not everyone, but a lot of streamers on this platform watch Destiny and they don't even like worry about it, right? I feel like there are a lot of hostile eyes on me at all times. In fact, I've gotten confirmation of this, right, from certain places, that there's a lot of sussy bakas watching me that would love to have a reason to report my channel, and so that's why I just don't mess with banned figures. Right, I don't watch videos of banned figures, but I feel like I'm like the only one, and I don't even know if Twitch cares anymore. I would ask them. But I feel like I'd be dry snitching the people that are already watching this stuff without any concern. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I just want them to clarify and just say, can we do this? Is it okay? Because I know that the spirit of that rule is that they don't want, like, let's say, somebody gets banned and then their friend brings them on stream, right? In order to like kind of evade the ban. Okay, well, your channel's banned, but you can go on your friend's stream, and Twitch says, no, you can't go on your friend's stream. That's still you being on Twitch, and we banned you, and we want you to stay banned. So I think that's the main thing that they're trying to prevent. Also, I guess like same thing could happen if let's say somebody got banned, started streaming on YouTube, and then their friend just reacted to their YouTube streams, right? Then now you're showing the banned streamer's stream on Twitch. But when it comes to like, when it comes to like, content that just like kind of contains this person, I don't know. It feels like that's not like if I were to watch Destiny, it would definitely not be to platform him, to bring him onto the platform. I don't think it has the same effect as like Destiny's friend, like, you know, watching all of his stuff and Destiny having a de facto presence on Twitch. Okay, so there's a moment in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar where Decius comes to Caesar's house and summons him before the Senate, only for Caesar to refuse the call. Shocked, Decius, is it Decius or Decius? I don't ever know with Latin. Decius says, "Most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so." Caesar replies, "The cause is my will. I will not go." All right, I'm acting like an actress here. It's a revealing moment for Caesar's character, and I think it also reveals something about the nature of political freedom. I have freedom of movement within my country. That means if I want to go to Bristol, for example, I don't need permission. If someone stops me and asks me why I'm going, I don't have to tell them. I don't even need a reason. I can go on a whim. It may be that my car won't start. In that case, I am not free in a practical sense, but to have legal and social freedom of movement means I am not accountable to anyone else when I attempt to move. To have this kind of freedom places limits on what the authorities may demand of us. No wonder Caesar ruffles so many feathers when he refuses the summons. He puts himself above Rome. So she's starting off comparing this to freedom of movement that, like, you know, is a thing that I guess most of the readers have, right? There's, you know, exceptions to that if you're, you know, on parole or something like that. Hey, what's up, Nabil? Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. So for anybody just joining us, we are going over Abigail's article in Trans Rights, that's rights with a WRITES, right? That supposedly delves further into her position on gender dysphoria as a made up thing, right? And this is what's really ruffled some feathers on Twitter, more than just like the trans meds and, you know, conservatrans people and true scum, right? Their feathers were going to be ruffled regardless, right? Because the point of what Abigail was saying is that we should just us saying that, you know, we're trans, just us saying that we want to transition should be enough. And to those people, they need something to hold themselves above the rabble of the rest of us trans people who they're not so sure about, right? So, you know, those feathers were going to get ruffled, but we've got some other people that aren't trans meds, that aren't, you know, by any means like, you know, true scum or anything else, that are just like, you know, it sounds like you're denying my gender dysphoria, which, you know, for people that have the dysphoria, not all trans people, remember, have gender dysphoria. That's you know, it's like saying that it sounds like Abigail's saying to those people you're faking, right? And, you know, that sounds like some Matt Walsh shit right there. Obviously not what Abigail is saying, but, you know, some people took it as that. So anyway, we might apply this lens to a sexual context. If someone refuses to have sex with a potential partner, they don't need a reason beyond the fact that they just don't want to. Our body autonomy, a pregnant person seeking an abortion, shouldn't need a reason. They don't want to be pregnant anymore, and that's that. Or privacy. I have nothing to hide, but I still don't want the government reading my emails. We can all be mini Caesars. The cause is our will. My Latin teacher used the hard C. Oh, in what? Cedius? Oh, Decius. He always pronounced, it's also pronounced like V. Oh, he pronounced his V's like W, so it wasn't Veni Vidi Vici, it was Weni Weedy Wiki. Yeah, I've heard that before. and some other things that sounded strange, like civitas would be kivitas, kiwitas. Wow, okay, that is different than what I've experienced or what I've heard. Trans people are already get denied healthcare under the current system, and they get denied. And they did not get denied when trans existence was even more. They did get. Oh, sorry. They did get denied when trans existence was even more stigmatized. Yeah. So, like, I mean, that is an issue, and I mean, like, you can think of that. I don't want to call it privilege, because it's. I mean, I guess it is. I don't want to get complicated and talk about like proximity to cisness or anything like that, but like, um, certain of us have an easier time convincing medical gatekeepers that we are indeed trans, right? Does that make sense? That's kind of what I was trying to say. So for some of us, like the idea that gender dysphoria is a perfectly rational metric, a diagnostic criteria to keep in place, like, right, some of us, saying that is fine is a little bit of a privilege. What about the children? What about the children indeed? Freedom of movement is like a basic principle of democracy. This is interesting because, like, you still need money for gas. Oh, okay, yeah. So she mentioned that maybe your car doesn't start, but Tiffany is saying maybe you don't have money for gas, you don't have a car, you can't afford a ticket. So it's kind of like a double metaphor. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get into the category error. I mean, I guess this is what Brianna was talking about when she was like, it sounds like a collegiate lecture rather than plain and simple language to advocate for ourselves. But here's my question, right? And this came up with during the Hogwarts legacy debate too. Is there a way for us to talk amongst ourselves? I get that there kind of isn't. Like, right, if you're talking on Twitter, even if all your followers are trans, even if everybody you interact with is trans, there's a good chance that what you say will get beyond that circle. It's gonna be seen by cis people. So, you don't really have like a way outside of, I don't know, like a group chat or something like that. You definitely don't have a public way of discussing something within the trans community. So because of that, should we think of all our speech as having two audiences? So in other words, can we not have a conversation amongst ourselves that is not the forward-facing rhetoric that we're using to talk to cis people, right? And that was the Hogwarts legacy thing, right? Like the Jessie, Gender, and other people felt like amongst trans people and trans allies, the discussion of what's wrong with the game, what's wrong with J.K. Rowling, and why we might not want to be adding to her clout, adding to her influence by playing the game, is what we're after. But because of the fact that other people who aren't in the trans community can still see this discourse and might apply it to people that it's not being presented to, right? So Jessie Gender wasn't like asking for a boycott or, saying that anybody who plays the game is like the worst piece of garbage in the entire world. It's easy to imagine somebody that just does not know like what might be wrong with the game, and Jessie's not casting aspersions on them. It's more of an issue of like, you got people that say, I'm a trans ally, I am here for you, I want to help trans people, I want to be on your side, and then at the same time they're like, oh, but I really want to play the Hogwarts Legacy game, right? So yeah, trans people were accused from having that discussion amongst trans people and our allies of trying to dictate a kind of moral purity to society at large, and that wasn't really what was happening. But because of the open nature of communication, that's how it was portrayed. Transphobes love to invade our spaces for nefarious purposes and then project that we are the same when we're project that we are the same when we're using a toilet. From my experience, there will always be eyes on the discussion from people not part of the group. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much undeniable, scientists. I think you're right there. Offline is a possibility. Yeah, but I mean, like, should we have to keep those discussions offline? Should we have to keep those, or like, even maybe not offline, but like in group chats? Like, do we need to keep those discussions in places where at least ostensibly they're not going to be public? They're just public to a smaller trans or trans and trans ally kind of audience. It's similar thing as one tweet means the entire left thinks this. Yeah. And I mean, that's what's disturbing about the discourse here, is that people are trying to, shut Abigail's ideas down as being dangerous. Like, that's a lot of the response that we're getting, isn't just like, I disagree, I think you're wrong, but like, you're putting us all at risk. Okay, so I think we can apply it to transition also. Earlier this year, I spoke outside Downing Street at a rally condemning the government's exclusion of trans people from the proposed ban on conversion therapy. I said, "My body does not belong to the state. It does not belong to my parents." That's a spicy one for some people. "It does not belong to God. It belongs to me." In a happy coincidence, I was wearing earrings shaped like laurel wreaths. Oh, I see, from the Caesar thing. However, our efforts to center bodily autonomy in stories of transition are stymied by the concept of gender dysphoria. I think we would benefit from moving beyond this concept. I think it's outdated, deeply harmful, and rooted in a philosophical mistake. So here we go with the category error. We're finally going to get to this. Those of you who are curious, what does that mean? Because a lot of people have been talking about category errors here. Philosopher Gilbert Ryle tells a story about a man who goes to Oxford and sees the colleges and the students and the library, and then asks, "Yes, but where's the university? You must show me that." He has made what philosophers call a category error. Well, these things are like hyperlinked too. What is this, like to Wikipedia or something? Yeah, Wikipedia, concept of mind, category mistakes. Gilbert Ryle's probably also, no, that's the plato.stanford.edu. So Stanford's maybe like a philosophical glossary run by Stanford. Let's take a really quick look, if you don't mind, at category error. Okay, so the concept of mind, written by Gilbert Ryle, 1949, in which the author argues that mind is a philosophical illusion hailing chiefly from René Descartes and sustained by logical errors and category mistakes, which have become habitual. So he's talking about the ghost and machine, as in like body-mind duality. Wait, isn't that the same thing? They have it in two different paragraphs here. Category mistakes. All right. As a linguistic philosopher, a significant portion of Ryle's argument is devoted to analyzing what he perceives as philosophical errors based in conceptual use of language. His critique of Cartesian dualism, God, it is becoming a lecture, isn't it? His critique of Cartesian dualism refers to it as a category mistake. So this is category error that she's talking about. Category mistakes, such as the one Ryles points out, are made by people who do not know how to properly wield the concepts with which they are working. Their puzzles arise from the inability to use certain items of human language. A much cited example is a foreign visitor being shown around Oxford, which has no campus. And after having been shown the colleges, libraries, laboratories, playing fields, asks in puzzlement, "But where is the university?" The answer is, of course, all of these. So the university is all of these places, but this is theoretically interesting. The theoretically interesting category mistakes are those made by people who are perfectly competent to apply concepts, at least in a situation with which they are familiar. So that person didn't understand the concept of university, right? But are still liable in their abstract thinking to relocate these concepts to logical types, to which they do not belong. So that's what he's accusing Descartes of doing, and like looking at the mind as being an abstract concept that just doesn't have like a reality. Like, where is your mind? To quote a famous song from the 90s, where is my mind? The dualist doctrine establishes a polar opposite between mind and body, and at the language level, the mental properties are logical negations in the Aristotelian sense of the physical properties. So they belong in accordance with the concept of category to the same logical types, given that the expressions that are used for the descriptions of mental events are always mere negatives of expressions used for the description of material events. Ryle then says that such use implies a categorical mistake for the description of mental events that do not properly belong to the categories used to describe corporeal events. Hence, mind and matter cannot be polar opposites that dualism suggests. Ryle writes that this would be comparable to claiming she came home in a flood of tears, and she came home in a sedan chair. From the sentence, Miss Bolo came home in a flood of tears and a sedan chair. A zeugmatic sentence. Zeugmatic? Zeugma and solipsis are figures of speech in which a single phrase or word joins different parts of the sentence. To be polar opposites. Such mistakes are, from the Rylean standpoint, the dogma of the mental ghost in the corporeal machine. That's the Descartes. That's the Cartesian mind-body dualism that they're talking about there. Then dualist doctrines are mythic in an analytical sense. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? I think that's the song that you're referring to. If your allies don't listen to you, we need to stop calling them allies. The barrier for entry is too low sometimes. If at every step they stop you or trip, but then call themselves allies, oh, trip you. The double-edged sword for sure at your job. I hope that your coworkers will see you're awesome and stop bullying. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm responding to a conversation within chat, and I need to figure out where my head is at. Ryle built his work. Ryle builds on the work of philosophers Wittgenstein and Schopenhauer, among others. According to Brian McGee, the central thesis of the concept of mind and the essentials. Its subsidiary theses were derived. The essentials of its subsidiary theses were derived from Schopenhauer, whose work Ryle had read as a student, then largely forgotten. Ryle, so he forgot that he read that. He forgot that this was a wheel that had already been somewhat invented, I guess. Ryle, who believed that he had expounded on an original theory, did not realize what he had done until somehow someone pointed it out to him after the book was published. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's my, I made a category error there. There's a German TV hostess that made Zoogmatic sentences her trademark. Wait, in what is the word for train? No, it's not. It's like Zug. Sophistry is her issue. Wait, Abigail's? She needed Descartes to debate Freud. Philosophical rhetoric used to debate a psychological concept is itself a category error. Her effective altruism is a category error and the ultimate irony. Olivia, I really hope you keep on I want to know where you're getting the that this discourse is an example of effective altruism. I think that's what Olivia's arguing. I'm curious about this. That this current discourse on dysphoria is an example of effective altruism, which she rails against in her most recent video with Finster, with friend of the VOD, Finster. Chat, would you like me to talk to Finster? I feel like we should talk to Finster. I feel like we've talked about Finster enough, and I think it's time to talk to Finster. Anyway, just a thought. You know, I'm thinking about who to have on Bird Brains next, right? Finster would be cool to talk to, and I love interviewing people. I think it would just be an interview of Finster, actually. Okay, so wait. We got, yeah, he thinks, okay, so we're talking about the category error, the example being, like, where's the university? He's been shown the colleges, he's been shown the laboratories, he's been shown the library, but he doesn't understand where the university is. And he thinks, yeah, that it's a, he's categorizing, like, I guess, like, the conceptual umbrella term that enfolds colleges, libraries, and laboratories as being another place, right? Like that there's, you know, a university, like what would it's making me think of like the student union or something as the university. But anyway, that's obviously not how it works. In the years of denial before I realized I was trans, I often thought I am jealous of women, especially trans women. I wish I had features X, Y, and Z, and I'm sad that I do not. So sad that I often wish I was unalive, but I do not have dysphoria. In hindsight, this was a category error. Those feelings, jealousy, sadness, wishing, were dysphoria. Now, she puts that in quotes, right? Because, you know, famously, you know, she doesn't like this term. She you know, thinks it's a construction of you know, cis doctors looking at trans people and trying to describe you know, what they're observing. Finster would be cool to talk to. Thank you for the follow, Moxie D. Meow. I think gender experience is unfathomable, and we need a holistic. Oh, I love pronouncing it with an holistic approach. See, that's more British of me to say it that way. An holistic approach that includes philosophy, biochemistry, and psychology. The thing about this is that every time I talk to trans people about dysphoria, everyone understands that dysphoria is a spectrum and that cis people can get dysphoria. So I feel there's some misunderstandings here. Well, here's what I think. I feel like that it's a proposed mechanism, it's a proposed concept, and it's a proposed diagnostic criteria is the word I'm looking for, right? And that although it seems to make sense on a superficial level, when we actually kind of take it for a test drive, we find that it doesn't quite work, i.e. what Tiffany was just talking about like cis people who experience gender dysphoria and, you know, obviously trans people. There are trans people that do not experience gender dysphoria and very much don't like the idea of their identity being undermined by the fact that they don't meet this kind of arbitrary diagnostic criteria. So while there might be some association between being trans and gender dysphoria, the one-to-one relationship implied by making this the diagnostic criteria is at the very least problematic. Oh my God, I'm doing the professor thing. I'm sorry, chat. Brianna Wu's gonna eat my lunch. She's going to eat my lunch for breakfast. I don't know. The current definition of gender dysphoria, cis people cannot get it. A cis person cannot be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, right? Even though, as Abigail pointed out, there's instances where, cis people experience something that it's basically identical, but it's not in the sense that they feel uncomfortable in their assigned gender. It's that they feel like, something about them doesn't resonate in the way that they want it to with their identity as, a cis man or cis woman or what have you, right? You want Finster. You want Finster. Chat wants Finster. You heard it here first, right? YouTube chat wants Finster. I just quote retweeted Brianna Wu's tweet. Nice. Do you want me to look at it, Zara? My girl living her best life. Y'all were talking about it so much I had to go look. Oh, that happens sometimes. Okay, so where were we? With this in mind, I have some question. Suppose a cis woman goes through menopause, wakes up one morning and thinks, ugh, my body does not feel like my own. I feel anxious and depressed and mannish. Is that dysphoria? I have combed through forums for people experiencing menopause, and the description of the mental discomfort are strikingly similar to the ones found on trans forums. If a cis man is short or skinny or beardless and wishes he were manlier, is that dysphoria? If a cis woman has a hairy lip and thinks, I look like a man, is that dysphoria? If she gets electrolysis, breast augmentation surgery, and a Brazilian butt lift, or a rhinoplasty, I want to know, why did they start calling it what? Anyway, sorry, I'm tangent. I'm just like wondering, like, why did the surgery originate in Brazil or something? Or a rhinoplasty, are those gender affirming procedures? I think the only sensible answer is yes, insofar as the concept of gender dysphoria makes sense at all. As an actress, there she is with that thing that people, that makes some people hate her. As an actress and writer, I know the power of using the right words. Envy, sadness, yearning are all perfectly serviceable. I'll stop. If the answer is no, then why? What is it about these feelings that makes them different when a trans person feels them? What is it about the medical interventions that makes them different when a trans person needs them? More importantly, why are those treatments so much harder to get for trans people? So, right, the concern that some people had about what Abigail was saying is that, like, if adopted by the medical establishment, in other words, if they were like, oh yeah, good point, dysphoria, gender dysphoria, that is a categorical error, let's strike it from the book, and now all your now all the treatment that we might give you is considered elective and is now something that you have to pay for out of pocket, the same as a nose job or anything else, right? But the fact of the matter is, we're not in a situation where these treatments are easier to get because you're trans. To get these treatments, you have to prove that you're trans to somebody that might, and I'm going to say, most likely does not understand the concept at all, and has, a weird arbitrary set of criteria. So, yeah, I think it's important to explore this category error, because it's at the root of the NHS's systematic transphobia. If a cis woman wants breast augmentation to correct uneven or underdeveloped breasts, she can present to her GP with significant psychological distress and be referred to a plastic surgeon, but only a specialist in a gender identity clinic. Now, this is, UK, right? Can diagnose gender dysphoria. So a cis woman who wants breast augmentation can be referred to a surgeon by her GP, but a trans woman who wants the same procedure from the same surgeon has to go to a segregated clinic and be diagnosed with this extra thing, dysphoria, first. Dysphoria just means distress felt by not transitioning. That's all. A billing code, not a pathology. GID was a pathology and isn't a pathology anymore. Right now, that's how it works in the US. Zara says it is still pathologized. It's the same across the board. A cis woman going through menopause can get HRT from her GP, but a trans woman who wants the same drugs to transition has to go to a segregated clinic. A cis woman who wants breast reduction for back pain can get a referral for her GP. A trans man has to go to a segregated clinic. I am aware, of course, that cis women seeking these interventions often find the NHS to be recalcitrant. GPs may misdiagnose, and trust may arbitrarily refuse to fund surgeries. This is consistent with the fact that trans people have to contend both with doctors not following the rules and the system being transphobic. The waiting list for gender identity clinics are years long, and many of us unalive ourselves before being seen. How's that for significant psychological distress? However, I don't think waiting times are at the root of our problem. If I'm right that dysphoria is a category error, then a separate clinical pathway for trans patients is pointless. Doctors who look for dysphoria are like the man in Oxford looking for the university. Even if waiting time for gender identity clinics is measured in minutes, why do we have to go there when cis people don't? If the NHS requires pregnant people to get diagnosed with pregnancy aversion syndrome from 2 psychiatrists before they can get an abortion, this would be widely understood as an unacceptable violation of their bodily autonomy. Again, you're seeing some difference between the UK and the US here. Pregnancy aversion syndrome is an inherently belittling, pathologizing idea. It suggests that people who want abortions need a reason outside their will. It denies them the status of human being who may the status of human beings who make their own decisions, and subtly suggests that remaining pregnant is a moral norm for which abortion is deviant. In the same way, dysphoria preserves the power of the cis gatekeepers. The root of the problem is that the NHS is segregated. Okay, so in America, we have informed consent via Planned Parenthood. You can get the script. You just have to pay for it. Not everywhere, remarks Zara. Yeah, that's that is like, you know, privilege that some of us have living in certain states rather than others. Let me. I'm almost forgetting to do this, right? And it's important, because this is an important discussion that we're having, and I want as many people as involved as possible, right? So, here is once again the Twitter thread, right? And if you could, like, retweet, and otherwise interact with that Twitter thread. Thank you, Zara, for the pin. And let me put it in YouTube chat as well. Yeah, if you haven't already, go ahead and give this thread some love. Also, if you're in the YouTube stream, make sure to hit that like button. It helps me out immeasurably. Oh my God, I'm already talking like Abigail. So this is a fundamental misunderstanding of gender dysphoria. Well, do you care to elucidate, Tiffany? And you mean you're talking about like Abigail's article, right? Or like you got to specify if it's Abigail or what Abigail's saying or something that I'm saying. The lack of availability of resources to get informed consent treatment doesn't mean it isn't informed consent. Until HRT is over the counter, it has to be this way. HRT should be free over the counter. I wish I could talk like Abigail. My voice is trash. I don't know. I feel the same way sometimes, Sarah. Especially when I'm underhydrated. But yeah, make sure to pay a visit to Twitter and boost that thread for me. It means a lot to me. Okay, so not only is dysphoria used to segregate care, it's also used to justify taking it away. Anti-trans campaigners in the UK frame their proposals as alternative treatments for gender dysphoria, pushing exploratory therapy, conversion therapy, or watch and wait, conversion therapy by default. The concept of dysphoria also plays a key role in in the arguments of the forum. There are some genuine transsexuals. Here we go with the transmed shit, right? Here we go with the sussy bakas, right? There are some genuine transsexuals, but which often precedes a call to withdraw healthcare, especially from trans children. E.g., there are some genuinely dysphoric transsexuals, but these days, kids get rushed into it by big pharma. In the USA, Florida's recent attempt to take gender-affirming care from recipients of Medicaid was justified by a report claiming that that it is ineffective at treating dysphoria. Dysphoria allows transition. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I never thought of it that way. Dysphoria, quote unquote, allows transition to be framed as just another medical need, one that might be better treated by stamping it out. It also conveniently ignores the fact that our distress is often caused by cis people's stigmatization. This is a transphobic argument, right? I have heard, I don't know if it was Matt Walsh. I feel like it was Matt Walsh. It was somebody like Matt Walsh make this argument that there are a plethora of mental health conditions, right? And that he compares the description of dysphoria, the feeling, okay, so we're locating this in the mind, we're like, right, the feeling that one is out of tune with their identity, right? He'll then say that there are no other medical conditions, that the intervention is to physically alter the self in order to alleviate the symptom. The symptom is always alleviated like with therapy or medication or what have you, right? And medication to affect the mind, right? And yeah, he'll basically argue that like trans medical care is an anathema and a deviation from any other kind of medical care. And yeah, the dysphoria framework of this is something that they use to great effect. I think that's what she's talking about, right? I would prefer to center desire and will when talking about transition. To me, transition is more than meeting a medical need, just like crossing the Rubicon was more back to Caesar again, right? More than Caesar getting his feet wet. It's taking your life in your hands and shaping it yourself. I think that's beautiful. I didn't transition to alleviate my dysphoria. I transitioned because I wanted to. Who is the state or a doctor to tell me I can't? All this talk of willpower and Roman glory might sound very individualistic, but I think centering desire in transition has a radical potential. Anti-trans campaigners don't want more effective treatment for dysphoria. They want the government to control what individuals may do with their own bodies, because the truth that trans people represent, that sex is neither binary nor immutable, oh my god, that's going to piss off some transphobes, means sexual hierarchies are malleable human constructions. In this way, we can see the anti-gender movement for the deeply patriarchal, deeply misogynistic, and fundamentally fascist crusade that it is. Why let them hide this abhorrent political ideology behind sanitized medical language? Can you pin the Twitter link on... Oh, good call. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, so there's the Twitter link on YouTube. I'm going to pin it. If you can, go visit the Twitter thread and give it some love. It would mean the world to me. Okay, so yeah, here we go. As writer Sean Fay says in her book, The Transgender Issue, trans people are emblematic of wider conceptual concerns about the autonomy of the individual in society. Their rejection of dominant, ancient, and deep-seated ideas about the connection between biological characteristics and identity causes a dilemma for the nation-state. Whether to acknowledge and give credence to an individual's assertion of their own identity in law and culture, or to mandate that the state is the final authority on identity and to assert its power over the individual by force if necessary. I know not all trans people share my feelings on this. Some believe that they need to use language that cis people expect, so they say dysphoria as a matter of realpolitik. Okay. Others say being invited to reframe their experience feels like being invalidated. I use dysphoria myself sometimes as shorthand for I feel sad about the distance between what I want and what I have. It must be acknowledged that dysphoric is at least better than autogynephilic or degenerate. Now, like, unfortunately, that word, like I mentioned transmeds earlier, they're not the only offenders, right? So there's transmedicalism, which is, you know, the thought that some of us are, you know, more valid, and you know, like the medical gatekeeping serves as a separation bar. You know, the people that want to call themselves a transsexual as opposed to transgender, which is common. If you're, you know, transsexual, it implies that you've gotten, you know, sort of medically certified to be trans rather than, you know, transgender, which, you know, anyone can call themselves, right? Right. So like there's like transmedicalism, and then there's neo-Blanchardianism, right? Blanchard is was a cis doctor, probably one of the cis doctors that Abigail was speaking about in her tweet, right? And you know, he had, well, almost like a more extreme version. So like, right, Abigail has an issue with cis doctors coming up with this criteria called dysphoria, gender dysphoria, and setting it as a diagnostic criteria, right? Without really, and you know, in her mind, this is a category error. Like you've set a category error as the diagnostic criteria. It's really, you know, problematic, right? The Blanchard himself, like Ray Blanchard, a doctor who studied mostly trans women. I haven't heard Blanchard speak very much about trans guys, but you know, he was kind of preoccupied. Some would say a little bit preoccupied with trans women. He came up with a framework that classified us as either autogynephilic, right, or HSTS, homosexual, transsexual, right? And this was based on your sexual proclivities. If you were interested in men, you were considered HSTS, right? So what he's saying is that you are a gay man who wishes to alleviate the taboo against gay men in society by presenting as female, right? You're still, in Blanchard's eyes, you're not, you know, you're not a woman, like, right? He doesn't, you know, validate trans people in that sense, right? Or worse, autogynephilic, which is literally Blanchard's weird champ of weird champs of theories, right? That proposes that trans lesbians aren't really attracted to women per se, but are attracted to themselves as a woman, right? Yeah. So that one has a huge pejorative on it. And the Neo-Blanchardians generally accept this classification with some modifications that I've noticed. And they present a hierarchy of trans people from valid to less valid, based on whether you're HSTS or AGP, right? And I actually knew somebody who I didn't realize it at the time, but she was a Neo-Blanchardian, right? She was always talking shit about other trans women, and she she like bought into this stuff, right? And I think that the reason that she did that was that if she accepted the most dehumanizing framework that she could find, right? Just like if a religious person accepts the most extreme and judgmental version of the religion that they practice, that she's not going to be in the situation where somebody's going to be able to come and dehumanize her. She's not going to be in the situation where somebody's going to be able to make her feel as upset as they could if she goes ahead and accepts this dehumanizing framework. She's like, I'm going to dehumanize myself preemptively and thereby avoid the like gutting feeling of having somebody else dehumanize you. So I think that's what it's about. Like, just based on that one anecdote that I've experienced. I haven't really talked to other Neo-Blanchardians as on the level of detail as I did with her, but I think that's where it came from, right? Centering the desire to transition centers our agency as human beings. It puts cisnormative systems of government and administration on the back foot, demanding that they justify the things they put us through. The cause is my will. Okay, so remember, Brianna Wu's contention was that people like Abigail are codifying our language and describing ourselves in a way that's not accessible to the masses, right? In a way that, like, you got to be Twitter brained, you got to be, discourse brained. You have to kind of like have your head in this discourse to understand this. But you can see from what she's saying that it is actually quite simple. I want to transition because none of your business, right? And indeed, I feel like that's something that people should be able to understand. What's up, Contact Vamps? Good to see you. Oh, you sound like Simba's mom. She said fundamentally fascist, Abigail. Abigail and NCC did nothing wrong. The DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria was written by Kenneth Zucker, a conversion therapist. Yeah. So you can see that, like, the theorists that we're subject to, that we're defined by medically, there's no excuse for this, right? I'm glad nobody told Blanchard about trans people who are bi, right? That's another thing that Blanchard is missing. Wait, so... delaying puberty is the compromise. The ideal is to go through puberty through HRT at the same age as cis peers. But hey, I was a kid that got conversion, and my parents were everything phobic. I know one kid whose parents made them a girl to fit in, and I transitioned way later. Oh my god, Blanchard. Oh my god, Blanchard. We should have an emote. Oh my god, Blanchard. No, that'd be so weird if we had a Ray Blanchard's face and it was like, oh my god, Blanchard. Oh my god, Blanchard emotes when. Abby is having an HSTS versus AGP argument in her own mind. Like, the AGP is kind of just vibing. Well, I mean, like, this... Abigail's not the only one bringing this into it, right? Okay, so yeah, her mention of AGP is only in the context of that dysphoria, that there are worse frameworks. So she's basically saying this is a problematic framework. It doesn't make sense. It's based on a category error. It's, you know, it's stifling. It's a authoritarian, and it's time we move past it. But at least it's not Blanchard. So here we get into a clip that is making rounds, let's just say, right? This is a clip of a chatter in Abigail Thorne's live stream, her lives that she does after she releases each video, which I'm starting to get like a little bit jealous, like, right? Not really, but like I'm thinking about like Abigail's life versus my life. God, you can't even compare it, right? I live in such precarity compared to, you know, somebody like Abigail, but like, right, she's a video essayist. She writes her script, she records her video, she does, you know, all the, you know, it's a lot of work. I will not, I don't want to undersell that, right? And then her live streams are just like, she comes on for like an hour and a half after she puts out a video and just answers people's questions. And I'm a little bit jealous of that. I like live streaming. I just like, I don't know, lately I've been dealing with like, I don't know if these are like health problems or what, but like I don't always have the energy to live stream, and there's not always a, you know, clear subject that I want to talk about, and so just having to be like on the schedule to live stream is a little bit much for me right now. But you know, grass is always greener. Grass is always greener. I'm sure there's issues with you know, being a video essayist as well. Failed Congresswoman Brianna Wu has less than zero credibility to talk about what is politically expedient.
Enoch Ethereal says, I feel like you mocked gender dysphoria even though...
Okay, so this is a person who you can see that her video is not matching up with the audio here. I think she was having some issues live streaming, and that's, you know, why. So she's answering a chatter. Can you all hear it, or do I need to turn this way up?
Enoch Ethereal says, I feel like you mocked gender dysphoria even though some people really do have it. Actually, my contention is that no one does. My contention is that in fact no one has gender dysphoria because it's a category error.
We gotta turn it up. Okay. Whenever anybody says turn it up, I think of that horrible song Sweet Home Alabama. Turn it up. Okay, I don't know where that came from. Sorry, chat. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. It's easily done. Just apply a little filter. We're just gonna apply a little filter. That's my issue. If we didn't have capitalism, yay her theory. I do understand, Abby. It's a combo of bad timing and bad headlines. We don't need the discussion at this time. Well, Olivia, I'm curious. Are you more worried about this discussion and its effects within the trans community, or its effects beyond the trans community? Something that was made specifically for audio-visual medium, so it doesn't work. The script, I believe, is still available on her website. ContraPoints made a beautiful short film about gender dysphoria that is now deleted. I didn't know about this. There's so much art, so much trans art about gender dysphoria, so many books by trans people. Look, I mean, I don't like, here's what I'm saying. Like, I don't disagree that our feelings are valid, right? And my feeling too, right? You know, the feeling that people in chat are calling gender dysphoria is something that I feel, something that I can relate to, right? I don't want to impose it on, like, you know, this is the expectation for a trans person, and somebody who doesn't feel this isn't trans. I don't want to, like, you know, kind of, you know, tell other trans people, you know, like to define their existence via that. But it's something that I feel, it's something that I understand. However, I feel like we need better words for it, we need better concepts for it. We need to be a little bit more specific in our language, because there's something about this framework that just doesn't work, that just doesn't make sense. But I will grant that I don't have a word to substitute. I don't know what we would use, right? It literally, have to, as far as I know, like there are no terms that better describe this, and we've been sort of forced to accept the framework that was imposed on us by cis people, rather than we just don't have a substitute yet, right? So I mean, like, right, there's some of these things that I can't talk about without saying the word dysphoria. In fact, Abigail is the same way in her article. She uses dysphoria several times, even though it's in quotes. So much trans art about gender dysphoria, so many books by trans people. So I really don't understand why people focus on there being a cis doctor. I mean, it's how you, so words are tools, right? And a tool is only as valuable as it is useful. And like I said, this is the only tool we have at this moment, but tools can also be like improved upon, and better tools can be found. Like, right, if there's no such thing as a hammer and you do have a screwdriver, then you could probably use the screwdriver, the butt end of the screwdriver, to hammer in a nail, okay? Does that mean that we should just be like, why are they trying to take away my screwdriver? How am I going to hammer in nails without the screw? Like, anyway, that's a bad metaphor because the screwdriver is like used for something else. But like, right, if you've got a tool, like, let's say just like a shitty hammer, right? There's something about this hammer that's just, it sucks, but you don't have anything better, then you're going to use that to hammer in nails, right? And until you come up with something better. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, it doesn't really get to the point. It's not that word as a tool leaves something to be desired. And I agree with Abigail in that. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to like strike it from the language with no replacement, right? And in fact, I think it maybe should have more than one replacement to be a little bit more specific about what we're talking about, because I feel like we group a lot of different things under that rubric of gender dysphoria. Really don't understand why people, well, why is it bad that it comes from cis doctors? Well, it's not just that. It's that it doesn't fit. It doesn't, it's lacking, right? And like the fact that it's lacking is more apparent to somebody who's trans than it would be to the cis doctors who are coming up with this criteria. And they're like, good enough for me, it's good enough for you, it's good enough. That's what they're Cyndi Laupering it, right? When, like, I mean, I understand, Cyndi, that you had limited amount of time to get that song done. It was probably between tours and between albums, and you just were trying to come up with something that was good enough. But I mean, it was good enough for the Goonies. But is it good enough for trans people, right? I feel like if Cyndi Lauper were asked to, like, please tell me that Cyndi Lauper is not like a Terf or something. Can somebody check that out for me? Cyndi Lauper, is she red on Shinigami Eyes? Please tell me she's not. Anyway, wow. We could not have the cursed emote. We could just not have the cursed. We don't want the Blanchard emote. Okay. I don't think she's a Terf. Thank goodness. Wait, is she British? Oh, she's not. So maybe, just kidding. You have to be British to be a Terf. Not true. Anyway, I've been teasing this clip. I've been edging you all for long enough. Let's play this at the appropriate volume where you can hear it.
Enoch Ethereal says, I feel like you mocked gender dysphoria, even though some people really do have it. Actually, my contention is that no one does. My contention is that, in fact, no one has gender dysphoria because it's a category error. So, certainly my intent was not to mock.
It's funny. I mean, she's drinking, right? But, like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there would have been better ways to say this. Like, is she doing a Takemeister? I start to wonder, right? Because her language, while leaving something to be desired here, right? Her description, while being subject to misinterpretation. In fact, a lot of people, like, right, the first time they read what she wrote, like, did not like it, right? It lends itself to misinterpretation. It almost, like, shoves that misinterpretation on you, right? But it had the effect of, causing a lot of engagement, right? I kind of wonder if this is a Takemeister somehow. But anyway, yeah, she's Takemeistering to the person asking.
And I'm certainly. I'm going to say I'm sorry if you felt that way. That's not a good apology, is it? I certainly did not intend to mock. But my contention is that no one has gender dysphoria because it does not exist. I'm, if you like, a gender dysphoria era theorist. Certainly there are people who are...
God, I feel like there's so many better ways to say that. That's the clip. That's the clip that is the smoking gun from the people that are hating on Abigail right now. And I will admit that, like, I mean, this is just like a horrible way to answer that question.
Sad, because there is a gap between what they want and what they have. I myself feel that. But I do not think that that is... I do not think that that should be called gender dysphoria in a clinic.
Okay, so she's saying there is a gap, right? So she's acknowledging, you know, what I acknowledged, that like this is a thing. A lot of trans people feel this way. She's denying the term, and particularly denying the diagnostic criteria. That's where she's at. But yeah, God, you couldn't have said it in a more provocative way than that, right?
Setting. I hope that helps.
All right, so there it is. And yeah, this is what Destiny reacted to. This is why Destiny is like, Destiny's calling Abigail a transgender now. And maybe if we do a standalone YouTube stream, maybe we will look into that. We still need to do our premium streamium this month. Okay, so we got this Cyndi Lauper article to take a look at. I'm working on that song, chat. I'll sing it for you at some point when I figure out how to play it on guitar. Meow enough. Meow enough for meow. Meow 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 meow. Oh wow, there's a video too. What the hell?
You know. What do you make of all the anti-LGBTQ legislation that's making its way in bills across the country?
You know, I believe you don't stop the fight. Equality for everybody or nobody's really equal. This is how Hitler started. You know, just weeding everybody out, and then finally he, you know, I don't think it's a good idea what they're doing, but, you know, you just have to keep fighting for civil rights. I guess that's the way it is in this country. Started out like that, didn't it?
Oh, so Cyndi Lauper. Wow, that's well, that's refreshing. I'm glad that she's like on the right side in this fight. This is on the Hill, by the way. So I'm guessing that they're not thrilled with Cyndi Lauper. That's not a very centrist right. It's not a very center right way to think about this, right? Yeah, what a fantastic answer. Hey, Cyndi, that's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. Yeah. Oh, I can't do the little squeaky thing. I love the little squeaky thing she does with her voice. I love her fucking voice. I think she's an awesome singer, and I think she's got awesome style. And just like me, chat, Cyndi Lauper talked to wrestlers, right? She talked to all the wrestlers. So that's what I gotta do. I've talked to Kid Bandit now. I've talked to one wrestler. We want to talk to Colonel Nanochka if we can. And I want to just start talking to wrestlers, right? We got to talk to wrestlers, chat. What I'm saying is, like, I want my, like, entourage, I want my, like, posse to be wrestlers, right? But cool wrestlers, not, like, you know, like I'll find all the cool wrestlers out there that aren't chuds. And that's, you know, that's how I'll become famous. I'll be she who talks to wrestlers. I'll be the wrestler whisperer, right? Cyndi Lauper is comparing Republicans' anti-LGBTQ legislation to the persecution by Nazis under Adolf Hitler in 1930s Germany. I believe you don't stop the fight. the Girls Just Want to Have Fun singer and longtime LGBTQ activist, said in a recent interview when she was asked to weigh in on a wave of proposed bills making their way across the country, including legislation that would restrict access to gender-affirming healthcare for transgender young people. Since 2020, 18 states have passed GOP-backed laws that ban transgender athletes from competing on school sports teams consistent with their gender identity. Equality for everybody, or no one is equal, Lauper told ITK. This is how Hitler started. This is how, I love how she said that too. She continues, just weeding out everybody. Gay people were, I mostly love that because, you know, it's going to make center-right heads explode. This is how Hitler started. Anyway, gay people were considered the enemies of the state in Nazi Germany, and and trans people as well, were targeted, either imprisoned or killed in concentration camps. I don't think it's a good idea what they're doing, but, you know, you have to keep on fighting for civil rights. Lauper, she's 69 years old. I stated that that's the way it is in this country. The Grammy Award winner said, started out like that, didn't it? Okay, so there we go. There's Cyndi Lauper, trans ally. Who knew? Who knew? I bet you Cyndi Lauper did not play Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know. Just a, you know. Okay, so there's this that's of all the Abigail haters. There you go. There's a freeze frame that's like less than great. I wasn't actually trying to go to this though. I am actually looking for, maybe it's in mod posting here. Yeah, the postmortem stream from, there we go. Thank you, Joni. Joni found the exact moment in the stream that I was looking for. So whenever we look at a clip, it's kind of nice to see what context that was in. Now, I don't know that context is gonna, you know, add anything. Like I said, I'm not like, I feel like she said this in the most provocative way possible. I mean, after she's saying this in a way that, like, you literally have to read deep into her article, you know, watch a 2-hour video, etc. Like, we're doing a lot of work to understand exactly what Abigail means. So, like, but yeah, that was, I don't know about the way that she said it, but I think I agree with the sentiment, the underlying sentiment of what she's saying. What I'm saying, Abigail, is it's good enough for me.
But yeah, Musk may end up coming up, maybe.
Okay, so here we go.
Enoch Ethereal says, I feel like you mocked gender dysphoria, even though some people really do have it.
Should we take a look at the, I mean, I guess I would have to read the contra point. Oh my God, thank you, Olivia. Thank you for the $10. Meow, meow. Wait, did you say something with that, though? Let me, like, I want to make sure I'm reading. Abigail is old British money and aristocracy. She essentially said that. She essentially said, let the poor trans eat cake. They don't have dysphoria. They obviously just need a better personal stylist. Look, I mean, I won't disagree with the problematicity of the way that she said that. I don't know. And like I said, like, part of the reason I stopped watching Philosophy Tube is I felt like Abigail was putting on airs. I can't speak to now, Olivia. Do you actually know that as far as like old money and aristocracy and such? Is that documented? I don't know if this is true or not, but I was put off by, you know, the kind of the you know, the her manner of presenting herself, which, you know, I also get. She's a video essayist. It's a character. She wants some distance between her, you know, self and her, you know, the self that she presents on YouTube, right? But yeah, like I'm kind of the same way. I'm kind of put off by that. The more that I've you know, engaged with what she's done more recently, though, the less I'm, you know, of the opinion that she is really up her own ass to that extent. But I don't blame you for feeling that way, as I myself felt that way too. I sent you the ContraPoint script if that was what you were referencing. I don't. Well, here's the thing: reading a reading an article is like one thing. Reading a script is going to be, I'm trying not to be dry. I'm trying to combine, like, you know, we do want to read what she said in that blog, but I also want to, you know, show you something that's a little bit more engaging too. So hopefully this is her Philosophy Tube Live, right? This is her live channel, and she does a post-mortem stream on like every video that she puts forward. And this is the one on I emailed my doctor 133 times.
Right. Actually,
people are entitled to their feelings absolutely. I don't think Abigail can be said to be wanting to withhold care. I don't think that's her desire either. And I don't really, and if somebody wants to make the argument to me in chat, hopefully I'm reading everything. I'm trying to balance YouTube chat and Twitch chat and understand YouTube chat. I am seeing you. I am reading you. Right. So yeah, feel free to comment there too. You don't have to come over to Twitch chat just to get my attention. She's 69, right, Ken? Yeah, she looks great for 69. She's so cool. She's so cool. I think our activism should be centered around making HRT more accessible regardless of wealth or fitting in a certain box, which is the issue with medical gatekeeping. Yeah, if somebody wants to make the argument to me of like how Abigail making that tweet is putting, you know, the access of us poor transes, as Olivia said, at risk. I'm willing to entertain that. Like, right, I'm. There are suggestions that it wasn't really him. Trump didn't get arrested, but 6ix9ine got beat. I love you, Deem Stars. I love you. That's good enough for me. Yeah. Meow. It's not dysphoria, it's bad fashion. What's up, Fighting Gale? Wait. What? Okay, maybe there's hijinks going on with YouTube chat. I thought I saw a chat that I obviously didn't see. Abigail has so stolen Natalie's entire brand, and now she attacks one of her best videos that Natalie deleted due to dysphoria. Wait. So she attacked the video by... Wait a minute. Is there something between Philosophy Tube and Contra? Yeah, there... Oh my god. I remember hearing about this, right? So somebody in chat that knows more about this than I do, link me to whatever it is, right? There is, like, ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube do not get along. Yeah, you're right. That's a thing. That's a real thing. It's good enough. If doctors want to deny us care, they'll just deny us care. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel. I mean, I'm willing to entertain the possibility that I might be wrong. It's happened before. NCC did nothing wrong, and NCC was right, but that doesn't mean that NCC is always right, and that NCC is never wrong. That, you know, I'm not perfect. They were deepfake photos of Trump... Wait, Trump growing an extra leg? It's like 4chan shit? Yeah, it's deep fake stuff. Yeah. No, you don't need to link it. I think people have seen what you're talking about. Yeah, Vitingale, feel free to repost that. I think you got I think there was like a little misclick. Yeah, we don't need to watch the deep fake of Trump and spread more misinformation, right?
my contention is that no one does. My contention is that in fact no one has gender dysphoria because it's a category error.
I'm curious. Okay, so I'm able to look at the chat. Right, so the chat that she's responded to is, I feel you mocked gender dysphoria even though some people really do have it, right? So she acknowledges that she's feeling what, you know, people are feeling when they describe it as gender dysphoria. She just doesn't, she's resisting very, you know, stridently the categorization of it as gender dysphoria. But yeah, I'm curious how chat will react to this. They have a mutual friend in Lindsay Ellis, I think. Philosophy Tube loves ContraPoints because thanks to her, she could put out these types of video essays. Wait, are they not? I thought they were. I thought they didn't like each other. Abigail is to Natalie. Rose of Dawn is to Blair White. Whoa, okay. A British novel. Okay, I mean that's an interesting comparison. Wait, are you you're the implicit comparison is Abigail to Rose of Dawn. Wait, is Rose of Dawn worse than Blair White though? Like substantively. I don't know if there's a difference. Right? I mean, I'm sure you could name some differences, but I'm not looking for superficial differences. I'm looking for substantive differences. Is there one? I don't think it's fair to say that Abigail is biting Contra's work, seeing how Abigail releases videos and Natalie does the J.K. Rowling podcast. Oh God. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like, yeah, so her story behind that was that she thought that she was contacted, I think, by the Westboro Baptist person, the ex-Westboro Baptist person, and based on that, thought that she was going to be talking to somebody who was like a reformed transphobe instead of somebody who's like an active transphobe. No longer a part of the Westboro Baptist Church, but definitely toxic as the day is long. Contra seems to dislike Abigail and was the only left tuber not to congratulate her when she came out. Also, her subreddit banned discussion of Abigail coming out. Only in that circle, yeah. So there's not like bad words between these two or anything like that. It's just that there's like a lack of good words, a lack of, like you're not seeing the, what you'd expect to see. But with like Tiffany was saying, people in that circle, I need to read YouTube chat. They were friends. I'm not sure about it now. I think I mostly agree with her, but I think she could have said it better. True, yeah. Maybe just her subreddit dislikes her.
So, certainly my intent was not to mock. And I'm certainly...
Let me know if I need to turn this up.
If you felt that way, that's not a good apology, is it? I certainly did not intend to mock. But my contention is that no one has gender dysphoria because it does not exist.
So I'm reading the chat.
If you like a gender...
Sorry, I'm reading the chat, and all I'm seeing is just more people. Like everybody wants Abigail to respond to them, and I'm not seeing anybody reacting to her take on this. What's up, Whittlebug? Just read the tweet, and I kind of you read the Abigail tweet.
Dysphoria era theorist. Certainly, there are people who are sad because there is a gap between what they want and what they have. I myself feel that, but I do not think that is. I do not think that should be called gender dysphoria in a clinical setting. I hope that helps.
Okay, so one of the chatters says, feelings are real, not the ridiculous medical diagnosis. Yeah, I'm not seeing...
Full Metal's Gal asks what my opinion is on the trial that's coming up. I think that's going to be in the last couple of days of November. I really don't know. We're going to find out. We shall see. Alex Spoon says, are there more videos coming up on the topic of transness? Almost certainly not. I feel like I want to do a lot about philosophy, just like straight philosophy now. And like, I enjoyed the format of this video that it's like, it's philosophy, but it's about a social issue. I might do more like that. Yeah, I'm not planning. I don't want to become a trans channel, partly because I feel that boxes me in, partly because I find it sort of intellectually boring, and kind of in the main because it's been done better.
She's got a really nice camera, but it's giving her like these weird digital errors
by other people. If you want kind of entertaining, glamorous stuff on trans issues, then there's another channel I can think of that you might want to go and watch, but it ain't mine. Danny asks, do you think that LGBT ace and child...
Wait, what? Do you all need this turned up? I feel like I feel it's not loud enough. She didn't need to put dysphoria in scare quotes. Yeah, I think I'm being overly charitable because she's cool or whatever, but basically what she says is pretty true when you consider how we've historically had to adhere to the diagnostic criteria to be eligible for trans-affirming care. And, you know, there's some, like, the other people in YouTube, you can hear it fine, good. Okay, I'll just turn it up on my end if everybody else can hear it. Could we not call gender dysphoria a feeling? Because it's something I've definitely... Wait, could we not call it a feeling because it's something I've definitely felt? Do you mean that that's like a belittling of it? Like that calling it a feeling like minimizes it? Is that what you're saying, Eddie? ContraPoints reacted to the discourse. Oh, wow. Oh my God, Tiffany, I want to know now. What did Contra say? Did Democracy 2 come out yet? I know she said it was a mistake. Sorry, that's the her appearance on J.K. Rowling's podcast with the former. I keep on wanting to say their slogan, the Westboro Baptist. I don't remember them as the Westboro Baptist people. I remember them as the God hates F slurs people. But I don't want to say that. Not at all. I thought Abigail was saying gender dysphoria was only considered a medical diagnosis and nothing else. Well, so yeah, here's the deal. When she said she's saying provocative things, right? Like the tweet. Let's take a look at this tweet again. Go back to this. I love how Twitter reloads it every time I click on. Anyway, I guess at Firefox. Probably because gender dysphoria was made up. And that's what's got people reacting. Gender dysphoria was made up? What? But I experience gender dysphoria right now. Well, I mean, like, I don't have a better word for it, so I guess I do too. But at the same time, like, yeah, what she's saying, like Eddie said, is was considered a medical diagnosis, and so she acknowledges that she feels like a distance between what she wants and what she has. That's how she described it, right? So it is the same thing that people are talking about when they say I experienced dysphoria, or, you know, it's like groupable under the same umbrella, I guess. What's up, Frog Power Train? Have you seen the latest Anna Kasparian? Oh no. She's going after language like menstruating people. Yo, she just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't she? God damn. Well, I'm going to get pigeonholed as a trans streamer now. But I mean, this is important stuff to cover, right? Like, that's what Abigail was just saying, is that, like, they asked her, are you going to be doing any more trans videos from now on? And she was like, oh, not really. I don't want to get pigeonholed. And what I like doing is philosophy concepts and how they apply to, you know, events and discourses and stuff like that. So that's what she sounds like she's going to try to do. So this might be the last time that she, and especially considering how much, you know, blowback she's gotten. Yeah, she might not touch this kind of stuff for a while. All words are made up. Yeah, and they're, like I said, they're tools, and tools are only as good as they are useful, right? So when you find a word like gender dysphoria, which doesn't do what we need it to do, then, you know, chances are you might need to come up with better terms. Jessie Gender talks a lot more about it. Contra doesn't talk about a lot about trans matters either. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Jessie Gender. Oh, maybe that's what. So she alluded to. There's another channel that talks a lot about trans issues, and that, but she didn't. I don't think she named it.
So are there more videos coming up on the topic of transness? Almost certainly not. I feel like I want to do a lot about philosophy, just like straight philosophy now. And like, I enjoyed the format of this video, that it's like, it's philosophy, but it's about a social issue. I might do more like that. Yeah, I'm not planning, I don't want to become a trans channel, partly because I feel that boxes me in, partly because I find it sort of a bit intellectually boring, and kind of in the main because it's been done better by other people. If you want kind of entertaining, glamorous stuff on trans issues, then There's another channel I can think of that you might want to go and watch, but it ain't mine.
Straight philosophy? Yeah. So, I think she was talking about ContraPoints. I think she's got to be talking about ContraPoints here. Her tweet was definitely over glib, but I think her point is that you can definitely experience what we are currently calling gender dysphoria. But that's a feeling that literally everyone trans and that's a lot of what she expands on in her blog that we read, in the video. I emailed my doctor 133 times, and it's even, I feel like, better said almost by Sophie from Mars in her response to this. Trans or cis can and do experience. The difference is that cis, and also some trans people don't experience dysphoria, and we don't want to like invalidate them on the basis of that. So that's what I mean, is that it's as a tool, it's lacking. And the idea that we should think about, coming up with a better framework, that makes sense to me. I think it can be helpful to make conscious effort to unlink the concept of dysphoria from the gendered component, since dysphoria can be experienced from a myriad of things. Yeah, good point. Yeah. Correction. Now that I hear it again, it's definitely talking about ContraPoints. That's I thought it might be Jessie. I thought I was right there with you, Yosiel, that it might be Jessie Gender. That also welcome, Alia. Okay, and then I don't want to lose track of this. Natalie sent me a screenshot of Anna Kasparian. We're gonna have to take a look at that for sure. A lot of us can't get care either way. What is the difference in terms of how she rationalizes her experiences? Contra just tweeted gender dysphoria is real, and then replied to a tweet talking about medical bans in America with agreement. Wait, not agreement to the medical bans, but agreement that gender dysphoria is real. And like, so she's of the opinion that gender dysphoria is real. She's, disagreed with Abigail. It sounds like she deleted it though, so she's not weighing in. She's just like, she's dipping her toe into the water. And then, so is she also implying that Abigail's language is like dangerous, could be the basis for medical care being denied to trans people? Because I know there's an argument out there for that. I just haven't heard it fully fleshed out in a way that makes sense to me. I feel about Abigail how Laverne Cox felt about Dylan. Girl, I'm over you. That's fair. I feel like Twitter is not the place to have conversations. Oh, Eddie, that might be the quote of the day. Yeah, like this kind of conversation on Twitter. I'm not sure. It's really easy to get mischaracterized, and that I feel like that screen cap is going to follow her around for years. And like I said, the people that are making the most hay out of this aren't the people that just have a problem with the gender or gender dysphoria is not real. They're the people that have the problem with the gender self-ID, right? So it's like, trans meds and True Scum are eating well off of that tweet, let's just say, and that's unfortunate. Team Natalie, as far as I know, the modern medical definition defines it as a symptom of gender incongruence, and cis people most likely don't experience that. Well, wait, now, so what I thought that the argument was that cis people do experience that gender incongruence in certain situations, right? I think somebody brought up PCOS, polycystic ovarian, or wait, oh my god, I don't remember the actual, like, what it stands for, right? But that like, if you had a medical condition that caused you to experience secondary sex characteristics that were incongruent with your you're a cis person, right? then they're incongruent with your identity, then that could be a form of gender dysphoria as well. Polycystic ovarian syndrome. Okay. Well, I couldn't remember what the S. I wanted to make it polycystic ovarian cysts, and then I was like, cyst doesn't start with an S, though. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for having my back on that one. Trans rights are human rights. Done. It doesn't leave a lot of new takes. Or different points of view. Can be helpful, yeah, to unlink the, At worst, it is clumsily phrased tweet, but the haters will never let it go. Yeah, so yeah, there are, Abigail haters. I've described some of the reasons that people might not like Abigail. Abigail definitely rubs some people the wrong way, and, I felt that too, so I'm not going to judge those of you who, like too harshly, because like they're but for having consumed a little bit more of her content, right? I kind of felt the same way, like her thespian presentation, her, the kind of way that she communicates, like always, but I think that what it is it's a caricature of that. I think that what in her mind, she's not doing that to throw on airs. She's doing that, like, she's not up her own butt as much as like a lot of people think, but I don't blame you for taking away that perception. And, she definitely is speaking from a place of privilege, and that's, valid too, if anybody has, an issue with that. So yeah, that's, but like, I think for the most part, we agree that she doesn't mean the bad thing, right? Nobody in here is saying that Philosophy Tube, in saying that, gender dysphoria doesn't exist, is saying that trans people are faking. No, this is not a Matt Walsh take. I think we're agreed on that. She reminds me kind of, annoying philosophy majors I knew back in the day. Not trying to hate. Well, I mean, like, look, that's just, I mean, you can hate, if you like, you like somebody or you don't like somebody, that's valid. She definitely rubbed me the wrong way, and I read her like that. Upon like further reflection on her work, I kind of get that. I get the idea that she's not trying, that she's coming off like that to make fun of it rather than to be it or put on air. She's not trying to impress us with a, kind of like lofty language as much as she is just like trying to make fun of herself, much in the same way that Contra used to do. However, I guess Contra did it the tongue-in-cheek thing, and you could tell. And Abigail does the tongue-in-cheek thing, and you can't tell. So I get why that would rub people the wrong way, for sure. There was a cis man who lost his junk, and they regrew his by grafting one of the... Oh my god, Shakespeare! Wannabe! Spicy girl! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Shakespeare. You are joining us right as we are weighing into the discourse. Weighing into the discourse on Abigail Thorne and all the issues surrounding gender dysphoria. Is there a category error here? Is this language that we should be moving beyond, or on the converse, is Abigail maybe putting the basis of a lot of people's medical transition, especially those of us who cannot afford to see a private doctor in the UK, or to pay out of pocket in the US? Is it putting it in danger? I'm kind of team Abigail in terms of that. I feel like what she said was provocative, and that Twitter maybe wasn't the place for it. And that, like, I can understand why people are misperceiving, what she said. And I'm sympathetic to those who feel like that, like if you came away from this thinking that what she was saying was there is no such thing as gender dysphoria, therefore you're making it up, you're faking, right? Like, I understand why you would hate that. I understand why you'd be shocked and chagrined that a major trans figure on YouTube was saying something like that. However, I think it's pretty clear, and we've decided, right? We like even the detractors of Abigail in here, we've decided collectively that Abigail was not trying to say that, right? But the second half of that is about identity, right? So let's go back to the tweet again. Definitely hate that, yeah. Yeah, if that's what was being said, like there's no excuse, right, for that. But yeah, no, she wasn't making a Matt Walsh take there. So the first part is gender dysphoria was made up, right? People hear that, they grok it a certain way, and they really don't like it, nor should you, because yeah, like if you grok it that way, it sounds like a Matt Walsh quote. Obviously, Abigail is not saying that, though. She's not accusing people of being fakers, right? The second part of her tweet that was controversial was the fact that we want it is enough, right? Now that part, I think that we, for the most part, anybody? Oh my God, I'm not trying to like, if you feel comfortable, let me know if you agree with this. The fact that we want to transition should be enough, right? So, that's the part that we're on. I think most of us are on board with. However, there's a contingent within the trans community that is not on board with this, right? If you are a trans medicalist, if you are a true scum, you do not think that the fact that somebody wants to transition is enough, right? These are people that, constantly make an attempt to put themselves above others in the trans community by virtue of their diagnosis, by virtue of their validated identity as approved by the medical establishment. They embrace the pathology because it gives them validity, and they use this validity to assert a hierarchy with themselves above other trans people, right? So that's why this is so troubling, is that trans medicalists are kind of having a field day on this, because there's so many people that do not like this. Gender dysphoria was made up, right? That feels invalidating, right? That they're willing to swallow this jagged little pill of saying maybe the fact that we want to is not enough. Maybe we need that standard, right? So it's a potential radicalizing moment for trans meds and true scum to try to rally other people to their cause. That's, I think, the danger in not what Abigail said, as because we've unfolded this. We've kind of tried to disambiguate what she really means, her claim of category era, etc., right? But there is a danger in people being able to be rallied around, this is not right, gender dysphoria is real, I feel it, etc., right? That they're gonna want to throw the entire quote away, and I think that's a mistake. That's what I'm trying to correct and make sure that nobody in here gets pulled down that pipeline, because that's what that is. This is being used by trans meds and true scum to pull people down the trans medicalism pipeline. Right? I almost said industrial complex. But yeah, that's where we're at, and we're going through this Philosophy Tube live. She did a live postmortem on I emailed my doctor 133 times. She talks about the issues here in a lot more detail in that video. We already watched that, right? So we're just kind of going through her postmortem. This is where that here, wait, let me just take us back to it, because we got some people just joining us here. I want you to see the controversial statement that she made in that live it's going all around the internet now.
But yeah, Musk may end up coming up, maybe. Enoch Ethereal says, I feel like you mocked gender dysphoria even though some people really do have it. Actually, my contention is that no one does. My contention is that, in fact, no one has gender dysphoria because it's a category error. So, certainly my intent was not to mock. And I'm certainly... I'm going to say I'm sorry if you felt that way. That's not a good apology, is it? I certainly did not intend to mock. But my contention is that no one has gender dysphoria because it does not exist. I'm, if you like, a gender dysphoria error theorist. Certainly there are people who are sad because there is a gap between what they want and what they have. I myself feel that, but I do not think that that is...
Okay, so I myself feel that. So she's acknowledging, so Non-Toxic Bleak says, I thought that gender dysphoria was a term used to describe what we experience. Well, it depends on what that we is, right? I experience what she just said, a gap between what I have and what I want, right? And I'm God, that almost like sounds like it's making light out of it too. But she's really not. I don't think that's what she's trying to do. Like, yeah, a discordance with something about our presentation or physical aspects that feels like uncomfortable. She's not denying that. What she's denying is the codification of that as gender dysphoria, and the use of gender dysphoria as a diagnostic criteria for who is trans and who is not trans, right? Because there are trans people who don't have gender dysphoria, and she's also pointed out some instances in which cis people might feel something that like is just like inseparable from what we describe as gender dysphoria. So her real take is like that the language, that the terminology, that the model of transness is out of whack, and that there's got to be like a better way of thinking of it. And what she proposes is based on will, right? That the idea that just wanting to transition should be enough, right? So rather than like a criteria of you got to pass this, you got to pass that, and she goes over, in her video, all the things, like there was a whole bunch of inventories, there was a whole bunch of uncomfortable questions that you had to pass, and basically you to get, to be assured of getting the care that you want, the care that you need, you were expected to lie, and describe yourself as essentially like a trad wife, right? That was the model of the valid transsexual. That I realize this is transmed language here, but it comes from the medicalization of transness that occurred in the past. That was also the language that was used to describe trans people, and specifically trans people who met that medical criteria to be allowed to have the gate lifted and to not be gate kept away from treatment, right? That so it's a little bit more complicated than it sounds, but like, yeah, I get that like the tweet itself, right? And even the clip that we just saw, right? This is a clip that's gone around the internet that like, Destiny's reacted to it. A whole bunch of people have reacted to it. Destiny's calling Abigail a trans trender now, right? Contra apparently has weighed in on this. She says that she does think that gender dysphoria is real. She does think that it exists, and ostensibly, thinks it's still like a tool that we need for understanding the phenomenon of being trans. Whereas what Abigail is arguing for is a move beyond that, to where our will to transition, our identity, our self identity is enough. Obviously, this is anathema to trans meds, right? But the trans meds have a little bit more support than they normally do in these kind of situations, because of the language that Abigail used, probably because gender dysphoria was made up, right? A lot of people hear that and they hear Matt Walsh. They hear somebody saying that trans people are faking, right? That's what that sounds like to a lot of people. And I've talked to people who even, read it this way when they first came across it, and then have since decided that she wasn't saying what they thought that she was saying. And indeed, it doesn't really make sense, right? Abigail's trans. Abigail is transitioning. She doesn't think that it's made up. And she acknowledged that she has that same feeling of discordance, that same gap between what she wants and what she has, that others would describe as gender dysphoria. And she's resistant to using that language because it was created by a bunch of cis doctors using unreliable data, and B, it's being used to gatekeep the medicine that we need. And some of us don't feel gender dysphoria, and there's examples of cis people who at times maybe do feel gender dysphoria. So this as a basis, as a criteria for, being worthy of medical care in Abigail's mind doesn't make sense. It's a little bit complicated, right? And yeah, Brianna Wu weighed in saying that, if we sound like we're a college lecture, if nobody can understand what we're saying, other than somebody that's steeped in Twitter discourse, then, is there a problem with the way that we're advocating for ourselves? People have pretty soundly rejected Brianna Wu's questioning of trans people's ability to advocate for ourselves, to the extent where she ended up deleting at least one of the tweets. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. I think someone said Contra misunderstood Abigail. Oh, that's why Contra tweeted and deleted. I mean, Contra's the queen of the tweet us delete us, isn't she? Wait. Please don't say transsexual. Okay, well, yes, I am with you there. I am with you there. And understand that when I'm saying that, I'm referring to the antiquated criteria, the medicalized model that used to exist even to a greater extent, going back there, and to the distinction that trans medicalists want to draw between themselves and other trans people, right? So understand that, like, I don't believe in that distinction. I'm not a trans medicalist. And I also don't believe in the neo-Blanchardian language that's being used, right? These terms might come up in the discourse, but yeah, understand like that I'm not. I don't know. Like, I don't like saying it either, Whittlebug. I'm totally with you there. I don't like saying it either. I knew you didn't mean it that way. Okay, just making sure, right? Because Contra doesn't have good takes about non-binary people, but at least she's not Blair. True, she is definitely not Blair. I feel like I'm missing some YouTube chat stuff. Wait, there was a lot of YouTube chat. Sometimes you want things you regret. Detransitioners deserve support too. Yeah, and there's some detransitioners who don't use their experience to invalidate other trans people and to advocate against our rights. They're the detransitioners who do that are a minority within detransitioners, and indeed, like, if you look at the larger framework of detransition, it's rare, and when it happens, it often is more about the environment that the person is in at the time being hostile to them transitioning, and a lot of people who detransition end up retransitioning. But yeah, for people who people gender self ID is a concept that I take really seriously, and if somebody says that they are not trans even though they thought of themselves that way previously, that's perfectly valid too. So the first step would probably be to update the NHAS standards based on the current understanding of trans people and to educate medical professionals better on trans issues. Also, we need gatekeeping. If we need gatekeeping, the people making the decisions need to be evaluated more strictly. Since there are medical professionals who get a kick out of mistreating trans people, true. I ran into some of those people on my way to getting trans care. I think I talked about this on my last stream too, but I'll mention it again. The first medical professional I consulted in an effort to get to start transitioning was a counselor who ended up being a Terf. I didn't know what a Terf was, and I didn't know that the advice that I was getting from her was horrible. I didn't realize how much she was like poisoning my mind to like she was talking about to like trans people as like bad people, with the implication of like, you're not one of these bad people, are you? It's like basically she tried to sell me on it's okay to be gender non-conforming, but once you start identifying as female, then you're gross, you're reprehensible, and your life is doomed, right? So I got some really bad advice from her. The next medical professional I talked to was a doctor at a clinic, like a community clinic, And this guy like laughed at me. This guy had a med student with him doing like, going along with him, like as often as the case, is it okay if so and so comes along and sits in on our visit? This guy like laughed in my face and told me that I needed to make more friends. I'm not really trans. I just need to make friends or something like that, right? Just horrible experience with these two doctors. And it was only when I started going to a gender like support group that I met trans people who told me this is the the place that you want to go to find people who will actually help you, because it's not easy to find. Twitch is acting. What is Twitch doing? Shaxby, how is your stream? What's Twitch doing? That's unfortunate. I said it was just as a guess. Contra does a lot, and I agree with her when she does it. Oh, she uses that term, yeah. That's specialist transgender healthcare working as intended. Its function is to gatekeep, to discourage. Twitch is fine on my end. You can't even see your name in chat? Oh, that's super weird. I don't know. Sometimes reloading helps. Is she kind of saying like the term gender dysphoria is a term created by cis people and we should maybe, yeah, well, it's not just like making up a new term for it. It's like, so like, think about it this way, right? A term has like a specified definition. It covers like a certain amount of stuff, right? And, this term, applied to us by cis people is applied by people that don't have maybe the proper vantage point to seeing like, what's useful, right? Because we could have one big term for a lot of things, or we could have several subterms that speak to a more specific thing. And I think that's something along the lines of what Abigail is looking towards, right? So it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah, the part of it is that it was created by people who maybe don't have the best perspective to be, labeling us or trying to explain the underlying phenomenon of our existence. You just have to want to pull yourself up by your... Oh, wait, is that how you're taking it? I don't think that's how she meant it. But I think, Olivia, if I'm not mistaken, your concern is that like this discourse puts trans people's ability to get our care covered at risk. So I think maybe Olivia's speaking to that rather than like putting words in Abigail's mouth or straw manning her or anything like that. A lot of non-binary people tend to lie, to get gender-affirming care. Being autistic can also make it harder to get a diagnosis. That makes a lot of sense. Has anybody tried reloading? Sometimes that works. You would think Abigail would be better at using precise language. I don't know. I do have to speak to the fact that there is a phenomenon, I call it a take-meister, of purposefully making a statement in a provocative way, because like at the end of a great orchestral performance, who makes the news? Is it the brilliant bassoon player that played their bassoon line and fit perfectly into the rest of the mix? Or is it the abrasive trumpet player that dives into the orchestra pit, right? Obviously, it's the trumpet player, right? So there is a phenomenon of trying to be that trumpet player, of purposely saying something in a provocative way in order to get more engagement. I don't know that that's what Abigail was doing. I kind of think not, based on the fact that she just said that she's not going to be doing a lot of like trans content going forward. I don't think that's what was going on, but things like Vosh using that tactical misogyny, that was probably calculated, because he knew that it would make a bigger splash, get him more attention, and indeed get quote retweeted by J.K. Rowling if he said if he made his anti J.K. Rowling statement along with some misogyny rather than not. So was Abigail, was it calculated? I don't think so. I mean, I think she's kind of just a nerd, right? No offense, but bringing out phlogiston and stuff. Abigail sounds like someone who reads critical theory and is used to thinking about concepts in this abstract way, so as to be able to deconstruct presuppositions about gender and GD. Yeah. The only one I know, wait, are you having trouble using emotes? Are emotes not working? Concept of gender dysphoria is used in anti-trans healthcare bills. So here's an argument that, like, you know, maybe this conception is actually hurting trans people, hurting our access to care rather than helping it. It's being used to deny us access to healthcare. Okay, so yeah, on the converse, we have concern about the use of that term rather, you know, than the non-use. I think there are greater dangers to coverage. Yeah, and I think that some of the dangers to coverage are sadly, like, unavoidable, right? As soon as trans people became visible on the public stage, we were somewhat set on a collision course between the way that medical experts and, you know, people who you know, work with trans people who know trans people, think that things should be, which is, you know, to a large extent what's formed laws, even like rules governing sports bodies, like, right, the inclusion of trans people in, for instance, the Olympic Games by the International Olympic Committee was made by sports scientists who looked at the issue in the absence of any sort of political attention, right? They looked at the evidence by itself and said, not only is it perfectly fair for trans people to participate in sports, it's actually unfair to not allow them to participate in sports, right? So that was the decision that was made by you know, sports medicine professionals who know what they're talking about without any sort of political concern weighing on them. And now that you have trans people under, like, a microscope, right, being highly scrutinized, you've got a lot more political scrutiny as well, and you're seeing some of those bodies backing off their inclusion of trans people, right? So that's what I mean by we were set for a collision course as soon as the existence of trans people became more commonly known, and as soon as we entered the you know, zeitgeist of the public at large. Emotes are acting up, but only in some streams. Wait a minute, let me try something. What if I go weasel, weasel, weasel? What do I get a weasel? I feel like I got a weasel. Are you all seeing weasels? It's obvious that Abigail read The Birth of the Clinic by Foucault Butler, etc.
I do not think that should be called gender dysphoria in a clinical setting. I hope that helps. Full Metal's Gal asks what my opinion is on the trial that's coming up. I think that's going to be in the last couple of days of November. I really don't know. We're going to find out. We shall see. Alex Spoon says, are there more videos coming up on the topic of transness? Almost certainly not. I feel like I want to do a lot about philosophy, just like straight philosophy now. And, like, I enjoyed the format of this video, that it's like, it's philosophy, but it's about a social issue. I might do more like that. Yeah, I'm not planning. I don't want to become a trans channel, partly because I feel that boxes me in, partly because I find it sort of a bit intellectually boring, and kind of in the main because it's been done better by other people. If you want kind of entertaining, glamorous stuff on trans issues, then there's another channel I can think of that you might want to go and watch, but it ain't mine. Danny asks, do you think that LGBT, ace, and child-free by choice people are treated badly by health agencies? Has it anything to do with assuming that being able to reproduce is the end goal of all sexual healthcare? I defer to them on that issue. I know that, well, yeah, I've outlined the reasons I think trans people are treated badly by the NHS, but I defer to child-free and ace people on their particular struggles. Scott Match, thank you for that super chat. Oh, sorry. When I said straight philosophy, I didn't mean the philosophy of like heterosexual philosophy. I meant straight down the middle philosophy. Why don't we hang out for another 5 minutes and then I don't know what I'll do after that. Am I going to take my makeup off, have a cup of tea? I might make a phone call if the person texting me wants to hang out for a bit. Why not? Let's chat. Let's hang out. Let me know. Let's hang out for another 5 or 10 minutes. And then maybe I'll see what I can do about this webcam before next time. So yeah, if you've got any last minute questions, put them in the chat and we'll see what we can do. Will the voice become a running gag like the dictionary joke? Probably not. I don't know. I'm not planning on. I try not to plan my running jokes out too much, you know. Critical cupcake, not particularly, no. The further I get in my career, the less relevant being trans becomes, hopefully. So like I'm going up for acting roles now where I just play this character.
So yeah, one of the things that people in chat have been saying, about Abigail that they don't like is that they feel like a certain like aloofness and a certain, I don't know, privilege to her perspective. What do you think is being able to not talk about trans issues as much? Is that part of that? I know Olivia was concerned about, or is like concerned about the fact that you've got somebody who has access to like a private doctor in the UK, weighing in on issues that may potentially implicate people's access to medical care when they don't have that ability. So what do people think, right? And overall, like people, this is part of the reason there are like, Abigail haters out there. And I don't really want to I don't really want to shit on either side, right? I get it if you're put off by her like manner of speaking, the whole like, acting sort of, thing that she has. I think that it's a self parody. I think it's a caricature, right? I think she's trying to deflate her ego rather than inflate her ego. But I get it if people feel the opposite. No, Abigail went through the NHS, not a private doctor. Okay. Wait, okay, so there was some... So I don't know about this, like as far as like what Abigail's like, financial situation was prior to, prior to making it big on YouTube. Did she go through the NHS because she had to, or did she, because there were some people like implying that she's, kind of comes from money. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know anything about Abigail's life situation, or whether she's got how much. I can't really speak to like how much skin she's got in the game. I'm just going by what chat has said in YouTube and in Twitch. She went through both, and as is the reality for everyone who wants facial feminization surgery. Yeah, I don't either, but like, yeah, I'm trying to like, make room for people who like Abigail, or people that are put off by certain aspects of Abigail's like, way of like the kind of content that she makes, the like language that she uses, like, right, some like I'm trying to like, but I think we can all agree that she wasn't making a Matt Walsh take. She wasn't trying to say that trans people are making it up when she said like gender dysphoria is not a thing, right? It was, meant something different. Now, whether or not you think that somehow the discourse of trans people wanting to find another model for understanding the phenomenon of being trans or not, is putting people's access to medical care at risk. Thorne is from Newcastle. Is it Newcastle? It's not Newcastle, right? I always pronounce this wrong. It's from Newcastle upon Tyne, and has 2 older brothers. She attended Royal Grammar School, where she was a member of an Army Cadets group. Oh yeah, that's right. That was from the video. Royal Grammar School is aristocratic. Because the NHS doesn't actually offer shit anymore. They give you hormones if you're lucky, bottom surgery if you're lucky, and not enough laser removal. Damn. I didn't like her before transition, but after transition, she seems much more natural to me. Yeah, like, so my whole experience with her was that I feel like I engaged with a little bit of her content prior to transition and directly after transition, enjoyed some of that, and then at a certain point, there was a few videos that didn't really connect with me, and I stopped watching her. And I did have the feeling that she was like, that like there was like an arrogance, that I perceived that rubbed me the wrong way. Having like engaged with more of her content, I think that is like a put on caricature rather than being her real, personality. So I try not to, judge her based on that. And I feel like the content that she's done recently is stuff that I wish I'd engaged with more. Like I need to watch. I emailed my doctor 133 times. We did watch one section of that the other day, the section that was pertinent to dysphoria. But I haven't watched the entire video, and maybe it seems like I should have. I'm like about halfway through the ethical altruism video as well, and it's not super my cup of tea, but it feels like it has implications on this discourse that I'm not aware of, and I would like to be aware of. Emailing the doctor video is really good. Yeah, because like my understanding of it is that she plays a series of characters that are all based on characters from Catch-22, and some of those characters, right? Some of those characters embody elected officials in the UK. Right. And the reason that she used those characters as stand-ins, which I guess the idea is that somebody in the UK would recognize, that's supposed to be so-and-so. Like, I'm not, UK. I don't know who the elected officials are. I don't know the lay of the land. But people in the UK, maybe that makes more sense too. But yeah, I mean, it's a very, complicated and, well thought out video that takes she's really kind of turning YouTube video essays into like an art form, isn't she?
Not all the time, but it's kind of becomes less and less relevant, really. Yeah. What topic will you talk about but never will, and why? It was section 9 of this video. It was. That was the forbidden episode. It was gonna be.
Wait, what was section 9? Now I gotta open that.
But then I made it and everyone liked it, and I was like, wow, amazing. I didn't realize that. Nicholas Revel says, how do you plan out new projects and ideas? I mean, I go into this a little bit in the Philosophy Tube behind the scenes documentary, but it just feels like there's a little spirit that lives inside me that plans
Sunderland.
what Philosophy Tube needs to be, and does my creative stuff, and just comes and tells me this is what it needs to be, and I just listen to the little spirit.
So section 9, she said.
Rose
That was the gender dysphoria section. Okay.
So how did you come up with the voices you did in the Leech audiobook? So yeah, if you didn't know, I did the audiobook recently of a novel called Leech, kind of queer horror novel called Leech by Hiron Ennis, which I really enjoyed. Actually, I really liked that book.
Section 9 is the criminal code for being discharged for being mentally unfit in the military, not the criminal code. Is that in the UK? Because Section 9 is also the literal so look, when we look at her video, she's got it in chapters, right? Chapter 9 or Section 9 is on gender dysphoria. That's what she was talking about, but it actually does kind of That's section 8. Okay. I thought that, wow, she's really clever. She even made section 9 significant. I know in the US it's section 8. I don't know what it is in the UK.
I came up with the voices by just casting dream actors in my head. So I was like, oh, I want Roger Allam to play the Baron, and I want Mathieu Amalric to play Didier, and I just kind of like constructed it in my head. And Jean Reno was Priest, and I just did kind of an approximation of those actors' voices, and I had a great time with it. Actually, it was really, really fun.
A bit of a clash of cultures.
It was good. I have not named my blahage.
I believe it's pronounced blow high.
I don't know what I should call
but
it.
that's
so
fine.
I have a chimpanzee called Albert Camus, and
Really?
I have a bat named Didi, who was a gift from a friend. But I bought the blahage for myself, and it's the first time
Okay, so I totally get why people, like, why she rubs people the wrong way. Anyone who has a documentary behind the scenes of their channel wait, no, is this a documentary behind the scenes? My understanding is that this is what this is, right? She does a video, and then she has a stream post-mortem. Oh my god, I'm starting to talk like her. I'm starting to, like, oh my god, I'm gonna be putting on airs before too long and smelling my own brand way too much. Anyway. Wait, does she have a documentary behind the scenes of her channel that I don't know about? This is just a blahage. Le blahage.
ever bought a plushie for me, so I should probably let someone else name it.
I don't think it's a blahage though, right? A blahage is a very specific stuffed shark. It's made by IKEA. I think hers was something else. Oh, on Nebula, she does have. Okay.
Maybe I'll let the next person who shares my bed can name the blahage.
Your next partner can name the blahage?
Yeah. How did you choose this title for the video? Said Burst. I made a list of the most clickbait possible titles I could possibly do, and then I kind of arranged them by order of clickbaitness, and then I pick the one that's like 2/3 of the way along. That's what I do. And if it doesn't do well, then I like move up to the next one. And that's kind of my new process for choosing titles for videos.
I'm learning something.
I also ran potential titles by a group of American creators that I chat to, and originally the title was going to have NHS on it.
That might be a bound.
I knew what the NHS was, so I knew I needed to say British Healthcare System, not NHS. So, Guacamole says, "What is Leech about?" It's a queer horror story about a doctor who is called to a creepy mansion to investigate a murder, and I won't spoil anything else. But you should listen to it. It's really good. I think Hiram just did a fantastic job writing it. It's very, very cool. What was the most clickbait title? I don't know. Let me see if I can get up that document. It's gonna take ages to load, but yeah, because the document's so big. But let me have a look here. So the least one I had was trans healthcare and analysis, and then there was one of them was the NHS is in crisis and here's why, which I asked Harry if I could use that, and he said yes. Yeah, that was kind of him to let me do that. But in the end, I didn't do it. The others were just kind of like remixes of the one I actually went with. So it was like the crisis in British healthcare : I emailed my doctor 133 times. And then I was contemplating having like me in the thumbnail, like, and then like, I emailed my doctor 133 times. But like, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shield Alapid, for that super chat. Would you ever do an episode on the philosophy of mathematics? Maybe. That could be fun. I don't know. I don't tend to plan them out very far in advance. I think videos that I might want to do next year, I know I want to do one on crypto and effective algebra.
Okay, so that's like about like she's just going over questions in that. I don't know. There is one other Philosophy Tube live that she does where she talks about it a little bit. I'm not sure if that one, like, she might, for all I know, it could just be like, like the editing and the writing and stuff that we have some responses. We have some, reviews, let's just say, of what Abigail did here, right, that have come in. I'm guessing that Not So Erudite is going to be critical of that. Erudite is a kind of a Destiny person, and not to. It is Destiny adjacent, let's just say, without being Destiny, and might actually give us a sense of where Destiny is at. There's going to be some better and some worse commentary on this. Also, Demon Mama has weighed in on this, so I'd be interested to see what Demon Mama thinks about this. A lot of people commenting on this. Let's take a look at Erudite.
Be poorly defined. It is poorly defined because of the lack of research into it. And the reality is that trans medicine isn't solved. It's not solved, and we can't pretend that it is. And until it's solved, this ship is going to be even slower to turn because there is going to be strong politicking on both sides. I'm very curious to hear how the trans community is going to feel about this. It is too poorly defined. However, my argument would be it doesn't have to be poorly defined. It is poorly defined because of the lack of research into it, good research into it. There's very good reason why a lot of people in Europe specifically.
What does she mean by solved? Good question.
Are very, very concerned about gatekeeping trans healthcare. So I understand that. The issue is that experiences can occur along a spectrum, and we can also assign a category along the spectrum for functional purposes. There's no escaping it. You're either doing one or the other. Always, 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 always. I can't believe it's taken me this long to talk about this. We care about kids more. No, we don't. We politicize kids more.
So yeah, I don't know a lot about Not So Erudite. I've never really watched her content before. I do know that there are worse people in the Destiny network than her. There's in the debate that I saw with her and Taftosh, I didn't really agree with her. But I guess I was a little bit more concerned with what Brianna Wu and Taftosh were saying in that. So we'll take a quick look at see what area the battle between her and Did President Runde also went over this, right? And my understanding is that actually I don't know if that's true or not. Did President Runde do a stream on this? I know that he tweeted about it. I don't know if he did a stream necessarily. But Demon Mama definitely had some opinions on it.
So
he did. Okay.
A bunch of people asked I review this. I've been learning more and more about EU healthcare specifically because I've got a lot of people from the UK and across Europe as well who get therapists.
Oh yeah, a little bit more about Not So Erudite. She is a student of psychometry. That's been the subject of a lot of controversy between herself and President Runde, as far as whether it's President Runde seems to think that she's giving herself a title and presenting herself as being a professional that she's not. In reality, psychometry is a field. You don't get credentialed as a psychometrist, to my understanding. And really the takeaway from her studying that is that she's familiar with research to a degree that to a greater degree than your average streamer. And that's what I've noticed so far in the little bits of her content that I've taken a look at. She's maybe not. I don't know if she, in terms of so the problem that I had with the debate between her, Taftosh, and Destiny that happened on Destiny's channel. And again, if we want to watch this, I'll have to watch this on YouTube only because Twitch doesn't allow, at least officially, doesn't allow me to watch any Destiny content, right? But the concern that I had was that you're taking an issue which is better suited for discussion on a medical board or something, right? And you're presenting it in a political venue. I mean, really an entertainment venue, right? But we'll say a political venue because it's political entertainment. And especially with Destiny being the host of that interview, you've got a whole bunch of people treating what is essentially a medical issue. And in medical, I mean to incorporate both research and clinical practice into that. Like when I say, so the people that would be making these decisions are people that are familiar with both the research and the clinical practice. I don't know what erudite's familiarity with clinical practice is. And like, I am a little concerned about somebody, you know, I don't know how authoritatively she's speaking on this, but I am concerned about somebody speaking on it authoritatively without that background, right? Because like in reality, like this shouldn't, you know, the kind of stuff that was being discussed in the Destiny debate was standard of care, right? Which does not belong in a political context at all. And I'm really, really uncomfortable with that, right? It was literally being optics frogged. Like, how is this going to look to the normies, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty pernicious, somewhat out of Erudite's hand, although, I mean, I guess she could have decided not to go on and just let Destiny talk to Taftage, which would have been a much worse conversation. But yeah, between her and Taftage, I felt like she had the better perspective on this. I don't know how to gauge Abigail's position, but it annoys me how cis people who don't have special knowledge feel qualified to judge it. I mean, she does seem to really get into the research, right? So my take on, or my, you know, analysis of Erudite so far is that she's somebody who really understands research on a pretty deep level. But again, like there'd be two aspects to that, and I'm not sure if she really, you know, has the second. I'm not gonna do a President Sunday and question her qualifications or credentials or anything like that, because my understanding is that Canada does not credential psychometrists. But
recommendations for me, and your guys' system is super different.
Why would any medical issue be open to political debate? It makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. But the thing is, for Destiny, it only has to make content sense. It only has to make, you know, almost like, you know, business sense for him to cover it.
So I'm going to watch this.
He doesn't care what the effect of his platform is on people, in my estimation.
This video and kind of give you commentary as I can.
He was just a
Okay. Oh, so she's watching the entirety of, it looks like the entirety of, yeah, this is what this is. Okay. Okay, we'll watch the beginning. And then we'll skip to the dysphoria part. Sound good?
lucky trooper, and he surely shook with pride. He checked on his equipment and made sure he had
Hello, my name's Abigail. Over the last few years, I have emailed Britain's national healthcare provider 133 times trying to get a doctor's appointment. This video is about what that was like, why big institutions fall apart, and why they're so difficult to change. As research, I've spoken to some of the NHS's most senior administrators, so over the course of this rational analysis, I'll be revealing some exclusive insider information. The video is sponsored by Nebula, but after I've paid back the owner of this laptop, I'll be donating most of that money to charity, so you can sit back and relax as I bring you a calm, dispassionate exploration of the big questions at the heart.
Destiny is the dude that openly attacks brown and black people relentlessly when they don't agree with him, yeah.
Of Britain's National Health Service. Citizens of all ages have a right to free healthcare on the National Health Service, or NHS. I was born in the NHS, and both my parents were doctors. My dad used to say when I was a kid that he treated everyone from...
The critique of making medical diagnosis political applies to Abigail too. Dysphoria is a medical code, not a mental illness code.
all walks of life, from literal aristocrats to prisoners from the local jail, because the point of the service is that it's there for everyone. Since its creation in 1948, the NHS has become a symbol of the country that a lot of British people are very proud of, like the royal family or William Shakespeare or beans on toast. The NHS is split into several regional bodies called trusts, like there's a Cambridge Trust and an Oxford Trust and an East London Trust and a West London.
I don't feel like Abigail was... Abigail's issue was the gatekeeping specifically, not the nuances of the law, like the discussion on Destiny's channel was a little bit different. It wasn't. I don't think it might have been spurred by Abigail's video, but it was more specific to the treatment of trans kids, right? And that's where I really feel uncomfortable with Destiny making specific political points about the treatment of trans kids, because again, we've seen what could happen when bad faith actors bring this stuff into an ignorant public and ask them to check it out with their just like, does this make sense, like on a conventional wisdom sort of level?
Trust and so on. The trusts get money from the government, which they spend on healthcare.
Your name was called? I was going to ask you how your stream was. I'm sorry. So she is from a privileged background. I don't really know. It says, she is able to understand research, but as soon as you use it for policy debates, it changes into something else due to the nature of political debates. Doctors and clinicians are not there to argue with random people. What's up, Lost Druid? You should accept our offer? What? Wait, is this some... I don't know what's going on, Lost Druid.
Services like staffing, equipment, and supplies, and they give that to patients for free. In this way, the NHS is funded mainly by the taxpayer. But even if you don't make enough money to pay taxes, you can still use it, because again, the point of the service is that it's there for everyone, which it definitely is, as well as the right.
Your stream was awesome. It was a co-working stream, so I would put some work, do some work, and then talk about why you should not put mummies in your cereal. Oh my god, was this a thing? They definitely wasn't there somebody that was trying to use like ground up mummies as a supplement or something? I feel like I've heard of this before. Also talked about languages and the supposed trade between the ancient Egyptians and the Americas. Oh my god, I feel like the Mormons might have something to say about that.
To use the NHS. We also have the right to begin treatment within 18 weeks of referral, and that right to free medical treatment within 18 weeks includes free medical transition for transgender people of all ages.
Yay.
If you didn't already know, that includes me. I'm a trans woman, and we'll be using the NHS's treatment of me as our case study for today, which will reveal some more general things about how the service is run and the challenges that it's facing in the 21st century. General practitioner or GP for gender dysphoria, a diagnosis that is definitely real and which definitely makes a lot of sense if you are diagnosed with dysphoria.
Still not convinced that mummy dust isn't going to make the pee-pee hard. It's probably easier to get medicine for that.
Then they'll let you use other bits of the NHS. For example, if you want surgery, they'll send you to a surgeon. If you want hormones, they'll tell your GP to prescribe hormones for you, which your GP definitely will. Once you're in the medical system, you can also change the legal sex that is recorded on your birth certificate and your passport. In England, you cannot change either of those things without first obtaining a doctor's permission. But it all starts with a friendly visit to your local NHS doc, who will be only too happy to provide you with world-class medical care from the finest system in the world. Several years ago, I went to my GP, told her I'm trans, and asked to be referred to a gender identity clinic. The first thing she did was refuse. Not exactly off to a great start. I won't name her, or any of the real people I'll be referring to today. Instead, I'll call her Lieutenant Scheiskopf. Scheiskopf told...
No, I don't know if she's saying, wait, did she say that? Did she say, like, those words, dysphoria is absolutely real? She's using the terminology that, you know, that people understand, as far as I know, right? Just the same way as I use that word that usually trans meds really like to hear, the distinction that they want to place themselves at over other trans people, and yet I myself am not a trans medicalist. So right, in you know, describing, but I also get that, like, you know, for some people even hearing those words is kind of jarring. So it is a question whether to repeat the commonly, you know, understood phrase, or in the case of the medicalized, you know, trans term, the language that was used prior, you know, back in the battle days, and is still used by a lot of trans meds, versus to, you know, codify it in some other way.
Me to come back in a month, and said that if I was still
Her tone of voice said something else.
trans then, she would refer me. GP cannot change either of those things without first obtaining a doctor's permission. But it all starts with a friendly visit to your local NHS doc, who will be only too happy to provide you with world-class medical care from the finest system in the world. Several years ago, I went to my GP, told her I'm trans, and asked
She was
to be
being
referred to a gender
sarcastic.
identity clinic. The first thing she did was refuse. Not exactly off to a great start. I won't name her, or any of the real people I'll be referring to today. Instead, I'll call her Lieutenant Scheiskopf. Scheiskopf told me to come back in a month.
So that's I think that the movie is Catch-22, and the character is from Catch-22, and that's the kind of the underlying conceit of this video.
And said that if I was still trans then, she would refer me. GPs in England aren't routinely trained in trans medicine.
Man, this is tricky because some element of gatekeeping is wise. The issue is I don't know if the response should be come back in a month. There should be like, let's begin evaluation, right? So a lot of people, I've talked about this a fair bit in the past, and I've talked with a lot of trans community members from all across the world at this point. And there's a really big fear in the trans community about gatekeeping the trans medicalized treatment, because they're concerned about basically this, where like doctors just routinely refuse to offer
The trans medicalized treatment?
treatment, and are constantly gatekeeping.
Okay, I'll try not to read anything into that.
You'll be like, yeah, but are you really trans? Are you?
But like, let's be real, okay? Let's check in for a moment, okay? So I don't want to make too many assumptions, because, like, you know, I felt bad about some of the assumptions that I made about Lucy based on her sort of affiliation with certain people in the Vosh Clout network, right? And I don't want to make the same mistake with Erudite. Like I said, I don't know Erudite at all, and I do know the Destiny community, right? And I do know that being adjacent to Destiny means that you're dealing with a lot of the same community members as the people who watch Destiny. And the one thing that I know about Destiny is that of the trans people that are fans of Destiny that are in that community, there tends to be an overrepresentation of trans medicalists in that community. And trans medical ideology doesn't have the stigma that it might have even in the Vosh community, right? Even like in something like the Vosh community. And we caught Vosh on sort of, you know, some sort of trans medical-ish ways of in his thinking, right? But my understanding is that in the community and all, it is, you know, in the Vosh community, it's considered a bad thing to be a trans medicalist. In the Destiny community, it's probably considered a bad thing to be biased against trans meds, right? That you will be the one who's accused of gatekeeping if you call somebody out for their trans medicalist point of view, right? Not the other way around. So I'm wondering a little bit about Not So Erudites experiences with trans people. Not that she couldn't experience and get to know trans people outside of the context of, the Destiny community or content creation altogether, right? But that maybe her proximity to that community might affect the type of trans voice that she's going to hear or be more likely to hear. Does that make sense?
Really trans? Are you really trans? To like a really extreme extent where they just never get treatment, or they have to basically
I think gatekeeping is wise. She's an adult. She knows who she is, and if she doesn't, then she's entitled to do things she'll regret. In Mexico City, you're talking about Abigail with as she in Mexico City. I didn't know if that applied to Erudite or Abigail. In Mexico City, also sorry if I speak about Mexico a lot. It's just what I know. It's good to bring that perspective. Yeah, they are building a hospital that is only for trans medicine specialists, and I think that the way that they want it to be a teaching hospital to have more people in public hospitals where medical care is free around the country. There seems to be a lot of talking out of ass going around in these communities. Why do they want to make everything harder than it needs to be?
A lot of trans people in Europe end up just pursuing private transition because they just can't get it through the NHS. In case anyone's wondering, this is Philosophy Tube. I'll drop the link in the chats for you all if you want to give it a thumbs up.
Also, speaking of thumbs up, can we get a few more thumbs up in YouTube chat? That would really help me out immensely if you could hit that thumbs up.
Yeah,
and there's been some concern about alerts, in terms of who's getting, the alert, who's getting the live stream pushed to them when it's on. You might want to hit that bell and just click all alerts if you want to. I understand that's a bit much for some people. But I don't know. I've been hearing various. Some people, have no problem seeing the stream. Other people aren't aware that there was a stream until it's over. So if you want to make sure to know about that, two ways of doing that. One is to hit the bell next to the subscribe button, and the other is to join our Discord. Right? If you join our Discord, you will get a notification every time I go live. Right now, that notification will give you a link to YouTube, but you can we'll give you a link to Twitch, but you can generally find it on YouTube as well. So I especially want my YouTube people to start signing up for the Discord. Also, if we get disconnected, right, and you want to know when the stream is starting again, usually I will be starting within like 10 minutes. It takes a while to get to reset the modem and everything, but I start again within 10 minutes. And if you want to know exactly when I'm starting again, join the Discord. You will see the go live notification.
Really, the issue is at this point, it seems to be the case that we have to gatekeep a little bit, just like we gatekeep to some extent any medical procedure, right? So if I go to my doctor and I say, I think I have ovarian cysts, I want like such and such treatment, there are steps to be like, is that actually true? But the issue is that the steps aren't go home and see if it's still true, right? The steps in my case would be getting like
imaging,
a scan, basically to see if there are cysts inside me. The problem is that with transgenderism, obviously.
Jeez. You would think that maybe after Michael Knowles, did this 1 month ago? Okay. So maybe, when was the Michael Knowles quote? I hope that people can get away from using the terminology transgenderism. I hope that people will notice what kind of obfuscation that allows people like Michael Knowles to achieve, right? And that like normalizing that word as a way, what she's really saying is the phenomenon of being trans, right? I get it that like maybe that like has more syllables than transgenderism, but there's a good reason to like try to avoid that word, and I wish more people would do that. I don't know if that was, this was before or after. I'll take made up words that signal for $800.
You can't just scan them to find out like what they have.
But yeah, this is another, this is another aspect of being in the Destiny community, right? Those words are out there, right? These words are basically right-wing rhetoric. And if the first time of you encountering these words is, from a maybe more rationally behaving right winger who's trying to have a, congenial debate with you, I could understand, oh, geez, that's a convenient word. I will note that down and use it next time I'm describing the phenomenon of being transgender. But like, if you don't have any sort of bias against the right wing, you're gonna swallow that. And it's bad. That word in and of itself, that concept, the way the right wing uses it, is a brainworm. And the Destiny people, even the ones that are pro-trans, don't seem to have enough of a defense against the dark arts to avoid taking in brainworms. That's why sometimes you'll have somebody that's like trans-affirming in these communities who, will repeat like anti-trans rhetoric without even realizing it, right? CPAC was about a month ago, so it's negligible. It could be.
Hence the separate clinics. So the idea that you're supposed to wait a month before you can go, she made that up on the spot. She also tried to send me to mental health services, which wasn't what I was there for. She only had one job, send me to the gender clinic. But for some reason she wouldn't do it. I am not the only patient who fell at the first hurdle. This is a 2013 NHS report titled Monitoring and Promoting Trans Health Across the Northwest. The authors investigated the needs of trans patients across Northwest England and how GPs were meeting those needs, or rather they tried to, but they couldn't, because GPs overwhelmingly refused to cooperate with the researchers. Only half of the practices they investigated even replied. So that was just the beginning.
I do want to also point out a difference between like what Erudite said. So Erudite's opinion was that there does need to be a certain level of gatekeeping for the benefit of the patient. I'm interpreting as what she was saying, right? The idea being this, that like somebody could request trans healthcare, but not really need it. Just think that they're trans and not really be trans. And that's... So like the example Erudite uses is, if you think you might have cysts, you don't just go ahead and procure treatment for those cysts, you get imaging, right? Erudite, they can't do imaging on me. They can't look in my head. They can't look in my heart. They can't look in anybody or part of my body and confirm whether I'm trans or not. And also, like, the thought that it should be a thing, right? Because there are some people that talk about brain scans. I think even that's, dangerous, right? I agree with Abigail here in that, like, the fact that I want trans medical care should be enough. When you're saying that maybe what I want, maybe how I feel, maybe how I identify is incorrect, you're treating me like a child, right? And there's even an issue with treating children like that.
It was extremely difficult to get beyond reception staff to speak to practice managers. For example, the researcher was told many times that the practice manager was not in, but would be later, only to be told later that they were on leave or did not work in the afternoons.
How does medical gatekeeping in general ever help the patient?
Very few practice managers understood what was meant by transgender people, and were unwilling to engage in this research. Some practice managers, receptionists, and GPs who were spoken to expressed particularly negative attitudes towards trans people. This study clearly demonstrates that most GP practices are not sufficiently prepared or knowledgeable to appropriate.
So, not sufficiently prepared. The problem with all of our responses to transgender stuff is it's all been reactionary. There was reactionary sides on the right where they basically just wanted to...
Okay, so we're not using reactionary in the political definition. We're using reactionary as in reaction to.
Dismiss, dispute. They didn't want to do research in it. Most of the research that was coming out was extremely biased and not great. Not very good research. And then there was a massive surgence. There was kind of the progressives went against the skeptics. We basically championed trans rights to kind of the forefront and basically said being trans was fine. Hi, Billy. Base. All that good stuff. So now we have a reaction on the other side where there's so
Both sides do it.
much fear about
Both sides are bad.
how the past was received and still now, like especially like boomer.
Oh, who is the we? I think that Erudite's putting herself on the left in this, the Anna Kasparian thing. Yeah, we're going to look at that in a second. Wait, I think I have that open in another...
Doctors and like doctors who like essentially have a political opinion about it as well. To the point where like most doctors who are more liberal or on the fence about stuff are kind of afraid to not yes man stuff.
Oh my God,
and
I don't have it.
That's also a problem. And so when we're talking
Natalie Marie, are you still in chat? Natalie gave me that link. If anyone else can find it, yeah, I do have to check on the, I thought I had that though. Wait, what is in my Oh, I do. I just didn't put it in the. All right. So I do have the link. Yes, Natalie, thank you. Oh, you've got a link to yours too. Okay, let me open both of those up.
But like the best
other
ways
window.
of dealing with these things, I would say like anyone who tries to pretend like we've got it solved, like we know how to deal with appropriately with like transgender populations is probably lying a little bit. Not like intentionally necessarily, but there's no way.
Oh wait, maybe we means the medical establishment. Yeah, I guess. Medical research. I don't know because she, like, you know, she's a. I don't know this the most about not so erudite, but I understand that she's a student of psychometry, a fan of research, and you know, pretty knowledgeable about the way that research works compared to and how to parse research and derive meaning from it compared to your average streamer. But maybe that's what she was implying with the. Maybe that's what the we was. I don't know. Yeah, she didn't say. Right, transgender populations. Well, she's definitely looking at this as like a, you know, a researcher.
That we have it solved because there's such a paucity of literature. We don't really understand what's going on. We don't really know what's best. We don't know what is the appropriate amount of gatekeeping. We don't know what is the healthiest amount of like, if somebody says they're trans.
It's starting to sound like she's not being specific again, but like, here's the question. Does she feel like we don't know what's appropriate in the sense that we might be being too, you know, liberal or not gatekeeping enough? Or does she think that maybe there's too much gatekeeping, right?
Should they be waiting 3 months, 4 months, a year? How do we know this? What if they're 14? Should they be waiting longer or shorter, actually, because of their age and the puberty? If they're 23, should it be expedited because now their brain is a little bit more solidified? So if they're still feeling that way, it's much more likely to be the case that they are indeed trans and that's what they need. Like there's
here's what I'm getting overall. This is like legitimizing these subjects as debate topics, right? And maybe they are debate topics in the context of a medical board. I don't think they're good debate topics in the context of like debates with Destiny.
All of these questions, and the problem is that it's really hard to talk about any of these questions in a lot of academic spaces because it feels like, understandably, that if you're asking these questions, what you're really hiding behind is you're asking these questions with the goal of dismissing trans care. And so we need to figure out a way to ask these questions while at the same time affirming, I do want trans care. I just want good trans care, informed trans care. And I want to ensure
like, it's fine to say that, but like, you know, if your overall take is that we are treating too many people and trans people are experiencing a reality in which they're not getting the treatment that they need, there's going to be a discordance there. And trans people are going to be justifiably upset with you.
For example, that if somebody comes to me and they think that they're trans.
She seems to think that there are people requesting this who are not trans. I just don't think that's happening. Yeah. There are certain like obstacles to transitioning that maybe aren't being taken into account. There's you know, especially when you're in the, again, like I have to go back to, you know, being like the proximity to the Destiny community. If you believe that social contagion is a thing, then you think that on some level it's cool to be trans, right? And that maybe since it's so cool to be trans and it's such a social contagion, maybe there's people that are just like, oh, you're trans? You're trans? Maybe I'm trans too. Am I cool? How about now, Benson? Yeah, that's what it is. That's what they think. Unironically, right? You know, like you're like, am I cool yet? And your trans friends say no, and then you pick up some HRT, and you're like, how about now, Benson?
But in 3 years, they'll realize that they're either like gay. Maybe they'll just realize that they were autistic and they weren't trans. Maybe there's a million things that it was. But trans wasn't it. We don't want to be giving them the wrong treatment because we're too afraid to basically properly diagnose people. And how do we properly diagnose people? It's another issue. And then in cases like the NHS in Canada, where you've got universal health care, you've also got this slow-moving ship.
blowing out the speakers today. Sorry about that, chat. Are you okay? Is everybody okay? Did I destroy anybody's eardrums here? Erudite has watched Silence of the Lambs too many times and thinks that Hannibal Lecter wouldn't lie about someone mistakenly believing they were trans. How dare people try to include trans men when we recognize existence according to Anna, and Anna only, right? Erudite, yeah, wait, by talking about us using anthropological language, like, oh god, I didn't even think about that, Shakespeare, you're right, like transgender populations makes us stop being seen as human and just as an abstraction, merely data on a graph. Yeah, populations rather than people. That's, girl, what? I'm so pissed about the Uganda, they made being gay illegal in Uganda. They realized they were autistic or not trans, or they were actually, wait, what was the other thing? They were actually gay, or... So, like, while saying that she didn't like the idea that the response that Abigail got was come back in a month, she's kind of implying that the comeback in a month might be an appropriate answer based on the fact that like, well, you just don't know yet. You've heard about this wild new crazy thing, this new sensation that's sweeping the nation. You watched a commercial, it was like, be transition, change your right, and you're like, whoa, that looks fucking cool, like sign me up. And your doctor is just like, hey, hold on there for just a second. Are you sure you might not be gay? Maybe you're autistic. Maybe you're this. Maybe you're that. Maybe this is rapid onset gender dysphoria, right? I don't know. Like, just hold on. You're going to be better served by me not giving you the health care that you are saying that you need right now, because you might not know yourself.
That is over bloated with bureaucracy.
Address the needs of this patient.
Uganda passed a law that just identifying as anything LGBTQAA is illegal. Fuck them all. I'm so sick of them. Our allies, Vosh, Destiny, Anna, whoever stands with them on this bullshit, yeah, F them all. She said, come back in a month wasn't appropriate, but taking Abigail at her word isn't either.
2013 was almost a decade ago, but more recent data and my own experience confirms this is still a problem. This 2015 NHS report, which solicited feedback from patients and staff, also highlighted uncooperative GPs as a major problem. This 2016 article in the British Medical Journal says the same thing. In 2021, the non-profit Trans Actual ran a survey which included questions about healthcare. 14% of trans respondents said that
And you heard Erudite speaking to, like, the politicized nature of academic environments, right? And that is just to say that in academic environments, there is more care taken towards using inclusive language generally. Like, there's more care taken to not, projecting bias, right? But in the UK, so Abigail's talking about, like, healthcare practitioners who don't who won't give somebody like her help, right? Or say come back in the month or something like that, being a problem, right? In the UK, it is so depoliticized, right? The idea of trans rights is depoliticized, and transphobic viewpoints are given such legitimacy that you've got a situation in which members of the medical establishment and members of the media, often their own personal bias ends up interfering with the medical care that should be given, right? And, it also occurs in the US to a lesser extent, but the shit is so normalized in the UK. I feel like the thing that Erudite is asking, the way that Erudite is asking the academic sphere to change kind of leaves would leave the academic sphere vulnerable to that kind of bias creeping in, even more than it already does.
GPs, like mine, simply refused to help them. That's more than 1 in 10. As my friend Alice is fond of saying,
yeah, even one good counselor, I wanted to explore the possibility of schizophrenia for several weeks before accepting that I'm trans. And then he said a person could be both, but you have to rule out schizophrenia first. No, I'm with you, Nabil. We have to keep our own allies from attacking us and hurting us. No, you're not wrong. I mean, like, that's the frustrating frustration I deal with daily. It's a Joey salad situation. Medical gatekeeping helps only those patients who can't really make an informed consent decision, or where providing treatment will do harm, like an unlimited opioid script. Canadian shop teacher. The Canadian shopkeeper is intersex and has a condition called gigantomastia. But oh wait, is this the right wing claims her breast would have been prosthetic? In the US, I got, oh well, you're depressed. So yo, no, I literally had a MD tell me that I needed to make more friends, right? I don't know what the implication would be, that I was bored or something. Like you're so bored that you decided to transition. Abigail isn't talking about practitioners. She's talking about the system that intentionally being set up in a way where anything that can be done to disrupt trans people seeking treatment will be done. Yeah, you're gonna purge your accounts from any. Oh, I see. UK here. I have given some of those transphobes and YouTubers or TERFs follows our views, so now I feel even worse learning that it could have helped them fuel the G word. Just tell them that Adadak likes you. That'll convince them that you got too many friends. Yeah.
NHS is a wonderful institution. Unfortunately, it is run by the British, but I didn't have any other choice, so I went away for a month, as ordered, and 30 days later, surprise, surprise, I was still transgender, so I went back to Lieutenant Sheiskov a second time, and this time, she said she would refer me. 6 months went by. I remind you that we have the right to be treated within 18 weeks, so at this point I've already waited double that, and I'm not even in the door. But after 6 months, I still hadn't even gotten so much as a letter from the clinic saying I was in the system, so I went back to Sheiskov a third time, and this time she said, oh, the letter's still here. I must have forgotten to send it.
Dismiss, Captain.
Ooh.
I said dismiss, Captain. Get the hell out of my office.
The lesson I took from this was that my doctor was either so incompetent she couldn't work a postbox, or more likely, she didn't want to give me medical care.
Well, not necessarily true. It's possible both of those things are going on. There is a bias that's going on that is slowing her access of care, and she forgot. For example, there's been 2 to 3 times where I've had my doctor think that they've sent a referral and they just didn't send it, and it had nothing to do with like any bias necessarily. Like one was like to an endocrinologist, the other one was like once I had a cardiologist that didn't get contacted, and then I think the third one was
yeah, but that's a huge issue, and there's gonna be consequences for those things, especially if they impact you, impact your care, right? The issue I think that Abigail's talking about is a situation where a GP leaving a referral on her desk for 6 months. I'm sorry. No biggie, right? That's the issue. That's the issue that I have, right? I get that the medical system isn't going to be perfect, that it's run by humans. Mistakes will be made by humans, but there's certain mistakes that you have to put a cost to in order to prevent them from happening.
I can't even remember. But it like this,
like, for instance, like somebody's chart getting screwed up and the, an amputation that's supposed to go on one limb going on the other side, that has happened. And because that's the reason that, doctors implemented things like checklists the way that they did to try to prevent double check. They want to have like, sort of a fail safe system against that kind of malpractice, right? The problem is that this doesn't seem to, be a big deal or have any consequences whatsoever.
This stuff does happen. It definitely does feel biased. The issue is that because of the negative experience transgender people have had for so long, there's some of that negative experience that will cloud future experiences. So even if the negative thing, even if the bias isn't happening, even if it's just
Wait, Olivia, is the she that you're talking about me, or is the she that you're talking about like erudite?
When failing, it's going to feel some kind of way, which is understandable.
I'm sorry that I can't have you on the screen, but I'll literally show you what happens when I try to bring up YouTube on the screen. And it pains me greatly. Look, YouTube chat, let's go. There you are. There you are, YouTube chat. Do you feel represented? That's not exactly. I don't know why OBS does this. It sucks, but I am reading. Trust me, I am reading you.
Understandable. The issue is that like we have to figure out what precisely is going on to correct the system. Which, in her case, I'm willing to grant that maybe it was bias. It's hard to say.
Neither of which is great, to be honest. Honestly, you think you're on good terms with someone and you come out as trans and suddenly they don't want anything to do with you anymore. In a lot of ways, the NHS is just like my dad. Just like to clarify that was to be sent to the gender clinic, but this time I printed out the NHS rules on treating trans patients and highlighted the relevant sections. So when he said, "I'm sorry, I can't send you to the clinic," I pulled them out and I said, "Actually, doctor, you not only can, you are required to."
Damn, YouTube really is too white.
I printed out the NHS rules on treating trans patients and highlighted the relevant sections. So when he said, "I'm sorry, I can't send you to the clinic," I pulled them out and I said, "Actually, doctor, you not only can, you are required to." After a great deal of persuasion, he did in fact agree to follow the rules, and he referred me to the clinic. I made sure
You said it's not just a good idea, it's the law.
to get a signed and dated copy of that referral. And the clock officially started. I waited 18 weeks. I waited 18 more weeks. And then I waited 18.
Yeah, if there's a problem with... Wait, so Olivia's saying that there's an issue with context of our comments. Yeah, so the issue that you're seeing actually is the delay in YouTube. So you're seeing everything that I do, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds after I do it, right? And then when you have a response to something that I do or say, you're typing that out, that's another, 5, 10, 15 seconds, right? So yeah, if there's like a delay and then, me noticing your comments there and reading it, that adds another. So, but, we can be like 45 seconds apart or more pretty easily.
More.
And yeah, you're right, that does distort context.
None of them are seeing patients within the required 18-week limit, and waiting lists are extremely long.
Mobile makes it
How long
another
lasts?
delay too? Yeah.
Well,
Sorry
at time
about
of
that.
recording, the largest clinic in London has
I love you too, Olivia. You're awesome.
11,407 patients on its waiting list. Last month, they offered first appointments to 50. That means that if you were referred today, you will be waiting for 19 years.
I can't believe you put me on screen like that. Yeah.
And that's not 19 years for healthcare either. That's 19 years for a first appointment, of which you may have several, with months or even years between them. You might be wondering, wow, only 50? Maybe they had a really slow month last month. Maybe that's throwing the numbers off. Nope. 50 is pretty typical. That's actually better than it used to be. When I was referred, it was 26 years. The long waiting times contribute to high levels of distress among trans patients. It also impacts our access to civil rights like marriage, death, and privacy, because remember, in England, if you want to change the sex marker on your birth certificate or passport, you need a doctor's permission. If you haven't changed the marker on your passport, for instance, because you're on a years-long waiting list to get permission, then every time you apply to rent a flat or get a job, you'll have to show them your passport, and they'll instantly know you're trans. Employers and landlords are not allowed to discriminate. Ha, 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 ha. Long waiting times are an especially...
So in other words, like, yeah, what she's saying is they're not allowed to discriminate, but they see that you're trans and they're making a determination that's somewhat arbitrary, i.e. they can discriminate if they want to, and it's going to be almost impossible to prove. So de facto, yeah, they are allowed to discriminate.
acute problem when it comes to trans children. If you know that you're trans at a young age and you're forced to go through the wrong puberty, it can be very distressing. And it can cause, dare I say it, irreversible damage? Or not really damage, but it has permanent effects. For instance, I went through a testosterone puberty as an adolescent, and as a result, I'm taller than the average Englishwoman.
Also,
I've forgotten to do things for ages that I should have done. Yeah, but I mean, it's different depending on what your job is. Like, right? If you're a doctor, that's part of the reason that I am not a medical professional, right? Is that kind of thing, tends to be really important, and just my ADHD makes it almost certain that I'm going to forget some things. So, I wouldn't be appropriate for the field.
I can do this with my voice whenever I want to.
I mean, I think those things are positives about me because I really like being tall, and also it's useful as an actress to have two voices and a perfect impersonation of Matt Berry on tap. But there are other effects that are negative and also permanent. So, it's especially important that trans children get prompt treatment. If you're 13 and trans, and there's a years-long wait to get care, then by the time you're seen, it could be too late. And your life is not over if that happens to you.
This is so fucking tricky because it is so important that trans youth get prompt treatment, but it's also important that teens who think that they're trans and are not trans are not getting too prompt of treatment that they're blah, 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 blah. So in the case of NHS, the problem is not too prompt, at least. It's more going to be in places like the States where everything's privatized, where you get like much faster expedient things. My understanding, in case you're wondering, is every single trans person I've talked to in Europe has basically reported similar stuff. The wait lists are insane, that basically most trans people just opt to go through the private route and just pay out the ass to transition because it's basically impossible to get in.
But it will shape the rest of your time on Earth. And that's what a lot of this comes down to. Waiting for somebody else's permission to live the rest of your life.
Just gonna see.
I mean, what do you make out of that? Like, are you like talking out of both sides of her mouth like that, right? It's really important for trans kids to get prompt medical care, but at the same time, it's really important that trans teens who aren't really trans don't get too prompt of care so that they... I don't know about that. Look, here's my understanding. When you're talking about teens, up to a certain point, the medical intervention is puberty blockers, right? And puberty blockers are reversible. They're not a medication that comes without any side effects. Like almost every medication has side effects, right? But the standard of care is that the possible side effects are weighed against the benefit, right? So if you're in a situation where the benefit of delaying puberty is greater than the perceived side effects, then you've got that. Also, like if the person does decide that they've made a mistake, then they're able to go off of those, right? So the one thing that's not reversible is puberty itself. And if you miss treating people going through puberty who don't want to go through that puberty, you can't go back on that. You can't correct that. And I gotta say that most likely, out of the population of teenagers requesting this kind of care, most of them are not going to later change their mind. Most of them are, they want that care and they need that care. So yeah, I don't know. Puberty blockers are still a huge compromise. Literally blah, blah, blah over the argument. I think Erudite's refusal to take a side is taking a side. Interesting. Wait, so you're saying puberty blockers are still a huge compromise? You mean puberty blockers as opposed to HRT? You have to wait until well after your normal puberty might have... Oh, I see what you're saying. That basically you're put in a holding pattern. So even the puberty blockers aren't, treatment, the treatment that you'd want as a trans person would be to go through the puberty of your... the gender you identify with at the time when puberty should occur, and that instead a lot of trans kids are being put in a holding pattern on the off chance that they're gonna change their mind. Might I point out that if all primary providers were trained to take care of trans people, this would be less of a problem. Oh, good point. Yeah. There's such a dearth of training, right? It's not emphasized. It's not, it's spoken about in medical school, and like, there's some familiarity that maybe all practitioners have, but in terms of actually learning enough to competently treat trans people, yeah, it's fairly rare. Live in a greater metropolitan area, so luckily we have lots of specialists around. I found an NP for a trans fan within a 10-minute search. She saw the NP within a few weeks, got blood work done, and then HRT the next appointment. Our society's transphobia is a huge barrier to that training cannot overcome. Yeah, that's true too. You're even with the training, training doesn't erase bias, I think is what Zara's trying to get at.
Faced with these waiting lists, a lot of trans people do one of three things. Option one is private healthcare. Obviously, that's very expensive. So it tends to be the more privileged, usually white trans people who get to do that. And even if you can't afford it, that's money that you can't spend on a holiday or a house or a wedding, or it means you go into a lot of debt. Option two is self-medication. That means buying hormones off the internet or sharing them with a friend. I found a 2016 article in The Lancet which records that 40% of adult patients who get an appointment at the London clinic are already self-medicating when they arrive. If that rate holds constant across the nation, that would mean there are tens of thousands of people doing it, although because it's underground, who knows? Anecdotally, every British trans person I know, except for two, I think, is either self-medicating or has at some point. If you're a trans woman like me, then self-medicating in England is legal. You need a testosterone blocker and estrogen, and you can order both of those from a foreign country without a prescription on the internet and have them sent here. If you have them, it's also legal to share them with a friend who needs them. However, if you're a trans man, then things are a little trickier because you're going to need testosterone, and it's illegal to sell or share that. The government
in the US, testosterone is considered like a controlled substance, right?
And doesn't want trans guys getting too yoked. Rishi Sunak's a short king. He doesn't want to be intimidated by all these trans dudes walking around getting buff. But obviously, taking pills that you bought on the internet can be very medically risky. GPs are supposed to help people who do, though again, some simply
So unsurprisingly, even in this case, the trans men get the short end of the stick. Always, always, always.
refuse. There is a large and growing network of people in the trans underground who help each other out, although
It's like $600 a month plus pill bottles, which cost about $1,000 a bottle.
I got a pee chat, but I'm going to be listening along with you, so be right back.
Kids with dysphoria do actually grow out of it if they don't go on blockers. There does seem to be a reasonable gatekeeping argument. Those are really old stats, and I will be clear that those stats are from the biased researchers. There's a lot of concerns about that study. Yeah, but there is a question. Like the reality is, it does seem that some people do grow out of this of dysphoria, and that dysphoria can be helped by treatment. So that is a legitimate question that has to be posed. The problem is, to what extent? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? Like, what is the actual numbers? And how do we find those numbers if everyone's so damn politicized that we can't even ask the question? And we can't interpret it because one person reads the interpretation and wants to like inflate the numbers and be like, see, they all just grow out of it. It's all just in their brain. And then other people want to say, no, it's never in their brain. It's always legitimate and it's always permanent. Super frustrating trying to do trans gender research in general, which the reality is, it's annoying to cis people because they want to find the answers. You know who it harms the most? Trans people. Because it means that they're regularly being underserved by multiple institutions, including the institution of science.
Mindful as I am of YouTube's community guidelines, I can't tell you how.
Tren is basically like steroids. I believe it's a testosterone derivative of a steroid.
To self-medicate. And please note, I'm also...
But most trans men I don't think are using Tren.
explicitly not saying that I recommend it.
Can you name a human that isn't biased? I can't name a human that isn't biased. The issue is that there are some researchers who absolutely interpret results with a stronger narrative than others. That's absolutely true. If you've worked in a graduate level school, you're going to know researchers that just have a strong bias. And to be clear, both sides. You're going to be researchers of both sides. And every time you read the research, you're like, interesting that you're always finding things that strongly reinforce your bias. Strange how that always comes out of your lab. Huh? You know? There are definitely scientists who do a way better job at being rigorous and trying to do their best to not like imbue their bias into it. So of course, all science is going to be somewhat biased, but of course we can also recognize that there are going to be better and worse actors within it.
I'm just saying it is a fact that a lot of people do, probably because they find that option more palatable than option 3. Option 3 is that you die. And people do die on the waiting lists. Every year at Trans Pride, there are more names read out of the people who aren't here anymore. There was a recent death in the community of a woman who'd waited more than 1,000 days on the waiting list. I've had parents of trans children email me about the kids that they've lost. I'm going to be honest with you, writing this episode of Philosophy Tube has been a struggle because the show is about being compassionate and seeing all sides, but as a human being, I have a strong preference for my own survival and a strong emotional reaction when I see other people needlessly suffering. What I'm saying is this episode might get a little bit more personal than usual because now I need to tell you about what I did next.
I feel like I went away at just the wrong moment, right? She was talking. I feel like Erudite was talking some bullshit. Just there. She's talking. She's okay. So the last thing she went over was like bias in research, you know, saying that like she's got like researchers that are biased one way in terms of their interpretation of the results. Because like, you know, this is how it works, right? You set up a study, bias could enter into how you set up a study. There's some studies that cannot show certain things, right? That are statistically unable to demonstrate a certain thing. And if what you want is to show the absence of that thing, then you're going to be more biased to try to set up like a story, you know, your research like that. Now that's, you know, bogus, right? But it doesn't keep people from doing it. So, you know, bias can enter into it there. Bias can enter into like the methods of the study. And bias can definitely, the biggest part that it enters into is the, is the conclusion, the discussion, like those kind of sections, which, you know, Erudite refers to as interpretation, right? So, you know, that's like, but, you know, in general, there's a practice of like under interpreting. In other words, the conclusions that generally get made, especially if you want your study to be respected, is gonna claim mainly that more research needs to be done in X area to determine this. That like we weren't able to determine what we wanted to determine because we don't have this data, and so therefore more research needs to be. You'll always hear that more research needs to be done. Yeah, I don't know. It's there also might be like a bias in like how much do you know about the trans community, and it's easy for somebody like Erudite to maybe read somebody with a great familiarity with the trans community as making assumptions when in reality those assumptions are based on knowledge, right? We're coming with you to the pharmacy, the library, if your foot can handle it, the grocery store, nice. Hey, old sick back. Wait, I just want to see
within it.
I'm just saying
Both sides. You're going to be researchers of both sides. And
yeah.
no, it's never in their brain. It's always legitimate and it's always permanent. Super frustrating trying to do trans gender research in general, which the reality is it's annoying to cis people.
The other thing that gets like undersold is the amount of people who might, you know, express interest in transitioning, start to transition, change their mind at some point, right? A lot of people interpret that as, we've got a detransitioner, we've got a desister, right? Oh yeah, and I think she mentioned that study with the really biased. So there was a famous study of I think it's called desistance, like when somebody desists, right? And transphobes will use this study to imply that the vast majority of people who identify as trans eventually end up quote unquote growing out of it, right? And it's absolute bullshit, because what they do is they take anybody who has ever put on a gender non-appropriate, you know, article of clothing or done shown gender aberrant behavior is put in the group of, okay, they've started, this is this person expressing, transness, and then they follow those people forward and they see how many of those people actually transition versus how many of them do not transition, and the ones that don't transition are considered desisters. Now the problem with this is obviously, right, like any kid that like puts on, mommy's shoes or daddy's I don't know daddy's shirt, or like, you know what I mean? Any kid who does anything like that is put into that group of like, oh, maybe, oh, but no, right? So in other words, it's like it's just completely bogus data, and it's basically a biased study. So I think Erudite might have like slightly undersold how bad that data is, if it's the study that I'm thinking of.
Interpret it, because one person reads the interpretation and wants to like inflate the numbers and be like, see, they all just grow out of it, it's all just in their brain. And then other people want to say, no, it's never in their brain, it's always legitimate and it's always permanent. Super frustrating trying to do trans gender research in general, which the reality is it's annoying to cis people because they want to find the answers. And how do we find those numbers if everyone's so damn politicized that we can't even ask the question?
Okay, yeah, like I just felt like there was some bullshit there that I had to go back to. Trans care. God, wait, what is this? Gatekeeping taxpayer money?
And Colonel Cathcart said,
Ooh, that's not a good argument, that you don't need anyone to sign off to change your body. You don't need anyone to sign off to change your body if you pay for it privately. But if you expect taxpayers to pay for it, obviously these things are going to be somewhat gatekept, necessarily, right? Like,
I don't think any other group is like held to that standard. Like, would you, like, I don't think that cis people would put up with their medical care being gate-kept under all, but if the taxpayer is gonna pay for this, are you sure you like really need this therapy? Or, maybe if we just leave you alone for a month or two, the problem will go away by itself, right? We don't want to waste the taxpayer money. If your issue is just going to go away on its own, like, it'd be silly to spend money on it. Let's give you a month or two. Come back to me if you're still experiencing XYZ, right? Wow.
This is why, for the most part,
the NHS isn't funded by taxation.
Private clinics are going to be much more accessible and much less gatekept, because if you're paying for it, you're paying for it. You kind of do get to change your body if you pay for it, to some extent.
yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Little Timmy played with his sister's old toys and then didn't transition. Put him down as a desister. Exactly.
Things do need to change. That's why I have a plan to change the system.
Harm reduction is probably the most invoked cliche to wait for it increase harm, rolls eyes. Not only that, but what about compelling doctors to engage in this medicine? I mean, you don't have to compel doctors, right? Not all doctors are specialized in transition. The only doctors who would be compelled to do the medicine would necessarily be doctors somewhat trained on trans medicine.
Yeah, but certainly you could find medical issues that afflict a similar percentage of the population as the trans population, right? In which, most general practitioners are going to have training on that, right? So the fact that this is like such a, such a rare, thing to have, at least some familiarity with trans medicine is problematic, right? We could have bought a missile with that money, exactly, right?
Like, you're not going to your GP to transition. You're going to specialists. You're going to people who have training in like endocrinology and stuff, because your GP doesn't know enough. Your GP shouldn't.
Wait, you're going to people with training in endocrinology? Oh my God. Are you sure about that? Trans people in chat, let me know. The 80% desistance rate. Yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Spectacular Snyderman. It includes gender non-conforming youth as trans and had poor follow. Yeah, well, yeah, it's so worthless if you don't do follow-ups. Yeah, good point. We're talking about the same study. People who didn't return to the lab were assumed to be desisters. Oh my god, this is such bad fucking science. You can absolutely go to a GP for transition. My friends do. But wait, this whole, like, you need a endocrinologist, right? I never saw one. And I don't think I'm alone. I mean, would it be nice to have like an entire like medical team like supervising your care? Sure, but yeah, Zara, like there's other people, like, right? This isn't it's not even that common to, like, now obviously all doctors are going to have taken endocrinology classes, right? But there, there's a difference between that and like clinical training in endocrinology.
Managing your transition.
And there's a big difference between that and an endocrinologist. I don't know. Is that what Erudite's getting at? Is endocrinologists? Or as long as your hormones are good, I think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's more applicable, it's more necessary in particular cases, like when the care becomes complicated by other factors, right?
Because
I
your
have to
GP
go see an endo next month and have been putting it off for like 2 years.
doesn't even know enough to like diagnose you with ADHD. They probably shouldn't be managing your transition.
In 2020, NHS England commissioned a new pilot scheme called Trans Plus here in London. It's a sexual health clinic and a gender identity clinic rolled into one. And this is Colonel Cathcart's baby. He told me so himself. He wants
I don't get why ADHD is coming into the calculation, but okay.
this to be the future of trans healthcare in England. There are more clinics like it on the way. Patients and activists have been campaigning for years to get something done, and it's possible that this might represent a slight improvement at some point in the future. But when Cathcart told me this, I wept, because this plan doesn't change the system at all. We still have to get permission from a doctor to get the same healthcare that everyone else can. GPs still have way too much power. It's still out of step with what other countries are doing. It's still a massive, unnecessary, expensive layer to the system. Patients still have no control over what happens to us. And this is the bit that really gets me. He wants us to just forget about all the horrible things that have happened. Sarah Ahmed talks about how institutions have their own relationships to time, what philosophers call temporality. When you make a complaint, you look back at the harm that was done. But in all my conversations with NHS senior officers, they only want to look forwards. They don't want to look back at the warnings they were given, at the promises they made, at the harm that was done. Especially, they don't want to look back at the people who died as a result of their decisions, or the people who were permanently negatively impacted. It's nice that they want to open more clinics at some point. But what about the people who need healthcare now? What about the people who are dead? Even if we only look at the ones who survived, tens of thousands of people were kept waiting and suffering needlessly for years. They knew about it and did nothing. They're still suffering. This is still happening. People's lives are being destroyed by this system. And they matter. There's nothing in Cathcart's plan about actually fixing any of it. Not even an apology. Ahmed says the burden of forgiveness often falls on the person making the complaint. We're expected to look forward, like the institution does, and accept that we'll never get justice. I actually asked Colonel Cathcart point blank, who's looking into these cases? When are you awarding damages? When's the public apology coming? Who is going to resign over these failures, Colonel? And he hasn't said anything.
So yeah, Colonel Cathcart, my understanding is this is somebody that she talked to in the NHS, right? So she did some interviewing based on Erudite doesn't look comfortable seeing actual emotion. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole Destiny, oh my god. I don't want to like all break this all down to like, I get that Erudite is more than just a Destiny orbiter, right? That, Erudite is her own person, and I don't want to, make assumptions based on her proximity to other streamers and such. But yeah, that's a pretty common way of looking at things in the debate sphere in general, right? Facts don't care about your feelings. Feelings are subject to bias. I care about data. I care about numbers. I care about populations, right? That kind of putting a distance between yourself and your subject matter, especially when the subject matter is people that, a content creator that you're really close to is using as content and possibly like harming in the process. Like I get that, you don't want to see the emotions.
At time of recording.
Oh my god, YouTube.
will find that this plan is not...
What's up, V? DHBS were supposed to be reviewed last year, but nothing. Medical institutions ghosting you after abusing you or discriminating against you is too common. Yeah, and there's no like consequences, right? And like when I'm saying that, it's not in a vindictive way. It's not like I gotta see heads must roll or whatever. But you want to see that that the thing that was problematic is going to be stopped, is going to be ameliorated in some way, and B, that there is something compelling the system not to make the same mistake again, or to make the same mistake in a different way. And I mean, the mandate should be, if our GP won't treat us, they must refer us to a doctor that will. I mean, that makes sense. We should want people to get the care that will help them thrive, not check some box on, am I a real trans and need to prove it? Yeah, agreed. So I'm like catching up with YouTube chat here. The care she means is that for some reason there's an emerging group of teen FTM that regret the procedure of mastectomy, not that they aren't trans. That doesn't mean that they're not trans. I mean, there's also like a, sort of moral panic going on around the specter of rapid onset gender dysphoria. New Zealand immigration is apparently letting Posey in. No, counter protests are planned in Auckland and Wellington. Oh, thank you. Wait, my hair is looking good? Thank you. Meow. Can't we just neglect you till you give up and life is, you live a short repressed life. That's easier. Yeah, anything that gets you out of their hair seems to be. So people looking back on this video she put up months ago because of her recent tweet, exactly, Tanner Martin, you've got it. Although, to be fair, though, Erudite did review this a month ago, so this was before that discourse had started. Trying to communicate with the district health boards in New Zealand is similar. It's like as they're as bureaucratic and awful, and as they can be on purpose. Yeah. Recognition of harm done would be nice, instead of people trying to argue that abuse, neglect, and discrimination are for your own good. Exactly. Oh, the big capsules. Rapid onset gender dysphoria, aka TFW, wrong puberty hits. Right. RE, the mastectomy regret rate. Some surgeons purposefully fuck up mastectomies. What? And leave. God damn. Yeah, no, I know what TFW is. Yeah. Or that feels when, even. In case you change your mind and want to reverse it. Oh my god.
Patients wanted. Remember, we said we wanted an informed consent system several times. They've been publishing reports.
Oh my god, antibiotics are huge.
Investigations and consultations into it for almost a decade.
And they taste
multiple
bad.
Times we told them what we wanted, and this is not that. However this plan shakes out, it represents NHS England, and Colonel Cathcart in particular, I'm afraid, continuing to override the expressed wishes of the people they are meant to be helping. When Cathcart told me his plan, I went back to Major Danby a second time, and I said, Major, based on everything I've seen, it seems to me that decisions about the healthcare of patients are being made not based on the medical evidence, but based on interdepartmental politics and institutional inertia. And he said, yes, you're absolutely correct. So, I mean, at least someone finally admitted it.
Got a base of the doctor to admit
As I
it.
said, this has been a very difficult episode for me because Philosophy Tube is about compassion and reason. But it's hard to maintain those things.
I mean, it depends on the doctor's attitude towards it, right? If it, the doctor was like, yeah, this is bullshit, right?
In the face of a brutal and irrational system. In truth, I hate what this experience has done to me. It has wasted my goodness, and it has made me angry and bitter. And I don't like being that way. The angry, easy explanation is that the system is bad because the people in charge are bad, and that it won't change because of them. And I don't want to think that way about my fellow human beings. I don't think my old philosophy teacher, Mr. Baker, would want me to think that way either. I know that people try their best. And so there must be another explanation. Why are institutions so inflexible? Why are they so difficult to change? Is it
Bureaucracy. Simple as that.
because ultimately people are nasty and selfish?
Wait, but what does that mean? What when you say bureaucracy, simple as that, does that mean like that is an unavoidable thing and that is part of life and you're just gonna have to deal with it, right? Is that what that means, or does it mean, I don't know, like is there an implication there that something should change, or an implication that that's just the way it is? Because it could be either way, depending on somebody's feeling about bureaucracy.
A deeper reason.
The deeper reason is that everyone's turned off. Nobody's thinking. Everyone's on autopilot. The system worked before. The system will work in the future. It's really hard to steer and change an old moving ship. And the reality is that like trans medicine isn't solved. It's not solved, and we can't pretend that it is. And until it's solved, this ship is going to be even slower to turn, because there is going to be...
I mean, okay, to be honest though, the idea of medicine being solved is a little bit silly. It's a little bit naive. Like, medicine doesn't get solved. Right? What she means when she says solved is figured out, optimized, and then standardized, right? And like, I mean, although to a certain extent, yeah, medicine does, undergo those processes, like, it doesn't really reach the kind of finality that solved would imply. And it is, always going to be a moving target. But I would say that not only is it not solved, but it's not acceptable. Like, it's not just like that it's not solved, it's not perfect, it's not optimized. It is that it is fucked. It is fucked in the US, and it is fucked in the UK. It's fucked in different ways, on different scales, and for different reasons, but it is fucked.
Strong politicking on both sides.
Oh my God, both sides do it. God, we're not gonna get any. We're gonna ride the fence the whole time, aren't we, Erudite?
And it's a problem. I mean, I hate the bureaucracy of most of these institutions, but they're made for like dominantly for like things like liability, and so it's like this is why like insurance in so many ways is like so bad so often. Because like liability creates like this excessive bureaucratic bloat. It creates like plausible deniability for everyone the whole way up within the chain. So it's like great at minimizing harm and minimizing like ability to be placing blame on one thing. So it's good at that.
Okay, so here's the interesting part, right?
People are going to get a little bit upset.
So this section is called "Does Philosophy Tube Not Believe in Gender Dysphoria?" Right? That's the question that we're interrogating. I wanted to see a little bit of Abigail's video, and I wanted to get a sense for where Erudite was at on the larger issues, but this is what we really care about here. And after this, we'll take a look at Jessie Gender's video before maybe coming back to, I guess, Demon Mama's weighed in on this as well, and I'd be remiss not to see what she has to say on it. Vosh's take on this at first seemed good, but there was some like weird little, there were some weird little areas of it where Vosh just like said some bullshit, right?
But I would like to talk now about the concept of gender dysphoria.
Okay, so here we go.
Here's the real shit. We are firmly in the territory of my opinion here. Not everyone agrees with what I'm about to argue. If I'd stayed in academia, this is probably what I'd have written my PhD on. As we've seen by now, medical transition in England, and let's not forget a lot of legal transition as well, hinges on first being diagnosed with gender dysphoria, which is supposedly the feeling of discomfort that arises when there is...
So yeah, this is a major issue of intellectual curiosity for Abigail, right? This is she said if she'd stayed in higher education, this is what she would have written her thesis on.
Disconnect between the sex you were assigned at birth and the gender you are. And I think that this concept...
Vosh's big problem is he keeps on having takes.
As it is used in the NHS system.
Medicine is evolving and developing and changing.
is a complete
Always.
crock of shit. The philosopher Gilbert Ryle tells a story about a guy who goes to Oxford and asks to see the university. And they show him the colleges and the libraries and the quads. And at the end of the day, he says, yes, but where's the university? You haven't shown me that. And he's made a mistake, what philosophers call a category error. He thinks the university is its own building, but it's not. It's just the sum of all those ordinary buildings. A lot of people talk about dysphoria as if it was its own extra feeling, and I think that that too is a category error. I don't think it is an extra feeling. I think it's just the sum of...
Okay, so love of Blahaj. Wow. So there's her explanation. So it's not like she doesn't believe that these things exist, right? She also, knows what's being discussed when people say gender dysphoria, but she finds the category problematic, and she, more to the point, finds the basis of diagnosis on this category problematic.
Cis people also feel all those feelings. Maybe not about the same things or to the same intensity, but they do feel them. If a cisgender woman goes through menopause and thinks, oh, my body feels bloated, it doesn't feel like my own, I'm anxious and depressed, is that not gender dysphoria? If a cis man is skinny and can't grow a beard and looks at his peers and thinks, oh, I should be manlier, is that not gender dysphoria? If a cisgender woman has hair on her face and thinks, oh, I've got a moustache, I look like a man, I want to get laser hair removal to get rid of it, is that not dysphoria? I think the only plausible answer here is yes. But when cis people feel those feelings, it doesn't have its own clinical label. And they don't have to be diagnosed with it to get treatment. Remember, if a cis woman goes through menopause, she can get estrogen from her GP. If a trans woman wants it, we have to go to the gender clinic and be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. When we feel those feelings, it's treated differently. And you might be...
Ooh. Damn. I'm very curious to hear how the trans community is going to feel about this.
Now, this is interesting. Yeah, erudite. My understanding is that this part of the video didn't make that big of a splash initially, right? It was only after Abigail tweeted out, just to remind us this, right? And this was March 15th. This was a week ago, right? A week ago, Abigail tweets out this. That's when the controversy, proper started. And my explanation of that would be this, that if I look at the timestamps on Abigail's video, I would say, yeah, this is like an hour into the video, right? People watch videos. About 1.5 million people watched Abigail's video. But if you were to look at the amount of time people watched as a graph, right? You'd see it start at like 100%. Maybe even more than 100%, because some people watch it more than once, right? But it starts way up here. And then it goes down. And it goes down. And let's say that Abigail's got great watch time, right? So we're going to say that the graph looks like that. So it's there right at the beginning, about 30% of people click off in the first 10 minutes, right? And let's say that like the rest of the people, they sat their ass down there, they started watching the video, and it's so good. Abigail's so good at keeping our attention that it doesn't go down much past then. But you still have, what, like, only 60% of the people that watch it, getting to the first half hour. And then at the half of the video is over, we've got about 55%. We are all the way over here to an hour into the video. We're about 80% done. And there might be like 45, 35, 30% of people still watching, right? And of those people, some people, their eyes are glazed over and they don't even notice it. And she makes a spicy take that maybe they disagree with, and they're just like, whatever, right? They don't really notice, right? So that's when something's buried deep within a video, sometimes it doesn't get reacted to. Sometimes it doesn't make the waves that it would had it been at the very beginning of the video. So I think that's what's going on here. That's why this was kind of a sleeper. Like, this was a spicy take. Saying that gender dysphoria does not exist is something that definitely, perks people's ears up, but it's not, it wasn't until she made it as a tweet, a standalone tweet, that it really set the world on fire.
Oh man, there's so much. I don't even know where to start with this one. Let's just keep watching.
Saying, well, when cis people feel those things,
NCC would make us listen to a cis. You're talking about like not so erudite?
that's body dysmorphia, not gender dysphoria. It is a different thing. But that's what I'm asking. Why is it different? To which the only answer is, well, because you're trans. And that's exactly my point. Functionally, in the English...
You think erudite is trans? Can I get a check on this? My understanding is that erudite is cis. I could be wrong though. Like I said, I'm not an erudite expert.
Clinical system, gender dysphoria just means the thing that trans people have. And in that case, you might
But to answer your question, Olivia, I am trying to give you a spectrum of opinions, right? Erudite, I expect to disagree with Abigail on this, and then Demon Mama, I expect to agree with Abigail.
I'll just call it mad disease. And it's not just the concept itself that raises my eyebrows. The history of it is also questionable. Being trans used to be considered a mental illness. Transsexuality, as it was then called, was added to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in 1980, and there was immediately a campaign to remove it. So in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association got together and said, we got to update this, and they assembled a committee. There were 12 doctors on that committee. As far as I can find, all of them were cis. Side note, one of them was Ray Blanchard, a name that all the trans people...
There we go, I knew it. NCC was right.
The audience will know.
Can I get some NCC was rights in chat?
Blanchard has since been disgraced, and his theories about us have been thrown out by the medical community and thoroughly debunked, including by other YouTubers more talented than me. This was the committee that pretty much invented the modern concept of gender dysphoria as it is used today. This team of 12 look...
So there's her thing. There's a certain... Yeah. Oh wow! Now I want to get a hold. If anybody can find this, we won't go over this on stream. But I'd like to look at this research. I didn't realize that the concept of gender dysphoria was so localized to this paper by this team of doctors. And yes, this includes Ray Blanchard, who, after this study, became kind of a joke. Not kind of a joke. Ray Blanchard's a joke, okay? Ray Blanchard's ideas on trans people are an absolute joke.
At the history of diagnosing trans people, looked for patterns in the medical literature, and came up with their new diagnosis, dysphoria. Unfortunately, there was a major problem with the data that they relied on, a problem which also makes the diagnosis extremely difficult to actually use. How do you diagnose someone with gender dysphoria? Or transsexuality, or mad disease, or whatever we're calling it this decade, when you get to the gender clinic?
I feel like I missed this part. I didn't realize, this is news to me. This whole idea that the gender dysphoria as a standard of diagnosis was something that you can really nail down to this study and these 12 doctors.
What does the specialist actually do? Well, they ask you questions, of course. This person, who has the power to decide what the rest of your life will look like, asks you questions to make sure that your answers fit the ones they have in their textbook. And can you guess what the problem is? We lie! Or not even necessarily lie, but just, we tell them what they want to hear. There's a documented history of trans people doing this since at least the 1950s, and we're still doing it. A 2015 study found that about 30% of trans respondents admitted to lying or withholding.
Here's the issue. If gender dysphoria is the same that trans people experience as somebody who cis experiences when they feel a little yucky about their body, what even is transness? And why the fuck would we even care? What is it? Because if it's not a distinctly separate experience...
Maybe being trans is more complicated than just gender dysphoria. I think that's what Abigail's getting at.
Experience to some extent, then I don't know why these would be requiring different medicalized treatments and why they would be considered a different group. But I understand her argument as to why. I understand what she's saying here, right? Because first of all of the history she's given about gender dysphoria within the DSM is true. The trans community, unsurprisingly, has been vastly underserved, underrepresented, and undercared for by the psychological community and the medical community.
I mean, not just undercared for, but you see that even when we are being paid attention to, right, they're willing to write the phenomenon of transness off to, something as simple as gender dysphoria. They're willing to let a monster like Ray Blanchard on their committee on their committee into the study that is that's codifying this as the standard of diagnosis, right? There's a lot wrong with this. I watched this part. Shit, people have been pathologizing trans people because we're different for a long time. Yeah, so it's not just that we're underserved. It's not just that we're an afterthought. Those things are true. Erudite's right about that. But it's also that when we are thought about, we're treated horribly, right? We're pathologized. Like Ray Blanchard literally does not believe that trans women are women, that trans men, I don't think he even knew, like he doesn't seem to have even like talked about trans men, right? But yeah, Ray Blanchard doesn't even believe in trans people. He believes in AGPs and HSTSs and, you know, just right, like he just comes up with this wild ass hypothesis of, oh, I see, you're attracted to yourself as a woman. And that's one of the guys doing this research, right?
That is, there's no question about that. I wouldn't even begin to cope about that. That means that the data on trans people is minimal. We know very little. And a lot of the more progressive clinics that are working with trans people in a much more accepting way,
it's called self-confidence, Ray,
are very reticent sometimes to collect certain points of data. Because they're concerned about how they're going to be used. Again, understandably, the problem is that
she's not saying that gender dysphoria, like as we understand it, doesn't exist. She admits that there are feelings that, you know, we have about the way that we look, the way that our bodies are, etc. That is commonly referred to as that. What she's saying is that it's a red herring. And particularly, it is reductive to reduce trans people to those with gender dysphoria, both in that it takes people who are trans and says, no, you're not. And you know, if you really take it seriously as a criteria for diagnosis, it would diagnose cis people that are perfectly happy being cis as somehow trans, because, well, I mean, not. Like it's just missing the point. Like it sounds good on paper, like, right? And when there wasn't any other explanation, that, you know, it got accepted as like, yeah, no, this is the thing. This is what makes you trans, right? But when you really think about it, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Trans people are more than gender dysphoria. There's more to it than that. Trans people don't all feel gender dysphoria, and feeling gender dysphoria doesn't make you trans. Therefore, the inclusion of this, the you know, reliance on this as a standard for diagnosis is absolute bullshit.
It sets us into like a catch-22, where we can't collect the data from the people who are probably going to be more inclined in a positive direction from some of the trans stuff, because they're concerned about what the data is going to be utilized for from the bigots, which is fair, but that means we're left with less data overall. And so the question of like, is there something distinct going on in the experience of a trans person?
Oh crap, is there an ad right now? I think there's an ad right now. I meant to mention the ad stuff before the ad happened.
Is somewhat left up to a question. Now, our society has mostly assumed that yes, there is. That is where the large portion of like trans right has born from. A large portion of like my experience, at least, of trans arguments occurred between the progressive and skeptics, where the skeptics basically like kind of wanted to be trans exclusionary and basically say like, it's a mental illness. They don't need to transition. They need to like get their brain fixed. And progressives pointing out, hold on, there's actually marked brain differences going on. So they can't just get their brain fixed, just like we can't say that autistic people can just get their brain, right? We wouldn't look at an autistic.
Wait, that's another example of GID? Really curious to see the study, because I'm kind of suspecting she's mistaking GID with GD, but I don't know. You're talking about Abigail's study, right? My process wasn't super hard. It used to be way harder because hard. Shouldn't be denied healthcare because of some random people decide they think we're hotter when we're suicidally dysphoric. Oh my god, yeah, there's Blanchard that you're referring to, I believe. What's the difference between GID and GD? According to Wikipedia, the rebranded GID to GD, they rebranded it to avoid the stigma of calling it a disorder. We shouldn't need a brain scan for cis people to listen to us. it's just a lot of gaslighting.
Person and say you're just like everybody else. We've just categorized it as a different label because we know that there's distinct things going on in their brain that are different from other people. We don't know precisely why or how, but there's increasing research to suggest this. Same with some of the ADHD stuff. There's increasing research to suggest that there are distinct things going on.
It looks like erudite's waiting for brain scans, right?
At the brain level, biologically and structurally.
The sad thing is this: if they find some correlation and they can attribute it to a brain difference, they're gonna go with that because people I don't know, I feel like people are predisposed to reducing things to like concepts like brain activity, right? And I feel like there's a lot of people that would be all too willing to shift the basis of diagnosis of trans people to like if imaging was available, regardless of how soft the correlation was. I feel like that would be really attractive to a lot of people, and they would love to just like reduce it to that. But that again takes us away from what Abigail was talking about in terms of a person's ability to self-identify, like the person themselves as being the expert on themselves and being the person who's having their subjective experience, and therefore the only one who's really got the insight to be able to say, whether they're trans or not, rather than, does your brain comport to our idea of what a trans brain should look like? I don't know.
That causes some of the symptoms. So then the question is that going on for trans people? Is that going on for depressed people, right? Are there these major brain differences? In the case of like MDD, it doesn't seem to be the case. MDD seems to be a complex mixture of stress and life problems are the most common cause of major depression. However, if you have major depression 4 to 5 times and you have an epigenetic marker that basically triggers a switch in your serotonin receptors, you can now develop a cyclical form of major depressive disorder where you cycle through episodes of depression regardless of the stress levels in your life, right? That seems to be a lot more biological, but we couldn't, the major change we can say here is we know that something
biological, okay, as opposed to behavioral. I think it starts to get scary when people start looking for things in the brain that make people LGBTQ.
Changes to your receptor. So it is like a structural difference, but it's not a structural difference in the same way that like with ADHD, for example, we often see slightly different white matter pathways going on in like the prefrontal cortex specifically, right? And with autism, we don't really know, in part because autism is this broad spectrum of very, very wide ranging symptoms that look very different from each other, right? Somebody at the like level 0, so somebody who's needs minimal support is usually able to hold down a job, a relationship, but they have some autism symptoms, is a very different individual than somebody at like level 3 who is needing high levels of intervention. They're basically incapable of self-caring for themselves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's different theories about what's going on with autism. There's evidence about like different amygdala sizes, like starting from like basically 0 to 2.
My brain is mostly full of gay matter.
Their amygdalas are very, very different size. There's suggestions about hyperplasticity. There's a whole bunch of theories about this. So then the question goes, when we're looking at trans identity and gender dysphoria, the question is there some biological difference that is occurring? We might not know what it is yet, just like we didn't know what was going on with depression in people with the epigenetic forms of depression until much more recently.
So I'm going to talk to chat after this just to let you know, like we're almost done with the, I want to see what Not So Erudite has to say on whether gender dysphoria is real and its flaws as a, what is the entire, anyway, whatever she's titled this, right? Yeah, I think we're almost done with this. So I will touch base with chat after that.
Recently, like 2018, right? Is there something going on that's distinctly different from everyone else and therefore needs to be treated. Our assumption as a society, to be honest, right now is that yes, there is something distinctly going on. And no, when a cis woman says, I feel bloated and gross in my menopause, it is not the same thing as when a trans person says, I think I'm in the wrong body. We treat these things as distinctly different.
Oh my God. Oh, wow. We really are stuck in like the 70s, aren't we? Any feelings, any reactions, like versus when a trans woman says, I feel like I'm in the wrong body, right? This is a very old conception of being trans. Yeah, wow, okay. Wow, we got multiple people reacting in the same way. A lot of people not happy with this. My brain is full of queer stuff. Nice. What do we think? What do we think, YouTube chat? Not the old wrong body. Yeah. I wonder if... I mean, look, I mean, if it fits for, you know, somebody, if it's an apt metaphor, you know, I'm not like trying to invalidate that, right? Because like being trans is complicated, and you know, we probably whatever, however you can best describe it, you know, whatever works for you, right? But like that idea that like that is the totality of the phenomenon of being trans. What we're running into here is reductivist frameworks, right? Brianna Wu was worried about us getting too heady, getting into too much academic language, making an understanding of trans issues inaccessible to the normies. But I feel like the other danger here is that we oversimplify it and we reduce it down to a one-size-fits-all framework, right? Like, you know, wrong body might work for some people as a metaphor, as a way of understanding themselves as trans people. Love's the born in the wrong body way of describing it. Yeah, so like, right, everybody, but like Polly is one person, I'm another person, there are other people out there, just like some people, like for me, like gender dysphoria, like or the, you know, feeling of there being a gap between what I have and what I want, and or you know, how I feel and how I appear, right? That's you know, that kind of works for me, although I think again it doesn't sum up the totality of my existence. For other people that might not even be a part of their experience. There's tons of trans people who don't feel that at all. I think wrong body is a fine way to describe your experience. Yeah, it's fine to describe your experience. However, it's just like the application of that as like, this is what the trans experience is, when it's just like it's a way that some trans people feel, but not others, right? I hate it when it says people immediately go to the wrong body thing. Yeah, it shouldn't default to that, right? It's not like, you know, there's no wrong or right way to be trans, but like the wrong thing to do is to kind of knee jerk to like one conception of it when it's really more complicated than that. The problem with the one size fits all framework is that people are individuals. Just doing it the same all the time, because it's the way we always do it, is how you do malpractice on a bunch of people. Yeah. So it's just like an issue, like just like I wouldn't, you know, want to force somebody to not, you know, see themselves as that and say like you're wrong for feeling like you're in the wrong body. I wouldn't want to force, you know, anybody to you know, see themselves as being, you know, if the wrong body, you know, conceit doesn't work for some people, I wouldn't want to force that framework on them. It's just yeah, we're just running into like reductivist explanations, which I don't think really help us. It probably feels comforting for cis people to try to get their arms around like what the trans experience is, but you know, I don't think that paring it down to something as simple as gender dysphoria or wrong body syndrome is necessarily helpful.
Philosophy Tube's name is Abby, right? Abigail? Isn't her thesis that the condition of dysphoria is so poorly defined that it isn't responsible to pathologize or medicalize it? She seems to suggest that there's something else at work. Yes. And she's correct about both of these things. I would argue that it is too poorly defined. However, my argument would be it doesn't have to be poorly defined. It is poorly defined because of the lack of research into it, good research into it. That would be my argument.
Okay, so this is an interesting take on erudite. I expected her to have more of a problem with Abigail's take here. She says that Abigail's not wrong, but that rather than abandoning the framework of gender dysphoria, more research needs to be done, right? Which is, that's like kind of a cliche in research. Like I said, every single discussion or conclusion of conclusion of a research paper, like almost always you see more research needs to be done to determine XYZ. We were unable to draw strong conclusions on this. More research needs to be done for this. More research needs to be done for that, right? Like this is a pretty, it's a pretty standard thing to hang your hat on as a researcher.
Just because it's poorly defined doesn't mean that we don't pathologize it. For example, how do we not pathologize it when people report high levels of major suffering and dysfunction? How when we talk to trans people,
okay,
they report
her other problem with this is that like she seems to not like that Abigail said don't pathologize it.
Their dysphoria that they claim that they're experiencing impacts every day of their life. It impacts how they.
She thinks we need more research because she said it in the intro clip. She wants to solve trans medicine. She wants to fix us. Yeah, she wants to get it in a stable configuration, and yeah, it's a little bit silly. Now the intro clip, just so you understand, that's like called a sizzle reel. A lot of especially Destiny will do like her sizzle reel is a lot like the way that Destiny's videos are made, and it's basically what it does is it captures little spicy elements of the stream, little spicy moments in the stream that are supposed to make you give you a preview for what's coming and make you want more. So when you saw that intro clip, you were actually seeing probably this moment, right? That she looked through the video, found this moment and said, "Oh yeah, that's a good moment. I want to tease that." So she's just teasing different moments in there.
When they wake up, it impacts them when they're showering, when they're interacting with others, like in every single prescriptive way that they live their life, their dysphoria is interacting in the world. That's typically when we would.
I will only believe this if Keffels agrees. She is basically the leader in the trans community.
Pathologize things, because pathologized sounds really nasty.
CEO of trans.
And like unkind. But what pathologization is at like a
there's only one
denotative level, so at the definition, is functionality. Is this person being majorly impacted in a significantly negative way as a result of something? However, Mini Biscuit, an interesting question is, a lot of psychological disorders are poorly defined. And when we're looking at transness, the reality is that even though we acknowledge it to not be like a mental illness necessarily, it certainly is a psychological phenomenon. Something is going on within the brain organ that seems to be different. It is, Abigail? Okay, thank you.
I feel like Abigail would disagree with this. I feel like Abigail wants to see like the existence of trans people as part of the greater diversity of the human experience. Now, I don't know if she's going to get into the medical versus the social model. I'd be surprised if anybody in the debate, the debate sphere, especially the Destiny part of that, is going to really engage with the discourse about the medical versus the social model of disability, because this is just something that debate people don't really talk about, aren't really interested in. Who knows? Maybe she'll pick up on it and say something about it, right? But I mean, that's the difference between the medical and the social model. The medical model wants to look at me and locate the problem within my body, right? Whether it's about disability or, the way that Abigail's using this for the phenomenon of being trans. It wants to see the problem within my body, and it wants to, fix that problem. The social model of disability sees the problem in being society. Not that you are wrong for having mobility issues, but rather society is wrong for creating infrastructure that is inaccessible to people with mobility issues. Does that make sense? Right? And the same thing, for trans people. Not to say that, like, that I'm not, I'm not negatively commenting on, treatment options or doing medical interventions which affect your body, but like the idea here would be that the medicine that I need for that is inaccessible to me, right? Why does there have to be something wrong with us? Oh God.
Just to be clear, I'm not sure where I weigh in on all of this. I don't know enough about the trans literature to like weigh in strongly on either side.
My brain is fine, nothing wrong with it.
And I'll be clear, I think that it's too early to weigh in really strongly.
Word wasn't designed to cater to anyone with issues. It seems capitalistic ideals were based on neurotypicality, I think.
Especially when like the reality is like being trans doesn't impact me on a day-to-day basis.
And you could see how there'd be an advantageous that maybe this concept of the medical versus the social model could be expanded to encompass more things than just disability. I feel like it helps inform our discussion of trans issues, and it could inform like a lot more than that. If we think about the idea of the default person and the way that the world is made to suit this default person, and the fact that it's not even a majority of people, right? It's just like the default person is like the person who stands at the crossroads of privilege, right? Of many different types of privilege. That's the default person. That is who society is made for, right? And if we remade society with all of us in mind, instead of just like the people that fit that default, we might have a better, it's pretty inarguable that we would have we would increase the happiness in the world.
Yes. And so like
from a utilitarian perspective,
I have the privilege of essentially being
I'm not a utilitarian. I'm just being a nerd.
Able to like be somewhat removed and be like, I don't know. There is a lack of literature to really confirm, and I could see things going both ways, depending on the evidence that comes out.
Information.
I think that being trans is not just a psychological phenomenon. Calling transness a psychological disorder is just another way of saying it's a mental illness. Like, it's a society and oppression that makes us sick. Yeah. So rather than just concentrating on interventions on us, maybe there could be an intervention on society, right?
Their NHS gender assessments, because of course we do. If you wait several years for that appointment and you finally get in the room with a person who has your life in their hands, a person who is almost certainly cis, and they ask you, so when
I think we're going to need to do a severe level of this is what getting estrogen is like for a cis woman versus a trans woman, to maybe get it through their thick skulls.
do you know? Of course you're going to say, oh, ever since I was a child. Yeah, I wore my mother's dress. I called myself Wendy. Like, all I want is to be a 1950s housewife and marry a man. Of course you're going to say that. I'm not saying you should lie to your doctor. I'm saying it's a fact that it happens. It's always been a problem, and it's always going to be a problem as long as we have to pass a behavioral assessment to get healthcare.
Okay, so we are coming up on another ad break, and it behooves me to let you know that if you want to be saved from those ads, right, you're going to need a little Persona 2 character next to your name. In other words, you're going to need a sub on Twitch, right? Now, there's several different ways that can happen. One of the ways that you might not know about is that you can hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch and thereby be able to get a free sub. And if you sub to me, then you'll get out of those ads. So that's one way to get out of those. Another way to get out of those ads is to pay $5 and get a sub for yourself. It is just $5, as someone wiser than me once remarked. And the third way is to just hang around and be your beautiful self. And hopefully somebody out of the goodness and generosity in their own heart will target you for a gift sub. So those are the ways that you can get out of the infamous horrible ad break that happens unfortunately twice every hour, and that's just so I can get you out of pre-roll ads, which are even worse. Even worse than that. The world wasn't designed to cater for anyone.
To put it in cybernetic terms, we ourselves reduce the variety of inputs to the system, because unless we give the right inputs, we don't get to live. It's a running joke in the British trans community that the assessments for gender dysphoria are ridiculous, but to be honest, the questions they ask can also be very humiliating. How do you masturbate? How often? What do you think about when you masturbate? What do you wear when you masturbate? Who do you have sex with? How often? What positions? Tell me about your childhood. Were you abused as a child? What toys did you play with? Were you abused as a child? Which other children did you choose to play with? Were you abused as a child? What was your first sexual experience? When did you start having sex? Tell me again, specifically, in detail, how do you masturbate? On and on and on. It's humiliating enough as an adult to be interrogated like that by a stranger. I can't imagine what it's like if you're a trans child. And it's not like you can say, hang on a minute, where's your evidence that any of this is medically relevant? Because they have the power to deny you healthcare. And if you're the committee in 2013, going through the reports from those assessments, trying to find the patterns, you've got no way of knowing how accurate that data is, which raises serious questions about the reliability of their conclusions. There's no way of knowing whether gender dysphoria is a real diagnostic pattern or just a collective invention. I remind you that getting trans healthcare in England, and a lot of legal transition too, requires you to go through that entire...
Now, to be clear, I don't know how much of the data. So part of that assumption assumes that a lot of the data that was collected in 2013 to make the symptom profile was based on essentially people presenting at an outpatient care clinic. That is possibly true. I don't actually know. I would have to look at the study itself. However, the data could also be collected from other sources. So if, yes, there is a problem, this bias is actually something that isn't talked about a ton in a lot of people that I listen to when we talk about like outpatient clinic data, but I think is really valuable, which is basically if you're looking for a pattern of collective of symptomology to determine what is a like diagnostic criteria for like a mental health pattern, outpatient data is probably the worst that you could use because there is motivation to give the answers that you think will be, as you said, to give the input required to get the desired output. Because the reality is that people almost rarely go into their doctor going, I don't know what I have. Can you assess me and figure it out? A lot of people go in saying, I know I have depression. What do I have to say to get the depression drugs, right? What do I have to say to get the depression treatment? So typically, we overcome this in multiple ways in the field, just to be clear. So if the data on that was used for 2013 was exclusively outpatient data, there would be major methodological error in the defining of the symptomology, which is possible. It's possible that that's happened. I actually don't know one way or the other. However, if the data included so private clinic individuals specifically would be really beneficial because there's less of that outpatient bias motivation of input-output. If they collect specifically trans people long after they've transitioned, so like 10 years to report on their experiences like retroactively. You also collect a number of data from just like general population to just like report how they feel it broadly about things that we think are gender dysphoric related with like massive whole scale like mental health questionnaires. These are going to be better samples that you can basically what you do is then you do a meta-analysis where you compile a bunch of these samples and data points together to start looking for emerging factors that collect together to suggest that this might be a diagnosis. This might be a single concept.
So a meta-analysis is what happens when you take a bunch of different studies, right? And you look at a ton of studies, right? And you try to zero in on the factor, the type of study that you want. You include certain studies and you disclude other studies, right, based on a number of factors, right? And what you're trying to do is kind of standardize your inputs, right? And once you've got those inputs standardized, then you're taking the data from various studies and kind of like combining them into an aggregate, right? You're taking data, like, so all these studies have already gone on. They've got data, you take the data and you combine the data and you look to see if maybe like a better overall picture emerges. Because some studies might suggest one thing, you know, and other studies might suggest another thing. So, you know, like, and this is inexact, but in general, if you're looking for an answer, rather than looking to one study and say, well, this study shows what I believe, and therefore there it is, confirmed, I'm right? Or this study, you know what I mean? Like, rather than doing that, you're taking multiple studies. So in general, it's thought to be a higher level of evidence than a single study by itself. That's what
construct with a number of symptoms that collect together. So for example, if like two symptoms almost always occur together in people across 2,000 people, which would be like low mood and let's just say low mood and sleeping problems, right? If these two things often occur together, repeated across a pattern of like 2,000 people, there's pretty good suggestion then that these two things are being caused by the same factor, right? This is what a factor analysis is fundamentally, is you're looking for patterns of clusters of behavioral constructs and reported feelings that occur together regularly across multiple populations.
Interrogation first. That's the real reason the waiting list is so long. There are very few specialists who conduct these assessments. Apparently, it's hard to recruit people to do the job of asking strangers how they jack off. But even if there were 1 million of them, even if the asking strangers how they jack off sector became the biggest employer in the country, I just don't think it's a valuable clinical diagnosis. I don't think it even makes sense. And it's also a little bit insulting that I have to do that, but a cis person doesn't. I'm like the emperor's new clothes with this shit, man. Gender dysphoria, there's nothing there.
Now we're bullied and insulted and harassed and shoved around all day long by insane people. And we do our duty, mission after mission, 35, 40, then we're told it's not good enough.
With all that said, why not just ditch the concept of dysphoria? If it's grounded in philosophical error, based on unreliable data, incentivizes patients to lie, creates a deadly bottleneck in the system, and adds this whole extra expensive layer we don't need, why not just get rid of it? We could still use the word. If somebody says, how are you, Abby? And what I want to say is, I feel bad about my body and the way that it is perceived by myself and others in a way that relates to my gender because there is a gap between what I want and what I have. Then it's probably just faster to say dysphoria, or honestly, most of the time it's faster.
So she's not against like the utilization of the umbrella term. She's mainly against this as a diagnostic criteria. She's against this playing the kind of role that it does in you know, access to trans healthcare.
Just make a noise like but there have been calls for years internationally to ditch the clinical use of dysphoria and just give trans people healthcare without that extra step of a diagnosis. There are some practical hurdles, to be sure. The diagnostic requirement is very baked into the NHS.
Okay, yeah. So Abby has a really, really strong like anti-gatekeep position, understandably. There's a lot of people, especially like from my understanding of talking with shout out, you know who you are, one of my European trans viewers who's been talking with me and kind of sharing this information. There's very good reason why a lot of people in Europe specifically are very, very concerned about gatekeeping trans healthcare because it's so aggressively gatekept already, and the waiting lists are so insanely long and like not very accurate, and just huge, huge problems with gatekeeping. So I understand that. The issue is that I don't think anyone reasonable is going to be able to get on board with the idea of not gatekeeping it a little bit, because we are also at the same time as this pushing for getting youth treated, right? So if it's a bunch of adults, I think that's a different conversation, but we're also pushing to have trans youth care, which I think is a good thing, by the way. The issue is that youth are a little bit hard to know about precisely what's going on. And
hey, good point, Thoristar. When people blankly categorize it all as Europe, it's ridiculous. Yeah, you've got a bunch of different medical systems. They don't all work the same way. That there might be like, I guess, tendencies or like, you know, comparisons that you could draw between, I don't know, like, yeah, you're right. You're gonna be missing a lot in just like thinking of European healthcare as like one thing. It's not. May as well say Mexican policy dictates America. Yeah, like North American healthcare. Yeah.
Puberty and some of the puberty blockers and stuff do have long-term effects, and so you need to be diagnosing correctly. Like, you need to be giving accurate care.
Oh my god, YouTube chat. I missed a whole bunch of YouTube chat. What's up, Laura? Definitely is a problem in the UK. Can confirm. It's a UK problem, not a dysphoria diagnosis problem. I was asked none of that. Yeah, I think I did ask you something earlier. I can't remember what it was. I would also question having to study where you only talk to trans people. Like, what's your control group in that case? Because I can understand someone looking for treatment answering this these very invasive questions, but Otherwise, it seems sus. She's talking about Blanchard, not dysphoria. Oh my god, what is the UK doing? She's talking about the Blanchardian model of diagnosis, though. Those... Oh, so wait. God, now that's Olivia. This isn't the Cocchiati, right? That's not what we mean by the. That's not what you're talking about with the Blanchard diagnosis model, right? I know the Cocchiati is one example of a inventory that was used to gatekeep trans medicine, like in the 1990s. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's the Blanchard model of diagnosis. Wait, okay, so Abigail, you mean, right, is talking about the Blanchardian model of diagnosis as far as, like, the questions about your, you know, how do you masturbate, and, you know, were you abused, all that stuff, right? I'm not sure, though. I feel like look, I guess I don't know the UK standard of care. I was asked a lot of, like, invasive questions, right? And this is more true in terms of my evaluation for getting, you know, getting bottom surgery than it is for my evaluation in terms of getting HRT, right? But I was asked, like, a whole lot of questions about my sexuality, and particularly with an eye towards, like, when did I first know I was trans? When did I start to feel discordant feelings? When did I like notice this, like, gap between you know, how I'm, like, you know, perceived, how I'm treated, and you know, how my body works and looks, and the way that I feel like it should happen, right? They were really thorough on that kind of stuff. Very, very interested in, you know, exactly when I figured out I was trans. She's talking, yeah. I question if she asked those questions because the way she phrases sounds more than... The way she phrases sounds more than that she has heard of it. Okay, you're saying that she might be including questions, not that she was asked herself, but questions that she has heard from other people that were asked. The reason for sexual questions is that there used to be, still is, a diagnosis of transvestitism. It all stems from the Blanchard stuff. Yeah, and like she mentioned, Blanchard was on that study that identified gender dysphoria as the, you know, integral part of being trans, and therefore a basis for diagnosis. I have heard of people being diagnosed with transvestitism, but that's in Eastern Europe. I think Western countries have stopped diagnosing that. There's so few people actually doing diagnoses here that it doesn't really move. I guess I can't judge because I do fit the model that they want to hear. Yeah, same. I would imagine that the UK is very backwards regarding trans healthcare. A lot of medical professionals also operate under the assumptions from the 80s. I was approved fast. Lucky you. I'm not sure if I've ever actually listened in on one of your live streams, but since you're talking about Abigail Thorne, it piqued my attention. Oh, good to have you, Derivative. Yeah, this has been a major discourse on Twitter as of late.
And British law. In 1999, there was a landmark legal case. A trust in Lancashire announced they weren't going to fund transition anymore on the grounds that it was merely cosmetic, and they were sued by 3 trans patients who said actually it was necessary to alleviate their gender identity disorder, as it was called at the time. The patients won, which meant that we have a right to free transition, but it also codified the idea that we need to be diagnosed with something first. The NHS tries to cure illness rather than maximize health. Those are not necessarily the same thing. So gender dysphoria provides an illness that they can respond to. Practical hurdles can be overcome, though. It would take some work to change the system, sure, but it's not impossible. We could have a system that gives us free healthcare and doesn't rely on diagnosing us with mad disease. Other countries already do. Again, and this is the question I kept coming.
So the bleep right there is the T slur, right? She's joking around that that the pathologization of being trans that comes from, you know, constructs like gender identity disorder or, you know, to a certain extent, gender dysphoria is essentially diagnosing us with mad T slur disease.
Back to with Colonel Cathcart, why not change the system? I have a theory about what's really going on here. And to explain it, I want to draw on some philosophy of disability. In her book, The Capacity
Okay, so
Contract,
this is what I'm
philosopher
interested
Stacey
in.
Clifford Simplican compares two different ways of thinking about what it means to have a disability. One is...
So I'm curious if Erudite is familiar with this Simplican model, right? We're talking about the medical model of disability versus the social model for disability, right? And Abigail's applying this to trans people, right? Which is, I haven't heard anyone do that yet. So somebody said that there were some parallels to some stuff that Contra had talked about in a video that's now deleted. So I don't know. Is Abigail the first person to propose this the usage of these models to understand the phenomenon of being trans?
The so-called medical model. You have a disability if you have a medical problem. And the other is the social model. You have a disability if, for example, you use a wheelchair and your building doesn't have a ramp. The problem isn't your body, the problem is that the building wasn't designed by you. Simplican says that the medical model can be very appealing to able-bodied people because it soothes our anxiety. I don't want to think about the fact that society is unfair or that the systems I'm part of exclude people. I definitely don't want to think about the fact that I could acquire a disability and then I'd be the one who is excluded. So the medical model allows me to imagine that there is a very distinct line between them and me. A line that is located in their bodies where the problem is. And that also...
Or their minds, right? Depending on whether you're looking at mental health or...
That's an obvious solution. Get them out of here! I think that gender dysphoria does a similar thing. Because here's the real secret of the universe.
But I mean, think about the way that we think. Think about the language that we use to talk about mental health, right? I heard Demon Mama, and I'm gonna try to, if I have time, we're gonna watch Demon Mama's take on this because Demon Mama, I think, is a lot more accepting towards what Abigail is proposing here than Erudite was. But even Demon Mama, in discussing this, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm sorry. She was discussing something else, but right, she uses like mental illness as this big pejorative, right? And it's weird because I know that, and I'm not going to speak to, Demon Mama in particular or any person in particular, because that's kind of, personal stuff, but most of us experience some form of mental illness during our lives at some point, right? Like it's super common. It's super common, and yet the way that it gets discussed is that there is us, and we're all okay, right? We're all fine, right? And then there's the mentally ill. Now we might experience depression, anxiety, etc., but we're okay, right? We are not the mentally ill. The mentally ill are very dangerous, and we don't want to be anywhere near them. And if you find somebody that's mentally ill, like that's like having any bearing on your life, you got to get the fuck away, because that's scary stuff. That's dangerous, and that's a really messed up way to think of it, and it's a really dishonest way to think of it. Because if you really want to talk about mental illness as the dividing line between the part of society that's okay and that's the part of society that's not okay, nobody's okay. Right? It's a weird thing to see. I've been called mentally ill by people who have dealt with suicidality before, and that's a strange thing, right? That would be something that would even occur to somebody that obviously is at least somewhat familiar with dealing with that kind of stuff, and yet they're still going to use it as a pejorative. There's so many of us that experience some degree of mental illness and still use it as a pejorative and a dunk. I'm talking about in content creators, right? They'll sort of and so I feel like the dissonance that Abigail is talking about with people that perceive themselves as being not disabled towards the preference towards the medical model, the preference towards externalizing that idea into the bodies of the people that you're not really thinking about. You're not thinking about making society accessible for people, for instance, with mobility limitations, right? Like, I mean, something should happen, you know, you're not maybe heartless about that, but it's not super on your mind. What's on your mind is like accessibility, walkability, right? Walkability scores in cities and stuff like that, you know, like rather than, you know, accessibility to people who might have different limitations in terms of their mobility, right? So I don't know. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance here. And it just never really gets looked at. It never really gets explored. We never really take seriously, like, interrogating the idea of this invisible line that we draw between those of us that are okay and those of us that are not okay, and the use of mental illness and disability as a pejorative. This is the reason that I have so much of a problem with the resurgent use of the R word in debate communities, right? The constant use of the R word. It would be one thing if people were using the R word as a self-descriptor and they were trying to reclaim it, and they were trying to make it so like this should not be a pejorative. It is a pejorative, but when I apply it to myself and I indicate that I am proud of myself and I love myself, then maybe I'm taking away some of that pejorative. That's fine, right? If that's the way you want to, you know, like, you know, if you want to reclaim a slur like that, that's fine. That's not what they're doing. That's not at all what they're doing. If you listen to debate streamers, you don't get the sense that being an R slur is anything other than a huge you know, embarrassment, and they don't literally mean like they don't literally mean it like in a medical sense, right? It's just like a pejorative that, like, you know, that gets thrown out there, and I think it's damaging. I don't think that there's a way that you could be like, yeah, but come on. I mean, like, we grew up saying this stuff, and when you were calling the other kid in your school an R slur, you didn't literally mean that they had, you know, XYZ disorder or anything like that. We all understand what we mean, and language adapts and language evolves, and I'm gonna take this word and just evolve it right along. And I mean, like, at some point you got to realize there's a big parallel between what you're doing there and, like, South Park being like, yeah, but can't we use the F slur? Like, if we're not talking about gay people, if we're just talking about annoying people, can't we just use the F slur? I think we all recognize the problem with that, right? I don't see why there's so much confusion when it comes to the R slur. Anyway, a little bit of a rant there.
Anyways, if you want to change sex, it's possible. For all of human history, we've had this divide between men and women. But if you want to cross that divide, if you want to transcend it entirely and be neither, it's possible. In particular, hold in one hand all of masculinity. Thor, Leonidas, Beowulf, James Bond, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, all of them. And in the other, hold just 2 milligrams of estrogen a day. And tell me which one is more powerful. We live in a culture that valorizes men, treats them as the default. But when you're a trans woman, you can take all of that and just... and you can be happier for it.
In a male-dominated gender hierarchy where it is assumed that men are better than women and that masculine...
I really, really did not like the arguments from this book.
Oh, so she's familiar with the book and she disagrees. Wait, no, oh, I'm sorry, this is a different book. I thought that we were still on the medical versus the social model. No, this is Transgender Rights by... God, it's never big enough for me to actually read what... Oh, does anybody know? Does anybody know who the author is? The book is called Transgender Rights. Oh my God, it's just out of perceptual. Wait, let me see if I can just, let's computer enhance. I can't see it. Maybe somebody on stream, is anybody familiar with this text?
I think that's a really bad argument.
Is superior to femininity. There is no greater threat than the existence of trans women, who, despite being born...
Gray on white is also a choice. Oh, you're talking about the book's design, yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, you literally can't see, like, the... Male privilege. Oh, I mean, whoever the author is, like, really tiny on the book itself, but it said the name... It said the name of the book above, but it was just, you know, it's Erudite watching this and me watching Erudite, so it's like... impossible for me to see what it actually says. Paisley Kara, Richard M. Is it Yuang? And Shannon Price Minster are the authors. Nice. Thank you, Derivative. And Derivative. Okay, I was just making sure I'm pronouncing people's names correctly because I have a habit of like just really ridiculous pronunciation of people's names. I can pronounce words really well, but
choose to be female instead.
Somehow still always mess up on names.
Embracing our own femaleness and femininity, we in a sense cast a shadow of doubt over the supposed supremacy of maleness and masculinity.
I think that some cis people are made a little bit anxious by that. I think they like to imagine that male and female are naturally occurring, stable categories, and that we are just the exceptions that prove the rule. I think they like to imagine that there is a clear line between us and them.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about, yeah.
And the concept of gender dysphoria...
And you see this in so many different places, right? There's a big tendency of cis people, to want to consider... In fact, even the fact that, like, listen, if you call cis people, half the time you'll get weird looks. And the look means, I'm not cis... I'm normal. You're the weird one, right? You're the one who needs a name. And it's literally, well, you called us trans, right? What's the opposite of trans is cis. So if we're trans, then you must be cis. And they're like, no. We're normal. And you see this in so many ways, in so many, this is just a hallmark of privilege.
Draws that line. It locates the problem within our bodies and also creates a class of specialists who can patrol that line and decide who
and
gets
gatekeep.
across.
Yes.
Well, there are some trans people who like that line being there. There are some.
Oh, she just called out the trans meds.
Who say, I'm a real transsexual.
So when she made this tweet, right? She was relishing calling out the trans meds, right? The fact that we want to is enough. Makes trans meds burn. You know what I mean? It makes their faces turn red. They get really upset, right? I don't think she necessarily recognized how many people would be reacting to this part, right? The gender dysphoria is made up, right? If you take this in and of itself, it can sound similar enough to something that like Matt Walsh might say. And a lot of the reaction to Abigail is over this. It's understandable, but also I would hope that I could reach as many of the people that saw this and threw up their hands in disgust and like try to drive home the point that she's not saying that you're making up your subjective experience, right? And we've been through enough of what she said about this, both in terms of her video, in terms of her live stream, in the postmortem on the video, and in terms of her blog post on this matter, right? To understand what she is saying by this, she's not denying the discordance that a lot of us feel, right? But she's denying this as a diagnostic criteria, especially based on the fact that it's not something that all trans people feel. It's not something that all trans people experience. It's not universal the way that it's being applied. And when it's applied as the dividing line between, like she's saying, the gatekeeping of who, gets to cross that line, it's really problematic, right? And just like understand that if you join this like kind of hate movement against Abigail based on this, you are unwittingly helping out the people who are mad about this. The fact that we want to is enough, right? The trans meds are making so much out of this issue because this pisses them off, right? And they will gladly accept your help if you're, confused by what Abigail means by gender dysphoria was made up, right? So that's the issue that we're dealing with. That's why I'm so concerned. That's why I've spent so much time going over this on stream in hopes that I can kind of, unpack this a little bit. Make Irene bounce.
With a mental illness that is gender dysphoria, not like all these tenderqueer non-binary teenagers.
What's up, Blood Becoming? How are you doing?
With their green hair and their Lucy and Yak dungarees. And I'm like, babes, you've been
Haven't seen you in a while.
diagnosed with baloney. Stafford Beer famously said that the purpose of a system is what it does. And what he meant was there's no point claiming a system's job is to do something it consistently fails to do. It functions how it functions, it gives the outputs it gives. With that outlook, I don't think anyone can really claim that the NHS's current system exists to help trans patients. It might occasionally do that as a side effect, but in my opinion, its real function, its main output, is control. NHS gender clinics exist as part of a larger system that is gender itself, and they reduce variety.
Toggle
within
cat
those
ears.
systems.
Parades aren't designed to teach us anything. They're designed to humiliate us. They're designed to make us suffer the indignity of doing something entirely pointless, so that sadistic Scheitskoff can demonstrate he has power over us. The more pointless the activity, the greater our humiliation, and the more power he feels. And we can sit here and pretend all we want that there must be some more noble war effort type purpose to all this walking around in rectangles, but there isn't one. We do parades so Scheitskoff can feel like...
So yeah, this is Catch-22 again, and the Scheitskopf character is basically analogous to you know, her GP. She said that she wanted to make a point not to name any names, right, even of UK health officials, because primarily she doesn't want her channel to facilitate any sort of, like, you know, a hate mob against anybody, and she does have 1 million or more subs, so, you know, that's, like, understandable. It would also be understandable if she wanted to light up the officials in the NHS, and but that's you know, just basically what she's trying to avoid. She's aware that she has that power, and she's very judicious with the use of that power. But yeah, that's why everybody's name is kind of coded as a character from Catch-22, rather than just being stated. Oh my god, where is my... Oh, there they are. Alright, here we go. We need the ears too. That's true, that's true.
a tough guy. That's what parades are for.
In my opinion, the concept of gender dysphoria pathologizes transness, so people can avoid the endearing truth that there is no line, and that really we aren't so different. And so that some of them can avoid asking themselves the big question. Given that human beings can change sex, do you want to?
Oh my god,
smart.
yeah.
That's fucking funny. I like the end. Well done. Psychology and psychiatry are indeed pseudoscience. Not exactly the take to have, Pyro. They're not pseudoscience. If you think that, then you might also want to say that all medicine is pseudoscience. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, there are a lot of conservatives out there that want to class all the social sciences as being illegitimate. Oh yeah, we are 5 minutes away from the next ad break, so I want to remind you once again, if you want to avoid that ad break, if you don't like getting that ad break, if you don't like being sucked out of the stream rudely, you know, then there are several ways to get rid of that. There are several ways to overcome that. The first way is if you have Amazon Prime. It's super easy and it's free, right? You just hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch and you get a free sub, and you use that sub and you avoid all the ad breaks. The second way is, let's say that you've got $5 that's burning a hole in your pocket. It's not spoken for. You don't need it for yourself or, you know, your loved ones. And, you know, so, you know, this is for people with disposable income, at least some disposable income. You can use that $5 for a sub to get out of the ad break as well. And also to get out. Oh my God. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Jules. Also to get access to all of the VODs that are available on Twitch will be at your beck and call with that $5 sub. And the third way is to just wait for somebody as awesome as Jules to actually you know, see you talking, recognize your contribution, your unique contribution to this community, and to validate you with a gift sub. So those are 3 ways that you can get out of it. And I wanted to just, I'm trying to say this like before the ad break so that anybody that wants to avoid the ad break can do so.
Yeah, I think these are really good critiques of the system. So here's the thing, right? Experiences can occur along a spectrum, and we can also assign a category along the spectrum for functional purposes, right? This is what mental health is. This is why sometimes the lines matter. There is a problem that when you draw a line, it does create an I'm within and you're without, right? There are 2 lines, which means there are 2 sides. That is a true critique, a valid critique. The solution, though, isn't the dissolution of lines.
I'm curious what she says
because
about
lines
this overall.
are highly functional, and I would argue they'll never go away, not fully. What we can do, though, is move the lines and also change the way that we engage with certain lines, right? So a very classic example, there is a spectrum of wavelengths that are visible to the human
Oh my
eye.
God. Are we talking about the visible
They
spectrum?
exist. It is a broad spectrum. And what humans...
It's actually not that broad. It's actually not that broad. There's a lot more, wavelengths that are invisible on the ultraviolet end of the spectrum, and on, I should be doing this the opposite way around, and on the infrared end of the spectrum than is visible light. It's kind of a narrow bandwidth of what we can actually see, but...
have done. They have drawn certain lines where between this
It's okay. You're a psychometrist, not a physical chemist.
wavelength and this wavelength, we call it red. And now between these two, we call it orange. Now, if something is distinctly in the red wavelength,
oh my God,
it's very easy to categorize it. It feels very comfortable. We get very uncomfortable when things push towards.
That's a great example. Maybe not for what you're trying to say, though. Right? So, the dividing lines between colors are arbitrary. Now, it's useful because we want to be able to say, instead of that is color number A40326 or whatever it is, on the computer, right? We want to be able to say that's a blue. Maybe we could get a little bit more descriptive of the kind of blue, and we want to be able to see that that's a pink, right? But nature doesn't recognize a blue. Nature doesn't recognize a pink. Nature recognizes 423 nanometers, right? Nature recognizes 677 nanometers. Nature doesn't, while we use these, while we label these sets of wavelengths, right? In order to communicate with each other and in order to, be able to describe colors in an easy way, we have to recognize that it's not, the map is not the territory, right? Does that make sense? The map is going to be an overly simplified version of the territory at the very least. In IT, we think of everything as a 1 or a 0, but engineers know that it's just a voltage between -5 volts and +5 volts. It's all analog. Nice. I didn't even think of that way of looking at it, right? Irene knows everything. Irene knows a little bit. Irene knows wavelengths. That's one thing I'm good at, right?
Towards the edge of the line. In fact,
wavelengths and quantum chemistry, right?
Science is pretty clear in showing as well.
No, I just did good in that section.
When wavelengths are right at the cusp of transitioning between orange to red, but people have a very, very hard time deciding whether that color is red or orange. They have a very hard time categorizing it because
But I mean that's the whole thing. We only think of it as orange or red because we're oh my God, thank you for Gazebo. Thank you for the membership. Right, you only recognize that as orange or red because you're in a society in which that is the important demarcation line, right? If we cared less about the differences in colors, we might combine those into one color. We might have a completely different name for orange and red, and then yellow and green have one name. Or we could be in a society that really, really, really cares about colors, and we want to notice every little difference, and we have a million different names for, hey, what's up, Moni? Meow, meow, meow. We have a million different names for all the little variations in colors, right? It's arbitrary, but it's not useless, right? It has a utility in that, words are tools. Words are tools, and the degree to which the tool is useful is the degree to which the word describes the thing in a way that facilitates our communication. Does that make sense? Right. So I don't know if this is the best metaphor for erudite to be picking up on, right? Depending on the language or culture, they might not even recognize a color we do in English. Yeah, or vice versa, right? They might recognize colors that we don't. But yeah, some people get 120 crayons, some people get 8. Yeah, true. God, that's a Waking Life quote, isn't it?
Answer is it's both red and orange and something in between.
I did not mean to invoke
because of where it's at along the spectrum.
Richard
This
Linklater
is mostly
today,
what mental health
but it
is.
happened.
The problem with the medical model is that we've treated mental health like an on or off switch. When the reality of mental health here, I'm going to draw you a picture.
Okay, so she's referring to what I just said as far as the on or off switch. You are either okay or you are not okay, right? And I mean, like, that speaks to like our tradition of exclusion along those lines. That speaks to our, the degree to which we scapegoat people on things like that. So she is recognizing the sort of like arbitrariness of this like on and off switch, but at the same time, I think what she's missing, and it's easy. She's a psychometrist, right? So she's going to be more used to studies of like a psychological topics, right? What the medical and the social models speak to, or were invented to speak to, are it's disability, right? So the social model of disability, again, sees the problem is that society doesn't have wheelchair ramps. Some people need wheelchair ramps, and society doesn't have them because we have this thought of the default human doesn't have a wheelchair, therefore we don't need a ramp everywhere. If it becomes a problem, if lots of people with wheelchairs are going to a certain space, maybe we'll build a ramp there. If society gets together and passes the Americans with Disabilities Act, maybe we'll build a ramp there. But by default, we're not going to build a ramp because we don't think of people as needing wheelchair accessible facilities, right? So that's the social model looks at the problem and locates it in society. The medical model locates the problem in the individual, right? And seeks to either, like in Abigail's word, like sometimes just exclude the individual from society, or maybe like fix the individual. You can look at something like Autism Speaks, right? Which is a bunch of parents with, well, I don't know if they're all parents, but like, anyway, the thing about Autism Speaks is they're always focused on this idea of like, how do we cure autism, right? And if you're autistic, that doesn't feel like acceptance, right? So autistic people generally hate Autism Speaks for that reason, but that's, a medical model of neurotypicality, I guess, right? And yeah, this is like so it's a framework that's developed for thinking of disability in a different way, moving from the medical model, which is kind of like where we're at in the default. If you don't think about it, if you haven't heard of it, if you don't have a reason to educate yourself on the social model, you're going to default to the medical model, right? But the people that came up with this are trying to move past that, and I think that and Abigail seems to think this as well, that this kind of framework could apply to more than just disability, right? Anyway, meow. We're almost done with this. Sorry that this has taken so long. I know that
mental health looks a lot more like boop and boop. Like this, right? And this is number of people. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with this. This is called a bell curve, which means at the highest point, there is the most people with whatever trait we're measuring. This is the most people have within this range of trait. That's just what it is. So
wait, is she gonna just sit here and justify the sort of the obsession with the default? Is that where we're going with this?
Look at things like height, for example. I have a number of people on the wrong side though. Hold on, I gotta look. I'm trying to draw, but also keep it within what you guys can see. Right? So the higher the line goes, the more people there are for that point. So if this was like height, then this point here would be the average height on the planet. Okay? So what happens in psychology and in a lot of medicine as well, just to be clear,
oh my god, I sorry for this. Is taking a lot of time, but I'm curious where she's going with this.
Draw it so you guys can see it. What's happened in psychology? This is a bad bell curve because it makes it look like there's a skew.
Oh my God, it's so hard to draw a good bell curve, isn't it?
We have a number of behavioral symptoms and clusters. So let's go ADHD like. Actually, let's just go right in. Let's just say dysphoria. There's probably an argument to make that to some extent that when you dislike your body.
It's interesting though that she is like saying dysphoria, not gender dysphoria.
There is an element of gender dysphoria.
That's along the lines of where Abigail's going with this, is not seeing gender dysphoria as endemic to and correlated with transness, right? Seeing that like not all trans people experience gender dysphoria, and that cis people can experience it as well. And that's, her justification for saying maybe this isn't the best criteria for inclusion and disclusion from receiving, the healthcare intervention that you want.
There's at least an element of dysphoria, right? And for a lot of women, for example, they might feel weird about their breasts. They might feel like their breasts are ugly and unattractive. That's both dysphoria and a gendered experience of dysphoria, because they're not comparing their breasts.
Is this 101 sex is bimodal, not binary stuff? So many graphs and hypotheticals and cis people waxing poetical, like just listen to trans people. We even try to make our info entertaining. True, good point, V. I'm worried that she's doing it to argue that it's the same as dysmorphia when it isn't. Yeah,
other
good
men,
point.
they're distinctly comparing their breasts to the vision of what they think within their gender
What's up,
their breast
HVAC
should
Nate?
look like, right?
Meow.
So it is reasonable to argue that gender dysphoria to some extent occurs along a spectrum within all people. The issue is there seems to be a line.
I mean, she didn't say within all people, right? And importantly, there are trans people who don't experience this, right? So yeah, let's not speak in absolutes. We're not trying to audition for the Sith here.
That has a distinct experience of dysfunctionality, where now it's not just that, like, for example, we can do like some affirmation, some self-esteem, or maybe get a breast augmentation.
Am I sitting on a yoga ball? No, I'm actually standing on a trampoline, right? I'm actually jumping on a trampoline. Meow, 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 meow. Jumping on a trampoline. Jumping on a trampoline. Because that's the points reward. Jumping on a trampoline. Yeah, jumping.
You can feel happy about your body. Now you need to fully medically transfer, because every major marker of your sex is causing high levels of distress, right? That is the point at which we, along the spectrum of dysphoria, we have categorized as.
I don't think she's getting it, right? Abigail's issue with cis people experiencing some degree of dysphoria was along the lines of like somebody who identifies as, like a cis male, saying that they don't their figure is too slight or something like that, or a cis woman getting experiencing like some hair on her upper lip and being uncomfortable with that, right? It's not the kind of thing that would make them at all want to transition. It's not uncomfortable. They're not uncomfortable in their in terms of their assigned gender. They're uncomfortable with aspects of their physicality that don't conform to that, or don't maybe even conform to their own like identity, right? They don't like the way that they look. They don't like the way that they feel. It's not necessarily even about society. It could even be about their own self-image or right. And so Abigail is pointing out that like the interventions that would help those people are less gatekept for cis people than they are for trans people, which doesn't make any sense at all when you think about it. I really don't understand that conclusion. Trans people have been saying that cis people experience gender dysphoria, and that proves it's real for years. Oh, you mean Erudite's conclusion? I don't know. It's coming off as oversimplifying as always. It's like that meme of discussing trans issues with cis people versus trans people. Cis people really fascinated by the most boring parts of being trans. Oh my god, okay. And it's always it's not always every part of your body. They care, if they care, they'd get, it isn't called transition, but when a trans person does the same thing, it suddenly needs all this fear around it. Yeah, and all this gatekeeping too, right? You mean Abigail's conclusion. Oh, okay. Trans people have been saying that cis people experience gender dysphoria and that proves it's real for years. I mean, Abigail's conclusion is basically that this, you know, that being trans gets reduced to gender dysphoria, and it's problematic on two sides. One, that not all trans people experience gender dysphoria, and two, that not all people who experience gender dysphoria are trans, and that this being used as the basis for, you know, the gatekeeping of who gets you know, who gets the medical interventions that they're seeking is problematic, and that, like, maybe we could think about something more like gender identity as being the basis for inclusion or disclusion. That's where Abigail's going with this.
Gender dysphoria, right? So you can do a couple of things.
I'm now reminded of the cursed discourse last year about male height increasing. Oh God, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I hadn't heard about this until this discourse came up. But yeah, there's like a shin surgery, right, that could add like 3 inches to somebody's height.
You can draw the line further along the spectrum. So that means you have to have a more extreme experience of it to be categorized with the label, but that also means that probably the people categorized with that label are genuinely that label. It's a very accurate thing because they're so extreme in the diagnosis. However, you can imagine this is a vastly underserving thing because that means that...
So wait, I feel like what Erudite's not noticing about this is that she's hypothesizing this, you know, graph of a bell curve of a certain trait, and she's, you know, saying dysphoria, right? I mean, we're qualifying dysphoria here. We've already talked about the category errors in dysphoria, but whatever. Let's say that we could quantify dysphoria somehow, right? And that, like, you know, you're seeing that there is, you know, if we draw the line here between, and I don't know, what is the line? The line is what we label you as. So ostensibly, you know, that label probably pertains to, you know, whether you're able to get medical care or not. And so she's saying, like, if we draw it down here, the advantage is that nobody who doesn't need this is going to get it. But the disadvantage is that some people who need it are not going to get it. They're going to be around here. And so but the thing is, the underlying assumption here is that there's a separate characteristic, let's call it transness, that, right? Or we could even call it self-identification, right? That is more apt as far as where the dividing line should be, what we're trying to get at with this dividing line. And we're saying that there's a correlation between dysphoria and this trait. Why not just use that trait? And the reason that we don't use that trait is it relies on self-reporting, and the social sciences, as, you know, or not the social sciences, but like psychology in particular, as Erudite has said, is based on not wanting to accept a self-report, like trying to interrogate that further. In other words, like not trusting the individual, right? So, I mean, I think we can see what's wrong with this. Is there any evidence that dysphoria or oh no, there's not. She's just relying on the fact that many things fall along a bell curve. So why should dysphoria be any different? Also, like I said before, how do you quantify dysphoria? Like, right? This is an inventory or something? It's like, because like the thing about the inventories is like, yeah, I mean, you know, you can take qualitative things and sort of quasi quantify them that way. But at some point you got to realize these inventories are a glorified Cosmo quiz, right? In fact, I took the Kogiati test, right? This is the test that they used to use in the 90s to decide who's heckin' valid and who gets treatment and who doesn't, who's a, like a faker or whatever, right? So, and it was questions like, at your last major life event, do you remember, can you recall what you were wearing, right? And if not, you might not be a real woman. You might not, right? So it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous, right? But like my point about the Kogiati scale is it was basically a Cosmo quiz. It was basically a Cosmo quiz, and this thing was used to determine one of the determining factors as far as who got medical care and who didn't back in the 90s. So we can kind of see what's wrong with that. I don't think it's too hard to see what's wrong with that.
Everyone here gets nothing. They don't get a diagnosis, they don't get treatments. We can also do another option where we can draw the line here. The issue is that humans don't exist on a single bell curve, right? There are multiple bell curves going on. So what happens here is you capture way more people with the diagnosis, but there's a good chance that you're going to be inaccurate with some of them. You're going to get false positives, basically. So as you pull the line back along the bell curve, you increase false positives. Okay.
I don't know
about
about this.
As you move it along the way, like more conservatively to the more extreme end, you decrease false.
Okay. So no offense to Erudite. I've never checked in on her before. I've never really watched any of her content before. I was curious about what she thought. I had a strong suspicion that she's going to have a different take for this than somebody like Demon Mama, for instance, who we're going to try to get back to. We're going to try to take a look at what Demon Mama says. I anticipate agreeing a lot more with Demon Mama than I did with Erudite, but I will grant the fact that somebody like Erudite is not like the worst out there, right? From what I've seen of Erudite's content, there's she is trying to kind of like ride the, sit on the fence. She is trying to kind of like have it both ways. So as far as the Destiny sphere goes, right, I'm gonna trust like Erudite's takes on trans issues a lot more than I'm gonna trust like Taftage, or Taftage is kind of dealing with a lot of self-hate that I feel like really kind of affects her takes on things. So, not as bad as Destiny, not as bad as Taftage, but still not great. That's not so great is what my conclusion is of not so Erudite. But no hate, not so Erudite. For the Destiny sphere, you're about the best that anyone can hope for, right? And yeah, you're obviously, I am not President Sunday here, like disputing Erudite's expertise. It seems like Erudite really understands research pretty well, and that maybe keeps her a little bit more grounded than some of the people in the Destiny sphere. So if you were looking for dysphoria, you wouldn't ask about gender stereotypes. You would ask about how you feel about your body, how you feel about misgendering. Yeah, but at the same time, like, that, like, how are you going to quantify that, right? The growing old thing is hardly ever touched on because it's less interesting to cis people than sexually harassing us and accusing us of being predators. True. Kogiati isn't no, you're right. That's not Kogiati was literally from my understanding, one of those inventories that you took where the doctor was deciding if you get treatment or not, right? If you're a true trans, if you're a valid, right? So, it's an older standard of care than the WAPA, the WPATH, right? And basically, if I'm understanding correctly, Abigail believes that gender dysphoria is quote unquote the trans diagnosis. It's another way of diagnosis, diagnosing some people as being trans, but like that's not how the term is used in any of the trans community. She also acknowledges that, right? She acknowledges and she uses that terminology as like a shorthand while noting that there's a category error there, and that the this arises from a place of arises from a very problematic study that included Ray Blanchard, right? That wasn't about trans people defining our own experience, but about cis people looking in and trying to find like a something to hang their hat on in terms of defining trans. That's not how the term, that's an example of the standard being BS. They defined men and women under white Christian definitions. We aren't all white Christians and shouldn't be forced to live by their BS when it's unaliving people. Not everything can be measured by a test. Yeah, good point, Shakespeare. To be honest, there should be more dinosaurs. I mean, it does look like a dinosaur, doesn't it? Laughing at me because I don't understand the dinosaur. Wait. Just let people look how they want to look. We don't need a diagnosis, even if a cis guy wants boobs. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, an argument for like less gatekeeping and more, self directed, self ID, right? And this definitely pisses a certain number of people off, but I think people hear trans people lie, then they tune out the rest of what we say, while visions of deceitful tea-slurs dance in their head like sugar plum berries. Nice. All right, so let's get out of this content and into. Oh wait, I said I would talk to chat before diving into the next thing. So yeah, as you can see, we've got a really cool video that just came out, almost as if Jessie gender is almost as if she's aware of the content that I'm going to be covering before I cover it, right? Like I feel like this is like served up. So we were gonna watch her old video. Let's see if I can find. Excuse me. Oh my god. Let's see if I can find this. She's got an older video talking about the kind of like, fascist origins of a lot of the gender critical movement, right? Oh no, that's what this is about, right? What is the other one? The Terf to Fash pipeline, I think is the other one. But yeah, she's got this new video, almost as if like she knew I was going to stream about this today. I'm sure she didn't. I'm sure that's not true. Trying to pathologize trans identity is part of their desire to control it and continue the idea that trans identity is an aberration. Oh my god. I gotta pee though. Why am I peeing so much, chat? I'm a peer. Oh yeah, we are 5 minutes away, I think, from the. Tell me if this is accurate. Anybody that's getting the ad breaks, tell me if I've got this accurately, because I'm not sure exactly how Twitch places them, but I'm guessing they're at the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. So in other words, the 00 and the 30 of the hour, right? Go do the body admin, right? So yeah, just so you know, you can sign up for a free sub using Amazon Prime. You can connect your Amazon Prime to Twitch. You can integrate the two of these and receive one free sub, right? So if what you want to do is get out of this next ad break, which is coming up in about 5 minutes, this would be a good time to do that, right? Because that'll get you out of that. That's one way to get out of that, right? And that's free, because if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free sub to give to whoever you choose, right? The other way would be if you have $5 laying around that is not precious and dear to you, that you have the extra money. Because again, I don't want anybody buying subs with money that they need to use for themselves or their loved ones, or if you don't have those surplus funds, I totally understand. But yeah, if you do, that's an easy way to get out of it. It's just $5, as somebody once said. And then the third way is to hang around and be an awesome chatter and get noticed by somebody who at some point is going to be donating gift subs. And if they see your name in chat making cool comments, they are more likely to donate to you. So those are the three ways that to get out of this ad break, this evil ad break, right? because I don't want anybody to get sucked out for a minute and a half for an ad every half hour. That seems like a lot, but it's what we're forced to deal with Twitch. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and put this on March, and then I will come back after that, and we'll chat. We'll have a little conversation.
March 18th, 2023, British gender-critical Terf campaigner Kelly J. Keane-Minchell held an anti-trans rally in the state capital of Australia. The rally was the latest in a series of rallies that Kelly, also known by her alias Posey Parker, not to be confused with Parker Posey, had organized over the last year and change that she has held around the US, UK, and worldwide. These rallies, titled Let Women Speak and funded by the group Standing for Women, of which Keane-Minchell is a founding member, often center the same anti-trans talking points, comparing being transgender as akin to child grooming, calling trans women male sexual predators, calling trans people pedophiles generally, calling trans healthcare mutilation, framing trans rights as in opposition to women's rights generally, which they are not, as trans rights fights are intertwined with women's rights and other issues, infantilizing and erasing trans men by discussing them as simply confused women who have been tricked and mutilated by gender ideology, campaigning against pro-transgender legislation, such as at her Glasgow, Scotland event, which rallied against the SNP's gender recognition reform proposals, while also simultaneously rallying for anti-trans legislation, as well as ignoring non-binary people, among many other talking points that have become staples of anti-trans rhetoric.
The idea of biological sex is something inside your child's head. The way they behave is fixed, and their bodies can be changed. And it is happening because Big Pharma makes a lot of money from making medical patients for life by starting puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones.
None of these talking points at the Victoria rally were new, and this rally was just the latest in Keane-Minchell's recent tour around Australia before she was set to head to New Zealand to do the same. However, what did surprise many were those who came to support the Let Women Speak rally.
Several men belonging to the neo-Nazi group were seen dressed in black and performing a Nazi salute outside the building. Some protesters say that the anti-transgender group initially began the rally, and there were no major clashes between them and the pro-transgender activists, with police managing to separate the two groups. However, according to them, the neo-Nazi group then appeared saluting and confronting the security as well as the pro-transgender group.
Around 30 members of the neo-Nazi group, the National Socialist Movement in Australia, marched down the streets of Victoria, carrying a banner that read, "Destroy pedo freaks," yelling anti-LGBTQ slurs at counter-protesters of Keane-Minchell's rally, chanting "White Power," and throwing up Nazi salutes. To many, this stark display of fascistic support of a gender-critical Terf rally was absolutely shocking. That this rally and anti-trans rhetoric had galvanized and given confidence to a Nazi group that they could walk openly in the streets, showing their hateful bigotry.
Can anyone explain what we saw in Melbourne on the weekend?
But to me, this is akin to the scene in Casablanca where they're like, gambling? There's no gambling in this establishment. Fascism? But there's no fascist component to anti-trans ideology, to gender-critical ideology. After all, they're trans exclusionary radical feminists, right? Not trans exclusionary radical fash. But I mean, like, honestly, it's not surprising. To anybody in the know, it's not surprising at all. There's no war in Ba Sing Se, right?
And in regards to the Nazi salute, and how is that okay?
In Victoria, they're making the salute illegal after this. Nice. And the Conservative MP who attended the rally is facing being kicked out of the party for... Oh, wow, that's amazing. There is no fascism. Do not look behind the curtain. Do not look behind the curtain. Australia banned the symbols. America would never. Oh my God, yeah, we love our free speech too much. Mexico City has just been the capital for like 500 years. They tried to move it to another city where they signed the 1917 Constitution, but It's Mexico City.
Matt.
Well, I almost can't explain it because I think all of us were really quite shocked, Eric, by what we saw.
Many gender-critical TERFs who have supported Keen Minshall...
So yeah, I think Jessie Gender is going to get into this. Actually, Posey said she's not a feminist, right? Posey's like... Everything I've read about Posey Parker says that she is not... This is not her only right-wing issue, right? She's also racist and anti-immigrant as well. And I'm sure if you scratched the surface, you'd find a lot more right-wing shit. I swear all the fascist talking heads have the same bad bleach jobs. I say as someone who has had many a bad bleach dye jobs myself.
The past have attempted to downplay the appearance of these Nazis in support of Keen Minshall's rally. For example, J.K. Rowling, who has expressed support for Keen Minshall in the past while simultaneously vilifying trans-supportive counter-protesters, retweeted a tweet that stated,
"Am I right here? So there were 3 different groups in Melbourne yesterday.
Oh God.
The Let Women Speak group, the gender extremist, trans rights activists, and the neo-Nazis. And the gender extremists decided to protest and attack the Let Women Speak group, but they left the neo-Nazis alone?"
The idea being spread in this tweet is that...
So do you see what they're trying to do? They held a rally against trans people, right? They held a transphobic rally. And surprise, surprise, some of the transphobes that showed up at the transphobic rally were literal fascists. In other words, their position and the position of literal fascists is the same, right? The fascists showed up to support their viewpoint because they agree with them, and you've got somebody out there trying to twist it any way they can. There's so much cognitive dissonance there. There's 3 groups really, if you think about it. There's the trans rights activists, there's the feminists that came to support women's rights, right? We know what that's a stalking horse for, right? And then there's like there's a third group, these fascists that, oh my God, where did they come from? But I did notice that the trans rights advocates were against the feminists, but they weren't against the... You're literally yelling at like trans people for not like, do you see what's wrong with this? They were trying to say that the Nazis were trans people. Oh my God, I didn't realize that they were making that kind of claim. They were blocked by police from fighting the Nazis. Yeah. And this happens in the US too. Like, right, when Proud Boys show up, the police will defend them. So in other words, what you'll have is like, you'll have like, 2 groups of protesters. You'll have the Proud Boys. You'll have, the anti-fascist contingent. Then you'll have the police in the middle. And the Proud Boys somehow are able to get through police lines and attack the anti-fascist contingent in a way that the anti-fascist contingent is not able to get through police lines and attack the fascist, right? That's, it's interesting. Gender extremists unite. Parker has been associated with white supremacists since 1929, since 2019 at least. Gender extremist sounds rad, to be honest. Fascist, don't decide me cooler than I am challenge. Don't describe me as cooler than I am challenge. Yeah. One of the Nazis is apparently the son of a top Australian cop. But they're trying to act like they're trying to change the narrative and change it to something like, the trans people or the trans rights supporters had all kinds of problems with the Posey Parker supporters that showed up, but no problem whatsoever with the fash. But they're ignoring the fact that the fash showed up to agree with Parker, right? They showed up to stand against the existence of trans people. They showed up to echo the fucking trope that most of these TERFs believe about trans people, right? God, I'm trying to think of this. How? God damn it! There's got to be a better way to title this.
There were actually 3 separate groups at the event, and that the neo-Nazis had nothing to do with the gender-critical group. And in fact, they tried to play up that the counter-protesters, who they're framing here as gender extremists...
Right-wingers aren't really bothered by a need to tell the truth. If something's inconvenient to their narrative, they'll just lie, and they'll just chug along as normal.
actively vilifying terms.
Wait, GD? Like,
were the ones that wished the neo-Nazis to be there. Sal Grover, another anti-trans advocate and the CEO of Giggle, which...
Oh my god, I've seen Sal Grover on Twitter a lot.
Which is an app.
Hey, what's up, Bread Bro? Good to see you.
Reinforced gender stereotypes and discriminated against trans women that I spoke about in this video. If you
god, I forgot about this.
You haven't seen it, and who has appeared at Keen Minshall's rallies in Australia, also reiterated the idea that there were 3 groups at the event, and went further to say that trans advocates were the ones that were benefiting from the Nazis at the event.
I'm only going to say out loud what we're not supposed to say. The only group that has benefited from Nazis invading a Let Women Speak event are trans activists, who are using it as a tool to stop women being heard. If Nazis are...
Wait. So here's what Sal Grover is saying, right? There's a protest, right? Or there's a speech by Posey Parker, right? You got a bunch of TERFs showing up to support Posey Parker. You've got trans activists showing up to protest against Posey Parker, right? And then you have these Nazis showing up and saying hateful things about trans people. But we have somehow twisted the events to say, well, you know, those Nazis showing up to speak out against you, to intimidate you, to call you literal PDF, right? They were benefiting you. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, right? So wait, if there's like a drag queen story hour event, and there's people there that are like conservatives, but not far right, and they don't like drag queen story hour. They don't think that it should go on. But they're not far right. They're not extremists. They're not thugs. They're not brown shirts. And then a whole bunch of Proud Boys show up. Right? And they intimidate, you know, the story hour into closing down. Have they come and benefited the trans movement? Are the Proud Boys there in support of trans rights? Like right now, like I'm you know, playing with like something that might be more familiar to, you know, how the far right tends to show up in the United States. But like I think that clearly we can agree that the Proud Boys showed up to try to shut down the story hour, to try to intimidate people. They like, while, you know, it might be a bad look for the conservatives who don't want this, you know, sort of thing to go on, right? It's not, they're not showing up for the benefit of the people that they're trying to shut down, right? This is wild. This is some January 6th level of like just not touching grass, not touching ground, not being grounded in reality. The idea that the presence of literal fascists that are holding signs against, you know, like defaming trans people are somehow benefiting those trans people by doing so. That is fucking wild. The trans movement benefited from because Australia is less willing to tolerate open white supremacy than the UK. I contributed an article in story in support of Story Hour. I found leaflets and reported them. And she did the white power symbol while making a video. Wait, Parker did? She did the white power symbol while making a video attacking the New Zealand Prime Minister in March. Wine supremacists have been frequenting Terf rallies in the UK for years. Yeah, look, they agree with you, right? And some of y'all seem to agree with them. There is a not insignificant crossover between TERFs and anti-Semites, between TERFs and tradcons, right? Don't act like you are some kind of, progressive feminists on all issues other than trans rights.
Benefiting your movement, you're in a bad movement.
This is kind of a strange argument from
What the fuck? This is so wild.
Given that it ignores the motivations of the neo-Nazis at all and just discusses the neo-Nazis' mere presence and how it has cast a negative...
I mean, this is like Gen Sixers, invading the halls of Congress and then claiming that Antifa made them do it.
...give light onto anti-transgender, gender-critical TERF spaces as evidence that the Nazis were somehow there for trans people. The strength of this argument doesn't really hold up. Sal even shared a photo comparing a group
that should be embarrassing
of black-clad people who blocked access to the Emmeline Pankhurst statue at a TERF rally last year, who did so in opposition to the gender-critical TERF rally that was there, saying that these two groups' similar aesthetic showed that the neo-Nazis at the Let Women Speak rally were of the same ilk. However, if you notice, these two pictures do have a distinct difference. As you can see, the one of the group at Keen Minchel's rally is the one doing the Nazi salute, while the others are not. In fact, the folks counter-protesting the TERF rally were actually from an anti-fascist movement.
So yeah, this is, these protesters are in what's called Black Bloc, and that is because if you show up, in a situation like this, a lot of times you'll be photographed and attempts will be made to dox you, right? And, law enforcement is definitely not on your side. And, obviously the far right extremists that are there, are going to try to, we're going to be very interested in your identity, right? So that's why Black Bloc, attire is worn. And I know this pisses off Vosh. Vosh said that he would rather anti-fascist forces dress in red, white, and blue attire. So like some kind of red, white, and blue pajamas. Because when anti-fascists dress in Black Bloc, they look too much like gay ninjas, apparent for Vosh's preferences, right? So I think he was kidding about this, but I hope he was kidding about this. But he was like, this is a bad look for us. This is a bad look, Sweaty. So maybe if we could think of a different way to obscure your identity, I don't know, maybe red, white, and blue, right? Attire, right? This was I covered this about a year and a half ago in Vosh criticizing anti-fascist protesters who showed up to oppose the Proud Boys in Portland.
The express opposition to fascist groups like the neo-Nazis that appeared at Keen Minchel's rally. And a similar dynamic can be seen in videos at the Australia event. Trans-supportive counter-protesters were yelling at the neo-Nazis, showing active opposition to them and denouncing them. Meanwhile, Melbourne police...
Okay, so you see this? You see this? They're doing what they can against these fucking literal goose-stepping Nazis, right? I don't know what to say, right? What do you want them to do? Like, the only thing, do you think they're only really opposing these people if they start, I don't know, if they break through the police lines or something?
For using more force against the trans-supportive protesters, not those attending the rally or the neo-Nazis, and more on that in a little bit. However, there is video and photos of those attending.
Why wouldn't I want gay ninjas? I know, right? I want gay ninjas on my side.
The anti-trans protest.
Either that or wrestlers, right? I want gay wrestlers on my side, really. Like that's my ideal chat. Just like Cyndi Lauper. If you know anything about Cyndi Lauper, which I found out about Cyndi Lauper because I was trying to figure out like what that song was that was like good enough for you, it's good enough, and that's Cyndi Lauper, right, from the movie The Goonies, right? And I realized when I looked into Cyndi Lauper that her whole career was predicated on the fact that she had like she knew all the wrestlers. Like she had all the wrestlers. If she ever got into a situation where, say, like, you know, say like a wrestler was trying to intimidate her mom and pop into selling their gas station to Rowdy Roddy Piper, she could just whistle and summon Andre the Giant, right? And I want to be like that, right? I've talked to one wrestler. We talked to Kid Bandit, but I want to talk to more cool wrestlers, right? So that's my path to fame. Cyndi Lauper, best known for her appearance on WrestleMania 3. Really? She was in WrestleMania. Oh.
Going and being
gay ninjas and wrestlers are the coolest. Yeah, exactly.
Supportive of the
some of those that work forces, exactly.
As you can see in this video, most notably with the woman with the anti-trans "keep your dicks out of our bathroom" sign. So this argument
gay ninja wrestlers, hell yeah,
doesn't really hold weight. The other argument used to denounce the Nazis by TERFs is that the attendees at the TERF rally were too intimidated by the neo-Nazis to face them.
We can't keep men out of our bathrooms or stop them from standing on our sports podiums, but somehow we're supposed to stop Nazis from showing up at our rallies?
But at the same time, like there were, I mean, it wasn't her, but there were other, like Sal, wait, what was her name? Sal Grover? Sal Grover's, like, accusation was that the trans protesters or the trans supporting protesters weren't beating up the Nazis, right? They were, you know, they weren't getting through the police lines. The police were literally like keeping them apart, right? The Nazis were goose stepping down the street. They were trying to get at them, but like the fact that, like, look, I mean, I don't blame anybody from not, you know, you see a fucking goose stepping Nazi walking down the street. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to go near them. But the fact is, they showed up to support the Posey Parker contingent, not the trans rights contingent.
We can't stop Antifa either.
Hey, Lucha Libre wrestlers, masks are très cool.
Katie, a man, blames women for the actions of men. Story as old as time.
Oh my god, are we insulting Katie Montgomery like that? That's fucked.
The idea of women being too scared and intimidated by the neo-Nazis, which certainly understandable in some contexts, does seem to be the wrong message if you wish to project the notion of women being able to fight back against the patriarchy and authoritarian systems. I would point out that there have been numerous protests by feminists throughout the years,
actual feminist groups, not gender-critical TERFs,
that have protested and fought against Nazis.
And what I really want to point out and drive home, right, is that Posey Parker has said racist shit before, has said anti-immigrant shit. Being anti-trans is not the only thing that she shares in common with those Nazis that showed up, right? In other words.
Those first two videos are my personal footage, and the third is from someone who was standing very close to me. There is much, much more footage I could go through. Looks awfully like us being held back by police while we were trying to get at the Nazis, while the TERFs were in the background doing absolutely fucking nothing.
But one could see the argument that yes, these were intimidating men.
And why would they do anything, right? Why would they do anything to people that showed up to oppose their enemies? Why would they do anything?
And maybe you don't wish to go up to them. Yet, in making this argument in tweets like this one by Angie Jones, one of the rally's organizers, they say the quiet part out loud.
Do you seriously think we could have removed them even if we wanted to? Fool.
The implication with that sentence seems to be that
they're literally allies. Now, if you want to make the rule, if you want to make the argument that that Nazis also like put their pants on one leg at a time, and that, like, you know, Nazis also drink water, and you can't say that, like, you know, like you have to be like, you know, have you know, you're like, right, you can do that. But in this case, that argument doesn't hold water either, because of the, you know, the TERFs have made right-wing alliances. They might not be trying to court like literal neo-Nazis like this. They might not be trying to get these people on their side because, you know, like it has been noted, this is bad optics for them. But the fact is that they agree with you on this issue, and they agree with you on a lot of other issues, right? The TERF movement, I feel like the F in TERF is a misnomer. because they largely line up, they largely ally themselves with right-wing movements, right? And whether that's because they hate trans people so much or because they actually hold those right-wing views themselves, it doesn't matter, right? They are enabling the far right.
Didn't want to move the Nazis. Otherwise, why would she say, even if we wanted to?
And what about this video I took? That's the Nazis actively joining the ranks of the TERFs and the TERFs doing nothing about it. They had unrestricted access to the Nazis and they outnumbered them. I have other videos on my page where you can see people from the gender critical side patting them on the back, applauding them, shaking their hands. One of the speakers of the event even went and got a cute little selfie with the Nazis.
And the reason for this might quite well be the fact that these neo-Nazis were expressly there to support the TERF rally. Thomas Swell, who led the neo-Nazi group at the rally, stated on Telegram,
I mean, to support the TERFs and also to intimidate trans people and trans allies, right? Would you want to take a selfie? Yeah, I don't think so. Who would want to take a selfie with a Nazi? Today, okay, let's...
In Melbourne, the National Socialist Network acted as a vanguard for a protest against the constant pedophilic agenda being forced upon our children and our people. They formed a wall between the feral Antifa freaks intent on violence and destruction and stopped them dead in their tracks. They made their presence known and made their message clear. Pedophiles deserve destruction, and the only solution to this sickness is white evolution. Destroy pedo freaks.
God
The
damn.
neo-Nazis group's goal was to support the gender-critical TERF rally, not the other way around. Yet, Keen Minshall herself, realizing the terrible optics of the situation, has resorted to another tactic to try to downplay the Nazis at the event.
Something about all of this doesn't make any sense. It feels
So for
really...
anybody confused, Keen Mitchell is Posey Parker, right? She's I don't know why she chose this like nom de guerre or whatever, like why she's got like a you know, but that they're Kelly. Wait, but the woman in the yellow, that's who we're talking about.
Off. It feels like they were either... I mean, look, in the UK, we had police impregnating women who were animal rights campaigners, right? And we had those police infiltrating groups. I don't think it's beyond the wit of anyone to think that either was TRAs.
The woman, oh God, so TRAs, yeah. Is no understand why they're saying TRAs. I want to drive this home, right? The rhetorical point of calling calling people that show up to support trans rights activists is because there's another term, men's rights activists, or MRAs, and they're trying to kind of implant that parallel concept, right? Because they first of all, they're like a lot more obsessed with trans women. I mean, they do have like some hate for trans men too, but like they're trying to say, it's their way of trying to call trans women men. That's what they're doing. That's how that propaganda works.
Dressed up, or police, or just something was just off. There wasn't enough violence between the two.
Keen Minshall, unable to deny the group's relationship.
So there wasn't violence between the two, yeah, because the police were keeping the protesters from getting at them.
To her movement, has resorted to framing...
The woman in black sitting next to her is the MP, maybe forced out of her political party.
It as a psyop.
Wait, the MP in Australia?
Conspiracy by trans activists.
My understanding is that there was an attempt to ban Posey Parker from speaking in New Zealand, and that has failed. So Posey Parker will be coming to New Zealand too, and there are protests planned to meet her. So
pretending to be neo-Nazis to make her look bad. And this is often a tactic employed by right-wing groups, such as when some, like QAnon or Trump, claimed that it was...
Yes! Oh my God, Jessie, Great minds think alike.
Antifa, who stormed the Capitol building of the United States on January 6, 2021, despite numerous pieces of evidence to the contrary, to show that no, it was actually people that were there to try to support President Donald Trump who've been stoking this rhetoric for weeks at that point.
We really don't know who is behind this. I guess you could call these, for lack of a better word, Antifa-like tactics. We don't know.
So this is OAN. This is a news network that is to the right of Fox News, right? What are they called again? I'm trying to remember what OAN stands for.
If Antifa is out there.
Is it One America News?
I saw the beginning of the march and it seemed, pretty non-conspicuous.
You're going to see that 99% of this was all peaceful, and a handful of folks, and again, we've got to get to the bottom of who they are, who they're representing, decided to try and kick the doors down.
If Antifa was there, we need to root it out and to make sure that that's called out, because it shouldn't be blamed on groups that weren't responsible.
I heard those reports, too, about possible Antifa infiltration.
There have been reports that there were instigators.
All I can tell you is my view is what happened today does not represent the Trump supporters who I've gotten to know.
This is often a right-wing tactic to use to sow disinformation and give themselves...
The desire to associate MRAs with trans activists is also because people in favor of feminist activities also tend to recognize MRAs as liars motivated by antagonism towards women and a false sense of aggrievement.
Plausible deniability in the groups that come to support them. However, these neo-Nazis showing up at this rally should not be surprising to anyone who's been paying attention to Kelly J. Keane Mitchell over the past few years. Keane has repeatedly appeared
Kelly J. Keane Mitchell
with far-right groups, such as
that
with
is
John
J.F. Garepé. That is a sussy baka right there. Not only is this guy a fascist, but he's like, victimized like disabled women like sexually, and in fact, like this was somebody that was targeted for deplatforming, and there were certain debate bros, I won't mention who wanted to have JF on for a spicy conversation with the Nazi JF Garepé, right? Wanted to have a little conversation with this guy, and like he's actually procured victims through debates before, so it's really harmful, and people should know better. There's just too much of a perverse incentive, and there's too many of these debate bozos giving into that perverse incentive and wanting to have that spicy debate and wanting to be seen, because it's not like they agree with JF, right? It's not like they agree. They're having him on to debate him. They're having him on to disagree with him. They're having him on because he represents a kind of like a dragon that they want to curry favor by slaying. They want to embarrass him. They want to defeat him. This is like the brain trust of the far right in a lot of ways, right? This is about as academic as you're going to get from a fascist, right? Is JF Garepé. And so they want to perform like this heroic deed, but it's like you're literally giving this guy access to audiences that he wouldn't have otherwise, and in some cases, giving him access to victims that he wouldn't have otherwise.
Francois,
the most vehement MRAs and just MRAs period are actually objectively wrong and think men are the ones. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, God. I wish that was only MRAs saying that sort of thing. Unfortunately, men as the victims has become a popular sentiment among certain leftist creators as well, Vosh. TERFs are not only enable the far right, but they're useful for the far right. They'll go full shocked Pikachu face when the far right stab them in the back and they're no longer useful. I mean, the worst MRA, in my opinion, is Roosh. I haven't really looked that much into Roosh V. That's who we're talking about, right? The transes stormed the Capitol building, and the poor MAGA people thought they were being treated to a free tour by the government. Yeah, exactly. It was all it was all Trantifa's fault. I saw a debate with him. He was just he really is. He's really a scumbag. Like what happened with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, the discourse was completely subversed by MRAs. I believe in men as victims when I was in high school. And it's not to say that, men can't be victimized, right? And you know, like under you know, like there is, you know, male on you know, like I don't know, but the seeing there's an attempt to paint men as a marginalized group, right? As a discriminated against group. There's an attempt to, like, you know, say that feminism has gone too far, and that, like, that you know, men's, you know, perceived social problems are the fault of you know, a feminist, punitive feminist society or something like that, right? You'll hear, and you'll hear this from supposed leftists too.
Garepi, who advocates for a white ethno-state, or her appearance
When Heard was actually the victim and Depp was proven guilty in the London trials.
Soldiers of the Christ Online, which is another far-right organization.
She's also continually failed to denounce far-right groups and figures, such as UK white nationalist Tommy Robinson.
And I raised a question. I sort of said, you know, according to the mainstream media, I'm a hateful bigot. So we have to ask questions of the narratives around,
well, like on more than one level too,
people and who they serve. So this isn't saying that Robinson, I mean, he's such a bad thing, because his name is like, it is like, if you utter his name without saying how much you hate him, you are basically considered a supporter. So I just said, you know, we're supposed to think this and this and this about Robinson, but people think this about...
The MRAs bring up stuff like, yeah, well, men get sent to the front lines to be cannon fodder, as though this was the choice of feminists. Yeah. Oh, you know, the worst part, right? During International Women's Day, right? There was a hashtag that was gender equality, right? And, you know, I gotta say it, feminism does not make an appearance, like, you know, true feminism, not this shit, right? Doesn't really make an appearance in society that much anymore. A lot of feminist viewpoints have been silenced and intimidated out of speaking, right? But when that hashtag was going on, when that gender equality hashtag was happening, about half of the tweets were something like equal rights for equal fights. Women who want to act like ladies should be treated like ladies, and women who want to throw hands, ... The implication should be, you know, subject to physical violence, right? Really, like that's what they were. That's what they were saying on like gender equality, equal rights for equal rights, equal fights, or something like that, right? You know, just basically. Talking about beating up women, right? That's like... Ben Burgess debated him recently. JF shouldn't be talked to at all. It gives him the error of validation, and Burgess should know better. God, Burgess is one of these people that'll take any debate that's thrown to him, honestly. Hey, what's up, Hulmandra? JF is actively essayed an autistic woman. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. He has also been discredited by universities, which is very damning. He's a predator, hands down. Agreed. Yeah, Ben Burgess is an ass. True.
About me. So
I mean, Ben Burgess, equal rights, equal left shit.
I think we need to question who it serves.
Virulently anti-Semitic, yeah.
Why is this...
Oh, Rouge took the God pill. They also call that the white pill, right? The God pill. Wait, am I right about that? Is the white pill the same thing as the God pill? He also took the God pill and then started. So the God pill people, to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shakespeare, God pill people are started off as atheist skeptics, right? And they became like atheist skeptics with a special eye of critique towards not just any religion, but towards Islam, right? And at some point, that became, we hate Islam, we support Western civilization, right? And at some point, the God pill was them saying, hey, we're atheist skeptics and we're beyond all this God shit, but since we believe in Western civilization so much and Christianity has become the symbol of Western civilization, we're going to take the God pill. That's my understanding of the God pill. Is that right? Is that fair? Would you say that's correct, Shakespeare? And even feminist movements fell for the whole herd depth thing because the discourse was massively controlled by MIAs, not MIA, not the musician MRA. Sorry, Tommy Robinson literally earned his reputation by harassing and denigrating Muslims. He went to jail trying to sabotage a fair trial for Muslims. Like the whole "we disavow herd" thing from feminists on Twitter, for example. White is associated with Christian nationalism, I think. Oh, the white pill is associated with Christian nationalism. Yeah, getting white pilled usually means having something positive happen in the view of the fascists. But yeah, I'm okay. So wait, white pill pretty much equivalent to God pill, or more correct about the origins of the God pill people. Yeah, I mean, like you have people that what was his name, Computing Forever or something. I don't remember if I'm getting this right or not, but that was one of the early adopters of the God pill. I don't think that dude was like a hardcore atheist back in the day, though. But you have had, people that were part of the new atheist movement basically adopt Christianity, sometimes only in a ceremonial kind of way, right? As like some kind of a bulwark against non-Western culture, right? Correct about the God pill. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't speaking out of my ass as I sometimes am wont to do.
Insignificant.
Like Rooch went on a road trip across the country, just going off about COVID. Oh no.
Significant man being given such significance. It doesn't make any sense. He's just like a mousy yob. I don't, why is he able to be blamed for loads of stuff going on?
Despite claiming in that clip that she had no idea who Tommy Robinson was, thus she wasn't able to condemn him, she does go on later to expressly talk about things that Robinson has done, showcasing that...
Like, the annoying thing about the depth thing is that, yes, men can be victims of physical violence, right? And anybody could be the perpetrator of that violence. However, this specific case was one of the courts and the public eye being weaponized against Amber Heard, and
that she has done research on him. And even the most cursory of Google searches into who Tommy Robinson is...
There's a lot of money put into the depth stuff. Do we know anything about the supposed botting of that particular, of those hashtags?
Will reveal that
oh my god, the golden one! I haven't thought of the golden one in a long time! Oh my god, we should check in and see what the golden one is up to. I remember the golden one said that while he could embrace the pagan North religion, etc., that he expected people in Southern Europe and in the US to keep Christianity to defend. Oh my god, this is so weird. This is the way that they look at religion now is so bizarre.
He has quite literally been a member of neo-Nazi groups, among many other direct actions that he's taken.
The thing with Tommy Robinson, the reason he is even of any note, is whilst everybody... And I'm sure there was, in fact, I'm assured by women on the ground, there was some work going on the ground in places like Rotherham and Telford, and everywhere that grooming gangs existed. There were women fighting it, right?
Grooming gangs?
It didn't make it to the mainstream media until massive, great big ruptures. And so what that did, and there was a culture of let's not be racist, so when these, and also... These girls are
wait.
losers, and they probably...
Wait, what are they? What is she? Does anybody know about the grooming? I feel like there's something missing here with the grooming gangs that she's describing. What exactly does Parker mean here? Does anybody know? I feel like I might be missing something.
Want to be prostitutes at 15. So all of those things tied in together left a gaping hole for somebody to come in and say, well... 90% of all the men that are grooming that we've arrested.
Grooming gangs is a Tommy Robinson thing, but what does he mean when he said who are the grooming gangs in his eyes?
For grooming are Pakistani or Muslim or
That's
Somali.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, so that's a racist thing that he's doing there with that.
They're all Muslim, so let's talk about Muslim grooming gangs.
Claiming that Muslim gangs were forcing white girls into child prostitution. Oh my God. They were supposed groups of Muslim men who groomed young white British women into being sex slaves. Oh my God.
If you can't talk about these things, you leave them open for people with ill motives to talk about them and make it their cause. And that's exactly what happened.
Speaking of Tommy Robinson, though, this is not the first time that fascists have attended Posey's rallies. The far-right group Hearts of Oak that Tommy Robinson founded in 2022 attended Keane Minshall's rally in Brighton in August 2022. A member of the Proud Boys attended a rally as well. People have also quoted Hitler's Mein Kampf at Minshall's rallies.
Do you know the big lie? The big lie was first described by Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf. And what is the big lie? The big lie is trans women are...
What the fuck? Okay, no, the big lie is something that Hitler and his propaganda minister used. It was like a rhetorical technique that they employed, right? And the big lie, the concept of the big lie, is that you repeat something over and over again with no like shame. You repeat a lie over and over again until people start to believe it, and until it becomes like de facto accepted, right? That's what. Wow. Okay.
Not to mention,
but yeah, she's trying to put Hitler on the side of trans rights. Hitler destroyed like what? I mean, trans people were some of the first victims of the Nazis. That's a big lie. That's ironic. That's ironic. It feels like she's trying to start her own big lie there. That's wild. Wow. Like
that violence has been stoked by many of the TERFs at these rallies towards trans-supportive protesters, such as when Kelly J. Keane Minshall came to my state where I currently reside in Washington. So the neo-Nazis and violence appearing at Keane Minshall's Melbourne rally is not a new occurrence, but part of an ongoing pattern. It's hard to deny, then, that the neo-Nazis weren't there to support her rallies when they aren't an isolated incident.
Similarly, though, to her denial here, Keane Minshall stated that she did not know of these groups' far-right ties, but even if this were true, the fact that this has happened multiple times should have stopped her to think and introspect why there were so...
Alphabet Mafia does a video on trans and gay people in the Holocaust in our History of the Pink Triangle episode.
Many far-right groups that were attracted to her words and platform. Yet, she's continually failed to do so. However, I am not so sure I can give her the benefit of the doubt, given some direct intentional ties between certain far-right groups and organizations that Keane Minshall works with, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. However, staying on a more personal, relatable level, it is perhaps true, though, that many other gender-critical feminists who look up to Keane Minshall and respect her words might be willing to give her that benefit of the doubt because they themselves are shocked at this far-right presence at gender-critical events, as exemplified by this essay where a gender-critical TERF tries to wrestle with far-right groups at Keane Minshall's events, wondering why they are there.
However, let's look at why there may be a significant problem rearing its head and why women must discuss it. Live streaming from Keane Minshall's event was a group called
yeah, let me
Hearts
see if
of
I can
Oak.
find this.
Not many of us have heard of them, but its members were at the front of the inner circle of the rally. It is important that women ask why they were there and what should be done about it. What is attractive about women's work in this area to men like this? This group campaigns on issues of free speech, but also against Islam and with a focus on national identity and patriotism, amongst others. This would place it as a clear successor to the English Defence League, EDL, a nationalist group which has now gone into decline. Keane's current catchphrase...
This is Jessie Gender's older video. I do want to watch this sometime. I don't know if we'll have time today because we've got to get to Demon Mama's video on the Dysphoria Discourse too. But yeah, that's Jessie's other video about pretty close to the same subject.
Phrase is "I never lose," but many feminist women fear we will collectively lose the women's movement if it becomes a convenient tool of far-right men. On one side of
anti-Nazi TERFs are forced out of the movement, or at least stay quiet about
the defense are aggressive men screaming fascist at women who are clearly not. On the other side, skulking in the shadows beneath the banners of women, are men who clearly are. If far-right activists invade the women's movement from the shadows, they will drag it into the shadows of political obscurity. The far right has always looked for causes with which to gain political traction and remain relevant. With grooming gangs, Robinson managed to claim to be the only one speaking out despite women's activism over years. Any respect women have garnered in this debate over painful years of activism will be thrown away, or possibly stolen, and women will bemoan how fast that happened unless we make ourselves clear on this now. It is not difficult to announce to these men, once and for all, that they are not welcome at women's events. If they turn up, turn them away. Keep your eyes peeled, women. This movement is not for rent to fascist men. This is our opportunity to follow our Olympian weightlifting sisters and say, no, thank you.
Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't.
Hands.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
Why has this event of the neo-Nazis showing up at Keen Minshall's rally so galvanized and shocked many, even many gender-critical TERFs themselves? Part of it, I personally think, was that this rally was one of Keen Minshall's most significant...
How much do you think they're really shocked? Like, now, I don't think that every TERF out there is, like, you know, likes to see goose-stepping, you know, fascists show up at their rallies, right? But, like... my feeling is that there's a certain there's like a pragmatic, you know, alliance there that when the fascists are showing up to silence trans people, that, you know, that they don't exactly mind, right? Does anybody think that they were shocked? Right? They might be shocked at the brazenness and the mask-off nature of who showed up at that particular protest, but they're not surprised that far-right people agree with their message on trans people, right? They're not surprised. They cannot be surprised by that.
Significant events. It was at the Capitol in Australia. A lot of people had attended, thus more attention was drawn to it. The other thing too might be the size of the neo-Nazi group that came in attendance. There were over 30 of them there, and they were quite visible and vocal. However, beyond all of that, I would argue that part of the reason that this was so shocking for many was that these were expressly Nazis.
And I also think that probably far-right people show up for these kind of things all the time. They're usually not dressed like that, though. They're usually not, you know, they would normally just show up on, like, the side of the TERFs without, like, announcing themselves as far-right people. Like, right? I mean, you could say that maybe some of the TERFs were upset that the people that showed up were so masked off, but I don't think they're upset at having, you know, an assist from the far right. In fact, I don't think they're shocked at that either.
Fascism is the most famous form of fascism, and it's one that most people overtly recognize as fascism when they see it, as it's associated with the most famous fascist group, the Nazis of Germany in the 1940s. We recognize the aesthetics of this type of fascism, such as the Hitler salute, as clearly authoritarian. It's a stark, straightforward version of fascism that all of us will recognize as fascist.
In Melbourne, I think across Australia, and indeed
in Australia, we have been addressing groups that are explicitly Nazi, which is why we're clamping down on them when they were just anti-immigration. We let them run wild.
However, that would have been seen around the world to think that well into the 21st century, well after the Second World War, that we would see Australian people making that sort of sign and conveying that sort of message was not just shocking, it was deeply disturbing and of course very offensive.
Yet while all Nazism is indeed fascist, not all fascism is Nazism. Fascism works by being fuzzy and unclearly defined, hiding and soaking itself in the aesthetics of other movements. For example, the Nazis of 1940s Germany called themselves the National Socialist Party to pretend that they were socialist, which they were not. This extends to today, where many people are saying that Nazis are actually socialist in many think pieces, despite the fact that Nazis are clearly aligned with far-right authoritarian movements.
Yeah, so basically there was a political party that Hitler and his thugs took over, right? Workers' Party, right? That you know called itself socialist. That's why the socialist thing was in the name. In fact, there were socialists, or you know, I guess you'd call them socialists. There were Strasserite socialists who were involved and made common cause with the Nazi Party up until the Night of Long Knives, and it's called the Night of Long Knives because those people got the knife on that night. Those people were purged in the most, violent sense of the word on that night. So yeah, that's
Eco stated in his seminal essay Fascism.
There was only one Nazism. We cannot label Franco's hyper-Catholic flagellism as Nazism, since Nazism is fundamentally pagan, polytheistic, and anti-Christian. But the fascist game can be played in many forms, and the name of the game does not change.
And yes, I quoted fascism there. I will put a quarter in the online leftist YouTuber jar. And if I just say Gamergate in this video, I'm sure one of you will be able to finish off your bingo card. But to get to the point, fascism is not a delineated or specific ideology, but defined by semiotics. Fascism cloaks itself and tries to hide itself in other movements, and can appear in many different forms despite still being fascist.
Fascism passes through the tightest mesh. It is in constant evolution, to the extent that it shares in a micro-political economy of desire, which is itself inseparable from the evolution of the production forces. Fascism seems to come from the outside, but it finds its energy right at the heart of everyone's desire. Fascism, like desire, is scattered everywhere, in
Adidak just called bingo.
Separate bits and pieces.
Your pronunciation of German words is getting much better, Madkin. Sehr gut. Bis sie praktisch deinen Worten gesprochen. Is that okay? I don't know.
Within the whole social realm. It crystallizes in one place or another, depending on the relationships to force.
And one of the ways we are seeing fascism take hold today is through the language of feminist movements to try to cloak their authoritarianism. The gender-critical
and the other major way being like Christian nationalism.
Movement uses phrases like let women speak or gender critical or talk about themselves as feminists, but they are anything but. They use things like selective populism, falsely appealing that they are speaking for all women when they are not.
It's just very chilling that a woman doesn't have the right in the US to basically say a woman is an adult human female. It's permitted for her to be intimidated, lose her job, be screamed at.
I just realized I did another long stream without even realizing it.
And basically not taken very seriously. And I think it's really, really frightening. But most women, if they speak, they feel just empowered, which is a word that gets used a lot, and actually I don't even like it that much. But it is completely fitting that these women have been desperate to say these things, and then they get to say them.
Gender-critical TERFs claim they are just speaking for women's rights, but
The RSS in India was created before the Hitler Youth, but they are the exact same in many ways. I like your long streams. Oh,
use phrases like the
What's up, scientist?
Gender question or gender ideology, echoing fascistic rhetorics meant to dehumanize. Gender-critical TERFs don't stand for women, they only stand for anti-trans hate. They've been so radicalized to view transgender people as the most dangerous thing to women's rights that it's all they can see and don't actually care about actual issues that face women's rights. Or recognize that trans women face many of the same issues that cisgender women face as well, and that women's rights include trans women because we face many of the same intersectional fights and battles. And they are often supported by far-right groups and figures even beyond Keen Minchell herself. Take, for example, a far-right writer with Proud Boy ties, Andy Nago, attending the gender-critical TERF group LGB Alliances conference last year.
How is it pronounced? Is it Nyo? Like, I don't think, I'm not sure I've ever pronounced Andy's last name correctly. Nyo? I always say Nyo. Is it?
As all of this showcases, the anti-trans bigotry of fascism and TERFs is not an isolated pillar of discrimination, but intersects with many—
It's just no. Okay, Andy, no. Okay.
More. The Heart of Oak is
Why do I always say no?
a heavily anti-Muslim group.
It's not an Enye.
Anti-Semitism also pervades gender-critical TERF groups. From clear examples like artwork that remains similar to anti-Semitic art, or dog whistle phrases like the trans question that is similar to phrases used like the Jewish question, or how many gender-critical movements will talk about the concept of trans people being created and funded by men like George Soros to
I fucking hate that shit.
replace women, which mirrors very similar anti-Semitic rhetorics of globalist Jewish Black Matters protesters.
I'm not trying to show any like explicitly like that picture, like, you know, those pictures are almost hate symbols at this point. Like,
to mention,
I mean, they are hate symbols, but they're almost like to the point where I just don't even want to look at that.
Homophobia that is also pervasive in these groups.
Like, I mean, Jessie's got it in here for educational purposes, but It's
as well. And many far-right and authoritarian groups are wielding these gender-critical and TERF movements to prop up their authoritarianism pushes. The Heritage Foundation and anti-women's rights and anti-LGBTQ
NG sounds like the sound at the end of a word, like ng. It's not like ngo. It's like no. Or is it just no?
Organization worked with gender-critical TERFs to create and fund conferences putting TERFs front and center, to use them to
Oh, that's the Heritage Foundation.
Pretend that they were being feminist and pro-women.
My name is Julia Beck. I live in Baltimore City, and I am a lesbian. You might be thinking to yourself, why is a lesbian speaking at the Heritage Foundation? And I ask myself the same thing.
Another anti-LGBTQ and anti-women's group, the Alliance Defending Freedom, is connected.
I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question.
With gender-critical TERF-led legal campaigns through their legal campaigning firm, offering help in the Bell v. Tavistock case, which sought to remove access for trans youth to healthcare in the United Kingdom. The Daily Wire's Matt Walsh, who has built his platform on anti-trans bigotry, has also been holding anti-trans rallies using similar rhetoric as TERFs, and has propped up many TERFs' talking points and their figures in his work.
And are put on a conveyor belt of off-label puberty blockers, synthetic hormones, and even life-altering surgeries. But instead of caring...
Now, this is interesting, right? This is in Tennessee. This is like the ground zero for transphobic legislation, right? And this is a Matt Walsh rally. But do you hear where the crowd's at? There's still a lot of there's a lot of people protesting that rally. It sounds like that's
for the child's underlying distress. The science shows this conveyor belt leads.
No one's asking that question. We know people sell out their own communities all the time. Yeah,
to
absolutely.
More pain.
And like I said earlier, every community has a conservative element within it. Every marginalized group, right, has a conservative element among it. And there's a reason for that, right? Even though, even though like conservatism, one of the things it conserves is hierarchy, and hierarchy translates to oppression, and oppression's what's hitting us, right? Marginalized people are in such precarious situations that sometimes the fear of losing what we have overcomes our courage to fight for something better, right? Sometimes that happens, and so almost every marginalized group that I know of has got like a conservative element within it.
Joined today by Abigail Schreier. She's the author of the book Irreversible Damage: The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters, which is out in paperback this week, and you should definitely pick it up because it is, and I've told her this, I think it's one of the most important books of this century, which is not an exaggeration. So first of all, Abigail, congratulations on the book, and thanks for writing it. Thanks
terrible book, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on.
And all of these groups are using this concept of using the idea of protect the weak, white, cisgender woman from the dangerous, dehumanized, disgusting trans people. While TERFs use the language of being feminist, they are ultimately reinforcing this patriarchal dichotomy.
Oh yeah, screw Glenn Greenwald, 100%.
Also very clearly see in that rhetoric when I was talking about the neo-Nazis intimidating the TERFs.
Wait,
again, this idea.
Why does she? Okay, that's never mind. I was like, the fact that she had two. This is gonna sound weird, chat, but her having two microphones in her face, it reminded me of something, right? It reminded me of Damien Luck when he hits the double blinkers. You know what I'm saying? Damien Luck, when he hits the double blinkers, he's got one blinker in each hand, and he's like. Anyway, did you think I was going to say something else? No, chat. Come on.
That women
come
are
on.
weak and needing of protection. Women and
talking about the blinkers.
Are not weak and needing a protection.
I'm talking
not
about,
to mention how
talking
often
about the blinkers.
These gender-critical groups often degrade and infantilize trans men and assign female birth non-binary
It looked a little
folks.
silly, yeah.
Often they focus mainly on young under 18 trans men, often framing them as women, which they are not, who again need protecting from the dangerous trans ideology and gender movement.
They grieve for the children that they've lost. I talk to mothers who will never hear their daughters' voices again because their daughters have taken testosterone and they simply don't sound the same.
Yo, that's some weird shit. I've heard that before, though. Parents that, like, that like, I mean, there's a certain sense of like, readjustment to, somebody in your life coming out, right? And I don't want to, you know, like obviously I'm sure it can be, you know, I'm sure it's an adjustment and everything, but you know, some parents in their description of this will talk about a grieving process. And while, you know, I want to give people, you know, time to, including my own parents, like time to deal with that, time to, you know, unpack, you know, like do you love me, or do you love your, you know, false ideas of who I am, right? You know, because like you're it's a pretty important you know, question there.
They'll never look at this like feminine face. They'll often, these girls absolutely hate their parents and their mothers and have been sucked into a cult.
I mean, look, if there's hatred, you know, like, yeah, like suppressing your child's, you know, identity is not gonna win you a lot of you know, favor with that child.
You know,
it's a vestige of thinking of children as property. Yes, they think that they have the right to own their child as they expected.
There's nothing that more aptly explains what transgender ideology is besides a cult.
We can also see how they use false detransitioner rhetorics in order to prop this up as well, and how they end up dehumanizing and even abusing many detransitioners.
I remember when the book Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier came out a couple of years ago, and
this is exactly it. Kids don't want to be abused, and the parents are upset about their loss of control.
When I first saw that, I really didn't think it was a big deal. I hadn't heard much about this. I didn't know that they were going after kids. I thought, okay, this is a bit much. Like, I don't really think this is happening. Like, obviously there are adults with gender dysphoria, but this is crazy. I literally remember thinking, like, I don't really know if this is a big enough issue. Like, why are we concerning ourselves with this? You know, there's COVID, there's other things. This is like the biggest issue of our time because, as this man said, we are harming an entire generation of young people, physically and mentally.
We can see this very clearly with someone like Toby Perk, who detransitioned for a time and was quickly radicalized into TERF groups who used his story in order to prop up their anti-trans narratives. He has talked about his...
Yeah, and if you want to talk about cults, and you want to talk about, like, right, so one major cult technique is love bombing. And I think that's what they do to detransitioners. I think that the you know, optics frogs in the you know, anti-trans movement, when they get wind that, you know, a trans person has detransitioned and wants to, you know, talk about, you know, their experience, they're gonna try to love bomb that person. They're gonna try to make that person feel very accepted, and especially given the fact that because the most well-documented, well-known, the most public detransitioners are detransitioners who you know, did so and then, you know, were used in this way by transphobes, by anti, you know, trans, like TERFs or, you know, gender critical people, right? That promulgates an image of detransitioners as being, you know, hate, you know, being like, you know, self-hating or being, you know, anti-trans, right? And it's not always true. There are, you know, people who, you know, this is, you know, something that sometimes, you know, people do have the ability to self-identify as they choose. And if that self-identity changes again, you know, that there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. And most detransitioners aren't, you know, like, you don't fall into like this kind of thing. But yeah, they do, the, you know, TERF and gender critical forces do try to recruit these people, right? And you've even seen them getting recruited to like working groups like the one that Maya Cremieux Arson exposed like a few weeks ago.
Time being led into more fearful and...
Join us, join the team, we love you. Not like those people, they hate you. They think you're a traitor. No one will want to be your friend now. No one but us. Join us. We have free robes to show you you're one of us.
Angry and aggressive rhetorics. And he eventually left when he found that the movement was, in his words, getting more and more hateful, sowing fearful rhetoric, and getting more aggressive in working with fascists.
My whole processing of my transition and detransition had that turfy lens on it before I even had a chance to separate any of my own feelings. The point is that you've got somebody there with serious complications, issues, or trauma, and they are being exploited by people who want to use that to promote their hateful campaign to eradicate a group of people.
Here again, we can see that these people don't actually care for detransitioners, but are just wielding them for their own fascistic and authoritarian rhetorics.
It's this clear willingness to work with groups that harm women's rights that makes it very clear that the neo-Nazi showing up to Keen Minshall's rally is not incompatible with Terf ideals, but quite literally a core tenet of it. You can see a clear example of this tension within the mission statement for the WOLF, a Terf group in the United States.
Critics of the WOLF often are
Quislings and Pick-me's, to use two similar but not the same words. Yeah, in terms of conservative minded trans people that make themselves useful to anti-trans forces in the hopes of securing some kind of separate piece. Oh, there was a drag artist who did an act like the damaged girl on the cover of the OG book before they reskinned it to be less anti-trans mask and white trans men. Yeah, it was so sudden, such a weird thing to say. They think they're entitled to know their child's thoughts as the child has them and they feel betrayed. Children are not property and of their parents or anyone. They are small humans who need love and support and care. Yeah, Cass Aris did an episode about a lot of this DIY conversion. The DIY conversion therapy these parents have been doing. Some of them have even spoken out about the abuse they've faced from both the wider trans community and TERFs, and we're talking about the detransitioners now, and cis society stereotype of the misled, silly girl who needs discipline and to be molded, aka groomed into biblical femininity. Yeah, that's gross. Wolf is such a fascist symbol too, like Norse LARPy shit. Rude to furries and therians.
Argue that we should only work with other radical feminist organizations, or that we should simply work alone, without sharing resources or ideas with partner groups. This argument is based on the notion that the
one Mia covered was tragic. Are you talking about Mia Mulder?
We are betraying women if we work with groups or lawmakers who oppose any aspect of women's rights. However, an insistence on standing alone would make it impossible for us to actually move forward. We would never be able to meet the arbitrary and impossible standards placed upon us by our critics, and we would not be able to gain access to much-needed resources to advance our mission.
But all of this is not isolated incidents just incidentally happening, but coordinated movements by these groups. A recent leak of over 26,000 emails—
There we go, there's what I was just talking about.
Reported on by Mother Jones showcased how anti-trans legislation is drafted behind the scenes in the United States, with many legislators and anti-LGBTQ groups being cited, and often very clearly using political calculations and religious motivations to create these legislations, not science and evidence like they claim in front of their audiences. And in these emails, TERF organizations like the Women's Liberation Front and Kara Dansky are included in these tactics, quite literally propping them up. And I recommend activist Aaron Reed's excellent reporting that I'll link down below for more information. But beyond that, we can also see direct funding flowing in from far-right groups to TERF movements. The European Parliamentary Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Rights found that at least $700 million in funding for anti-transgender groups in Europe came from 10 key right-wing groups in the United States,
alongside other groups from Russia and Europe, with this funding having increased 400% in the past decade.
Which the European Parliamentary Forum only describes as the tip of the iceberg. The evidence is clear. Gender-critical and TERF movements are just the feminist-friendly aesthetic of a much more significant and coordinated push for authoritarian and totalitarian movements, not just in the US, UK, or Australia, but worldwide. As writer Judith Butler pointed out.
I know, right, Threadsless?
As a fascist trend, the anti-gender movement supports ever-strengthening forms of authoritarianism. Its tactics encourage state powers to intervene in university programs, to censor art and television programs, to forbid trans people their legal rights, to ban LGBTQI people from...
New Zealand doesn't disclose lobbying. There's weird loopholes here, but there's no corruption in New Zealand, haha.
From public spaces, to undermine reproductive freedom and the struggle against violence directed at women, children, and LGBTQI people. It threatens violence against those, including migrants, who have become cast as demonic forces and whose suppression or expulsion promises to restore a national order under duress.
Anti-trans rhetorics can often be the backbone for fascistic rises to power, intersecting with anti-Semitism and other bigotries. The Nazis...
Not just turfed, but astroturfs.
In 1930s Germany, for example, burned the Institute of Sexology, the world's first transgender clinic that was also run by Magnus Hirschfeld, who was a gay Jewish man, for example. And we are seeing much the same happen today, with authoritarians using anti-trans rhetorics to gain prominence and relevance in far-right movements that galvanize around totalitarianism. Figures like Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, and numerous others are trying to gain continuing relevancy by using...
Oh god, chat, did you know that new Trump just dropped?
Anti-trans talking points.
Look, here's the deal, okay? I've been trying to get away from streaming multiple days in a row because it's like hard on me, but I think I'm gonna have to do it. I think I'm gonna have to stream again tomorrow. I'm trying to figure my shit out. So I'm sorry that I've been all over the map as far as schedule goes. But yeah, it's just been like certain days I've been like completely wiped out and just like not in a good place to be able to stream. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and commit to streaming tomorrow because I'm not gonna get the Demon Mama tonight, and there's more stuff that we need to cover, including some stuff with Trump, some updates on the Trump situation. He's given a speech, a little recorded speech for his followers, and it's hilarious. So look forward to that. Also, the Anna Kasparian thing, we're going to take a look at that, what Anna Kasparian said on Twitter.
We're not going to rest. We're not going to rest until every child is protected from this madness. So the other side, they can shout and they can scream and they can call us whatever names they want. None of that will dissuade us because this is a battle of good versus evil.
And gender-critical TERFs are being used in that front to gain a foothold and prominence in mainstream discourses in ways that many left-wing groups might seem to think is feminist.
Check this out.
Some of the biggest news organizations like the New York Times and the BBC have...
Check this out. All right, so this is Anna Kasparian saying, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this. Well, wait, except for one thing, Anna. I'm a woman too. And I don't have a uterus, I can't give birth, and I don't menstruate. And there are people who have a uterus, can give birth, and or do menstruate, who are not women. So look, I mean, like, if you're talking about women, nobody's banning that word, right? I'm identifying with that word, right? I'm using that word. This isn't some kind of PC plot to like ban the word woman, but use it appropriately, right? And recognize that this does not equal this. Anna, you are so close to the adult human female bullshit, right? With this garbage. You don't support the trans community. You're a fucking grifter. You sold us out.
Continually propped up TERF rhetoric, even when it goes against their own journalistic standards.
Really
and even
mad.
Apologize publicly to TERFs who espouse these rhetorics, like J.K. Rowling. One thing that may appear to be good in all of this is that Kelly J. Keane mentioned...
What terms? Oh, yeah. Well, with medical stuff or with, I mean, I don't know, like where it's pertinent, right? If you're talking about people who menstruate, like, so in other words, people who might need certain products, for that, right? Then people who menstruate. If you're talking about people with uteruses, in other words, people who might, in a medical context, might be subjected, might be subject to different, medical conditions, then say with a uterus, when you're talking about people who can give birth, then say that, right? These are different terms. They're not euphemisms. They're not. This wasn't a euphemism, Anna. When people use those terms, they literally mean those things. They are not trying to be politically correct. It's not anything like that. God, Anna, you're such a chud.
Is facing public backlash for the neo-Nazis attending her event, even as she tries to downplay it.
Anna Chudsparian. How about that? Wonder what she thinks of the term sperm donor.
For example, her visa to New Zealand, where she currently hopes to hold more rallies, is under review as of the time of this filming.
And it actually got approved.
Been a lot of public backlashes as well. There have even been some inside the gender-critical TERF movement beginning to denounce her. But while that appears good on the surface, this is actually all part of how this system of authoritarianism works. Keen Minchell is expendable, because if she does fall in prominence due to this miscalculation on her part and how visible she was in being willing to showcase her fascism, she will be tossed aside by the movement, and they'll just say, oh, well.
So in other words, if Brett Cooper politically provoked, Tim Pool or the Quartering or whoever else steps away from Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles because they're mask off, talking about G-siding, trans people, right? They're mask off, they're straight up saying the quiet part out loud. Don't think that means that these people are any less pernicious, right? They still want to do the same things. They still want to attack trans rights and attack trans people. But they're just backing away from the optics of the people that have gotten over their skis, right?
We aren't as bad as her. It's not one bad apple within the gender-critical movement, it's the entire gender-critical movement. We need to not let her be a false catharsis, saying that if we remove her as a leader in the movement, the problem is somehow solved. It's baked into the rhetoric. To be honest with you, I have been facing a lot of accusations of my work from certain groups that I've been making drama videos around folks like Matt Walsh, J.K. Rowling, or Sal Grover.
Making drama videos, right? I wonder who accused her of doing that. Gosh, Vanderhall. It was more than just them, though. Oh my god, it was like everybody in that Vosh network, almost, right? With very few exceptions. I think maybe Demon Mama to a lesser extent, but yeah, this is according to these people. Oh yeah, Keffels, that's right. I almost forgot. She's making drama videos, right? That's what they say about me, okay? And they got more of a leg to stand on with that. Because what I do a lot of times is jump in on the side of somebody who is the victim of drama, right? Just like Jessie Gender was not too long ago. So when Jessie Gender gets attacked by Vosh and Xanderhall, I will generally make videos debunking their takedowns of somebody like Jessie Gender. And that's because there's one of her and there's a dogpile of them, and that's what they do. They go around the internet looking for people to dogpile, looking for people on the left specifically to say she's kind of being a little bit of a woke scold there, a little woke scold, little SJW over there, right? And so you can call me, you can say that I do drama videos if you want to. I won't fucking deny it. I end up covering stuff that is considered drama, but please notice the difference between the content that I do and the content that Jessie Gender does. Her stuff is a lot more community-minded, a lot more educational, and when she does engage in conflicts or disagreements with other content creators, she does it in such a nice way, and with every attempt in the world, not to call people out, but rather to call people in. I have a little bit less patience than Jessie Gender, right? She's but the fact that she's getting this is all you have to do, right? Is stand up for trans people, and all of a sudden you're doing drama videos, right? Call out content creators or mention content creators whose takes were less than great, and all of a sudden you're doing drama videos. Do you see how this gets weaponized? Because I don't ever hear people being like, Vosh is always doing those drama videos. Xanderhall is always doing those drama videos, but they absolutely are. They're the ones starting the drama, right? I don't want to see somebody get dogpiled, right? Because I know what it feels like to get dogpiled, right? And so when I see that happening to somebody else, I usually try to step in and do what I can. And if more of us did that, then you'd see less dogpiles. You'd see these people thinking twice before they jump on a Jessie Gender or a Professor Flowers or whoever, right? And dogpile them. And I hope that we can get a culture like this started, because there are a lot of content creators that see what's wrong with the debate bro mentality, largely speaking. We see how this has become like a parallel structure of reactionary, politics and rhetoric within the left, right? Incorporating terms like woke scold is just the first. That's just the tip of the iceberg, right? They're literally using a Ben Shapiro term for SJWs, unironically, as a pejorative, right? The woke scold is real. The woke scold is out there. No one likes a woke scold. Woke scolds are messing everything up for us. You're just saying that just say what you mean. You kind of like Ben Shapiro. You think Ben Shapiro's got a point on some issues. You think that the things are a little too woke, a little too PC. Look, you're a fucking conservative, okay? Just say it and stop misrepresenting yourself as a leftist when you're not.
First and foremost, I hope it's clear why I talk about these figures, because they are deeply hateful. But if you watch those videos
that I
make on those figures, I also try to make it very clear that while I use these folks because they're algorithm-friendly names on YouTube, they are not the problem, but just exemplars of a more significant systemic issue.
We need to tackle the causes that are producing from under a rock these people. And
oh my God.
Enough, it was
do I really come out from under a rock? Is that what you think? Like when they're in their rainy season, I'm like creeping out from under a rock or something? Come on. I wish I was that cool. Oh, good night, V. Good to see you again. Wait. Trans men. Here we face obstetric violence and death. Cis women. Fuck off and die, Teesler. It's not what they say about FD Cat, PF, Luna. Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. I actually like Shapiro. Shapiro, if I hit mute, you almost got me. He's pretty cute when you can't hear him. I mean, I think he's adorable when he does the thing with the speed bag and he's like, all right, I'm going to hit it. And he hits it and it's bonk. He gets bonked on the head. It's this weird thing to, they say flock around and find out. Usually it doesn't apply to a literal boxing bag, but in Ben Shapiro's case, I guess there's an exception.
Report of someone who was ratcheting up hatred against trans people. And I think that's the key. If you need Nazis to support your cause, it's a rotten cause.
Wait, what? Did I miss? I thought...
need these people, and interestingly enough, it was in
support.
Oh
shit! I'm sorry. I was so in the mode of that everybody that Jessie's showing is like some kind of weird Nazi or something. This person, I think maybe when they were talking about crawling out from under rocks, they were talking about the far right thugs, not trans people. My bad. Straight bullet. Exactly. I'm sorry. Wow, that's
YouTube, they are not the problem, but just exemplars of a more significant systemic issue.
We need to tackle the causes that are producing from under a rock these people. And interestingly enough, it was in support of someone who was ratcheting up hatred against trans people. And I think that's the key. If you need Nazis to support your cause, it's a rotten cause.
I'll just come to Kirsten. This is my best want to pursue this.
Yeah, forgive me for not knowing. I'm assuming Australian political commentators.
So this is often what our society tries to frame this all as, trying to frame it as issues of individuals, and if we push back against these individuals, it's just drama. It's just the left versus the right. Oh, they're just as bad as each other. Look at them bickering. It's like, no. These are systemic issues baked into these ideologies that are continuing to grow and try to find roots within different aesthetics in order to gain prominence within spaces that even might try to be publicly trans supportive. It doesn't happen with just feminist rhetorics. It happens in art, for example, like video games. Won't get into that, but many of you probably know what I'm alluding to. And on the notion,
that's another spot on the bingo card, isn't it?
Of individuals within these larger systemic...
Oh, and speaking of video games, we will have to get into Brianna Wu tomorrow. Brianna Wu's been running hog wild. Anna Kasparian, hog wild. Demon Mama actually with a good take for once. I think we'll have to take a closer look to make sure. But yeah, it sounds like she's got a better take than Vosh or Destiny at least. So
movements. These people have been radicalized by these systemic issues and put there through fear and pain. I did a long video discussion on how.
I mean, I think I mean that, like, you know, citation still needed, but.
Are radicalized. And I'm also doing a video that's hopefully coming in April about other radicalization.
I'm pretty sure that Demon Mama was on Abigail's side in this discourse. Vosh actually nominally was too. There were some things that in Vosh's video that were just like hard to, like, I was like, wait, did he really just say that? Like, right? So he managed to have a bad take while having a good take, which is a uniquely Voshian accomplishment.
Pipelines as well. These systems create these traumas and fear rhetorics and then funnel these people into places of hate and bigotry. It is not Keen Minshall who is the problem, but a system that continually creates women like Keen Minshall that is the issue. And the same goes with folks like Matt Walsh or Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis. They are horrible people, but they are exemplars of a larger system that could easily get rid of Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles or Donald Trump
and have somebody replace them.
And replace them with another person doing the same exact thing, but without all the baggage that we associate with those other folks. We need to fight folks like Keen Minshall and others like her, but we need to recognize that the issue is not the problem caused by one person, but how these systems are created to create these sort of antagonistic groups and rhetorics. We are all stronger together. And the sooner we realize that these movements are made to create these false divides, the better. TERFs need to be fought against, but they are a front in a much larger system that they are only pawns in to make it.
When Vosh is right, it's usually by accident.
Looks like it's cis women versus trans women when it is not. It is about all women, trans or cis, and many others besides coming together to fight back against these systems. Quarter in the jar for how many times I say systems.
Yeah, honestly, if you have solidarity, your enemies are few, right? But if you don't have solidarity, you'll even end up fighting each other. There's a lot more people that experience some form of marginalization than there are people who don't experience any. But so often we're hit with these wedge issues, these attempts to paint our interests as being antithetical to one another when in reality they are complementary, right?
And here's the point that I want to end on. Everything that I have said in this video, besides some of the more updated specifics around certain events that have happened recently, I said in videos over a year ago.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, we need to rewatch that because this video is more pertinent than ever.
Said exactly where many of these rhetorics would eventually lead to, with folks like the neo-Nazis shouting white power at gender-critical TERF rallies. And I am not saying that because I want to say, I told you so. I wish that I could have been easily proven wrong. I wish I had been
can we get a Jessie Gender was right
wrong. But
in chat?
The reason that I point that out is to say that this was all a natural continuation of this rhetoric. It was all entirely predictable. And I also say that because I need you to listen.
You can't say you did not see that coming.
When I say this, that this pipeline does not end here. This is not the end point. We need to
Jessie
be very
Gender
clear
was
and aware and
right.
talk openly about what comes next. We're already seeing it happen. Walsh, Trump, Michael Knowles, Ron DeSantis, Kelly J. Keen Minshall, and others gaining further platforms on the right
Jessie
have
did nothing
on
wrong.
prominent stages, including CPAC, all espoused desires to end transgenderism.
If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Quite literally calling for a genocide of trans people. Anti-trans legislations are being passed every single day, forcing trans people to detransition or denying us healthcare that is already working to do just that. People are already being affected, suffering, and in many cases, dying as a result of this. And
Well, don't worry, Molly Snee. You won't have to see Trump's face again until tomorrow when I'll be streaming same bat time, same bat channel.
Groups that uphold state and authoritarian power work to use physical violence to push down trans supportive groups, as you saw the Melbourne police do.
A police officer pushing away the former Australian politician Andy Meddick, and this as he was participating in a counter-protest with the pro-transgender activists.
We're also seeing these anti-trans figures escalate their rhetoric so much that they actively encourage acts of stochastic terrorism and physical violence, not just against trans-supportive organizations, as we
the Boston Children's Hospital
saw against Boston's Children's Hospital, and not just against queer and trans-supportive events like we saw with the...
And that was Libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh primarily directing stochastic terror against them.
Horrible, horrible Club Q shooting in Colorado Springs, but against trans and queer individuals, like we saw with the murders of Brianna Ghey, Keshe Henderson, and Marcela Castro. But it will not stop there either. Calls for physical violence and further legislations against trans people and other groups will come. And as for physical violence, women like Kelly J. Keane Minshall already have called for it.
Had a bit of an idea about some of the things that you can do. And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister, maybe you just have some friends, maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
And all this will become more common.
So she was saying that, like, cis men should bring guns into women's bathrooms in case they run into anyone who looks trans, right? Yeah, no, literally, like, so the excuse that they make is like, we got to keep men out of women's bathrooms, and like, but Posey Parker's gone so far that it's like, we're gonna bring men into women's bathrooms to keep trans women out of women's bathrooms, right? And like, I mean, it's been observed, right, that some of these bathroom police, the self-appointed bathroom police, will end up gatekeeping cis women out of the bathroom as well, right? It's known to happen.
But I will say this. All of this is just an intimidation tactic. They wish to scare us with the illusion of power and the use of violence and loudly screaming. But what that reveals is how weak they actually are. Because power doesn't need any of those things. Real power, real strength doesn't need that. And the reason they're doing it is because they're scared of our real strength. Pretty much all of Keane Minshall's rallies were out-attended by counter-protesters pushing back against her. Estimates say that counter-protesters beat TERFs in Melbourne 2-1. Authoritarian rhetorics are usually done by the minority using the system in their favor to consolidate their minority rule power. But we, as people pushing back against them, are much larger, stronger, and what's more, we don't fight for the sake of the fight as many fascists do. They only often want to continue the conflict for its own sake. It's all they have. But what we do is real strength because we fight for each other and alongside each other. But to beat them requires us to recognize that power and work together right now. I have said this before. Fascism, hate, bigotry, and authoritarianism will always, in the end, lose. To paraphrase a work of art that I absolutely adore, authority is brittle and requires constant effort to maintain, and it is only maintained through illusory power and fear. But freedom, love, and kindness is spontaneous. It springs up everywhere out of hope and community, and it is always, always stronger. But the question is, how long will it take us to recognize our power? How long will it take us to work together to push back against these growing movements? And most importantly, how many will suffer or die while we wait to do so? These are the questions we must ask ourselves, and the asking should make you feel the dire urgency of taking action now. Recognize how strong we are through our shared community and love, and our desire to fight for hope in each other today.
Meow.
Alrighty, interwebs. This one was clearly very impassioned and difficult one. So thank you for.
And thank you for being here, everybody. I'm gonna. I did another marathon stream again, 8 hours today. I'm trying to keep it to like 6 hours or less. But we're gonna raid into Polly people. Say hello to Polly. Give Polly my love. And I will see you back in again tomorrow, same time. We'll finish up the. Oh my god! Well, we got the infinite regress when it comes to audio, even. Like, that's wild. But yeah, we'll finish up the Demon Mama thing, and we'll also take a look at Jessie Gender's original video on this, and we'll see what else we get into. Right, tomorrow's another day. And I'm guessing there's going to be more stuff to cover than I even know about. So yeah, good night, everybody. And meow, 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 meow. I kind of want to see go boo Trump during his perp walk. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought he wasn't going to get a perp walk, but it looks like maybe he will, because he wants that. He wants the perp walk, I guess, right? So you know, to look like a victim again. That's Trump. That's his thing. That's his anyway, good night. Meow. And good night to you too, bodies. Thank you for being here once again. If you're watching my stream after the fact, thank you. And I appreciate you as well. Good night.